People on campus were shipping me and the school's it girl, my frenemy. With a look of pure disgust, I told everyone, even if every other woman on earth dropped dead, I would never fall for Chloe Reed. Not to be outdone, Chloe declared. I'd rather join a convent and become a nun than marry Ethan Hayes. Then I woke up and found myself 6 years in the future. Not only was I married to Chloe, but we also had an adorable 3-year-old daughter. Still dazed from the time jump, I was struggling to process all the new information in my head. My best friend, Kevin Miller, took one look at my face and gave me the rundown of the last few years. So, let me get this straight, I said. I married Chloe right after graduation, knocked her up on the first try, and then after our daughter was born, I had some kind of brain aneurysm, fell for another woman, and threw away my perfect family life to be her simp? My jaw nearly hit the floor. Kevin nodded. That's about the size of it. Hold on, I need a minute. After a long moment, I finally looked up. So, is this Luna Vance prettier than Chloe? Kevin's expression was complicated as he shook his head. I pressed on. Richer than Chloe then? Kevin replied, Chloe's a rising star in the NYC financial world now. Luna can't hold a candle to her. I kept going. So, did Chloe fall out of love with me? Kevin paused. She had your kid, Ethan. What do you think? My wife is gorgeous, rich, and loves me. So what was the reason for the change of heart? I looked at him, genuinely curious. Then why do you think I did it? Kevin shot me a look. Maybe you just went insane. I nodded. I think you're right. Kevin, I'm so sorry. The sadness in my voice was impossible to hide. I'd thought about maybe losing love someday, but I never imagined I'd lose my best friend. Kevin opened his mouth, but nothing came out. I tried to explain again. I honestly have no idea what I did. Kevin couldn't hold back any longer. Are you really 18-year-old Ethan? At first, he'd suspected I was faking it, but it was clear this wasn't an act. I nodded emphatically. For real. I just opened my eyes and I was here. I thought I'd been ice-guyed into a novel or something, but they didn't even give me a system. Kevin watched me for a moment and seemed convinced. The 24-year-old Ethan's eyes were always full of calculation. You did do something unforgivable to me, but the 18-year-old you doesn't need to apologize. I looked at him hopefully. So, are you going to talk to me again? Kevin looked away awkwardly. When you were 18, was there ever a time I ignored you? I got up, sat next to him, and slung an arm around his shoulders. Kevin, you're the best, my boy. You scared the hell out of me. I thought we'd fallen for the same woman and turned into enemies or something. Kevin's expression went grim. Just then, my stomach let out an embarrassingly loud growl. Kevin, I waited for you forever today. I'm starving. Kevin cleared his throat, trying to hide a smile. As a token of my apology, I'll buy you dinner. I shot up straight. If you're offering to take me to that Korean barbecue spot by campus, then 18-year-old Ethan can find it in his heart to forgive 24-year-old Kevin. Kevin rolled his eyes in mock disgust. Fine, don't forgive me then. He started to get up. I grabbed his shoulder and held on tight. Hey, how can you be like that to our epic friendship? I thought we were unbreakable. Kevin pretended to be annoyed, but the corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. You're so loud. Were you always this noisy at 18? I shot him a look. Don't even start. You were way louder than me. In high school, you had to write way more apology essays for talking in class than I did. Hearing that, Kevin shot back. Yeah, but in college, you wrote more than I did. I was completely baffled. Really? You have to write essays for talking in class in college? Kevin just smiled. Of course. It wasn't until late afternoon that Kevin drove me home. I could see the silhouette of the mansion from a distance and couldn't help but sigh. Dude, this feels like a dream. I still can't believe I'm living the good life as a kept man. Kevin gave me a look of disdain. You look so pathetic. Once the car stopped, I hopped out. See you tomorrow, my boy. Kevin seemed a little out of it, like he was really seeing his 18-year-old friend again across the years. I waved a hand in front of his face. What's up, my boy? Kevin snapped out of it. Get out of here. Go on inside. It's getting late. I just grinned. I'm going. I closed his door for him and started walking toward the mansion, glancing back over my shoulder as I went. As night fell, I put down my pen and let out a long sigh. The page was filled with notes, and at the very end, I wrote, to 24-year-old Ethan, I don't care if you've lost your mind, been put under a spell, or are in the middle of some insane scheme, you absolutely cannot break things off with Kevin again. After mom and dad, Kevin is the most important person in the world. If you do, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I left the notebook in the most obvious spot on the desk. If I happened to jump back to my own time tomorrow, the 24-year-old me would see it the moment he woke up. I padded downstairs in my slippers. I had to admit, even my 24-year-old self would have to marvel at what a lucky bastard he was. The housekeeper approached with a bowl. "Sir, your soup is ready." I fought to keep the grin off my face and managed a nonchalant Suddenly, the front door clicked open. I looked up at the sound, and my eyes went wide. It was Chloe. 6 years had stripped away her youthful awkwardness, leaving her even more beautiful with stunning curves. She was still my goddess, impossibly gorgeous after all this time. She was holding a small child in one arm. The baby, seemingly uncomfortable in its sleep, shifted against her shoulder. A flicker of warmth entered Chloe's otherwise cool eyes as she reached up to gently pat the baby's back. I didn't close my gaping mouth until her elegant figure had disappeared up the stairs. That was my wife and child? I couldn't help but curse my future self. How could the 24-year-old me have been so stupid as to cheat on her? Footsteps echoed from the stairs again. "Ma'am, dinner is served." Chloe gave a quiet acknowledgement and walked straight to the dining table. The housekeeper called my name and I answered. It was my first day, after all. It would have felt weird to just sit down without being invited. The atmosphere at the table was tense. Chloe ate her meal slowly and deliberately, not even bothering to spare me a single glance. I kept my head down, shoveling food into my mouth and occasionally sneaking a peek at her. The only sounds were the clinking of silverware against the plates until the meal was over. After dinner, Chloe rose from her chair and went upstairs, still without looking at me once. No woman could accept her husband falling for someone else. Her attitude was completely normal, right? I tried to reassure myself. When Chloe left the nursery, I quietly pushed the door open. A little girl was sitting on the rug, her eyes and brows a faint echo of my own. She was sitting quietly, reading a storybook with a small stuffed pig resting between the pages. The stuffed pig was faded from countless washes. Her other arm was in a cast. When it was time to turn the page, she would hug the little pig to her chest, flip to the next page, and then carefully place it back in the middle of the book so it could read with her. For some reason, fragmented images flashed through my mind, too fast to catch. I gave her a little wave. The moment the little girl looked up, her calm eyes widened in terror, and she scrambled backward away from me. I held up my hands, flustered. Hey, don't be scared. I won't come over." Just then, a cold voice came from behind me. "What are you doing?" I jumped, startled. Before I could say a word, Chloe shoved me aside and rushed into the room, kneeling in front of the terrified little girl. "Lily, don't be afraid. Mommy's here." Lily buried her face in her mother's embrace, letting out a few small sobs. Once she was calm, Chloe stood up and turned to me, her gaze icy and her patience clearly gone. "Ethan, this is your last warning." I was at a loss for words. I looked at Lily, who was clinging to her mother's leg, peeking at me timidly before hiding again. "It wasn't me," I said, my voice full of dejection. Chloe's voice was cold enough to freeze water. "Lily needs to sleep. Get out." I walked back to my bedroom, feeling defeated. I flopped onto the massive bed and just stared at the ceiling. The 6-year gap in my memory left me feeling completely lost. I pulled out my phone and sent a message to Kevin. "Kevin, do you have any idea what happened between me, Chloe, and our kid?" The iMessage bubble showed he was typing for a long time before his reply came through. "I'm not entirely sure. We pretty much stopped talking about a year after Lily was born." I frowned at the text. "So you don't know what happened with me and Lily either?" Kevin wrote back. "Things seemed normal until she was about 1. After that, it was like you didn't like her. You weren't good to her." I asked, "What do you mean, not good?" Kevin replied, "For the first year, we were still hanging out and you'd bring Lily with you. But then Chloe found bruises on her, and after that, I never saw Lily again." I stared at the screen. Judging by Chloe's reaction, I was almost certainly the one who'd bruised Lily. Maybe her broken arm was my fault, too. But why? I frowned at the ceiling, trying to understand what could have possessed my 24-year-old self to do something like that. My phone buzzed, snapping me out of my thoughts. Another message from Kevin. "Lily could say mama when she was 1. After she was 18 months old, she just stopped talking. I ran into Chloe at the hospital once." I furrowed my brow. What the hell had I done over the past few years? Lily's face, a perfect miniature of Chloe's, was adorable. How could I have possibly brought myself to hurt her? I shot up in bed. I couldn't leave. I had to stay. A child shouldn't have to pay for my mistakes, especially one as sweet as Lily. With that thought, I slipped out of bed, went downstairs, and brewed a cup of black coffee. I pinched my nose and downed it like medicine, the bitter taste making me grimace and stick out my tongue. In a daze, I thought I saw a tiny figure at the top of the stairs, hiding behind a pillar. I set my mug down and started walking quietly toward her. The moment Lily saw me approaching, she tried to bolt, but she tripped over her own feet and fell hard on the marble floor. Lily! At the sound of my voice, her eyes filled with even more fear, and she started scrambling backward on the floor. Don't move! I won't come any closer, okay? I'm staying right here. I took several large steps back to prove it. Seeing that I wasn't moving, Lily used her good arm to push herself up and painstakingly climbed the stairs. A sharp pain shot through my chest as I watched her tiny figure disappear. I leaned against the dining table, bent over, waiting for the ache to pass. It was a long time before the pitter-patter of footsteps upstairs faded. Only then could I straighten up, pressing a hand to my heaving chest as I gasped for air. I think Lily scraped her knee when she fell. I had to find the first aid kit. I found the first aid kit immediately. As I held it, a strange thought occurred to me. How did I know where it was on my first day in this house? Carrying the kit, I headed upstairs. Where Lily had fallen, her little stuffed pig lay on the floor. I bent down and picked it up. Lily's bedroom door was usually left ajar, since she couldn't reach the handle. She was sitting on a small rug next to her bed, her scraped knee bent, pouting as she blew on the cut to make it feel better. I kept my voice as gentle as I could. Lily, can I come in? She still looked terrified, her beautiful eyes wide with fear. I held up the stuffed pig. I'm not going to hurt you. You dropped your piggy. Lily just stared at me, her little fists clenched. I pushed the door open the rest of the way, promising again, I'm not going to hurt you. I slipped off my shoes and sat down beside her, offering her the stuffed pig. Lily flinched, squeezing her eyes shut. When nothing happened, she peeked one eye open, then the other, watching me timidly. With the bed right behind her, she had nowhere else to go, but she still didn't dare take the toy from my hand. I set the stuffed pig down beside her. Can I put some medicine on your knee? Her whole body was trembling slightly, her little fists still clenched tight. She didn't even dare to touch the toy next to her. I took out a cotton swab with antiseptic, but she shied away before I could even touch her knee. If we put some medicine on it, it'll get better faster, I said softly. She finally held still, cautiously studying my face. The moment the swab touched the scrape, she hissed in pain and tried to pull back. I blew on it gently. I'll blow on it, and the ouchie will fly away. She sneakily reached down and grabbed her stuffed pig. All done, I said, pulling my hand away. Lily, what were you doing downstairs? Did you need something? She hesitated for a second before pointing to a small table nearby. I followed her gaze. On the table was a piggy-themed cup and a pile of tissues. I got up to look closer. There were water stains on the table, as if a cup had been knocked over. Lily had already tried to clean it up, leaving a bunch of soggy tissues behind. Were you thirsty? I asked, looking back at the small girl curled up on the floor. I'll go get you some water. I turned and walked out of the room. When I came back, Lily was in the exact same position, staring blankly at the stuffed pig in her hands. She looked like a beautiful, lifeless doll. My heart ached for some reason as I knelt in front of her. Lily, here's some water. She was still wary of me. The fingers clutching her toy tightened. I put the cup on the floor. I'll leave it right here. Drink it and then go to sleep, okay? I stood up. Good night, sweetie. She stared at my back, her expression unreadable. I gently pulled the door almost shut, leaving just a small crack. After I was gone, Lily set her pig aside and picked up the cup. She must have been parched because she took a few huge gulps and started to choke. Her little face turned red as she put the cup down and coughed into her hand. Couldn't hold back anymore. I burst into the room, scooped her into my arms, and gently patted her back. Lily looked up at me, stunned. When she started choking, my body had moved before my brain even registered it. By the time I realized what was happening, I was already holding her. She was so tiny in my arms. She didn't cry or fuss when she choked, and she had even tried to clean up the spilled water herself. My daughter was so good it brought tears to my eyes. Feeling better, Lily? A tear rolled down my cheek and landed on her face. She reached up to touch it, looked at the moisture on her fingertips, and then tilted her head up to look at me. She didn't dare move closer, just stared. When she seemed to have caught her breath, I gently let her go. I'm sorry, Lily. Next time I'll make sure to get you a straw, okay? The moment she was out of my arms, she lowered her head and backed away, clutching the stuffed pig tightly. I knew she didn't want me near her right now, but letting her go left me feeling hollow. I stood up. Lily, I'm going now. Get some sleep. Good night. I turned back when I reached the door. The moment she saw me look at her, she quickly dropped her head. Want me to get the lights for you? With a click, the main overhead light went off. A small bunny-shaped nightlight on her princess bed cast a soft glow, keeping the room from being completely dark. When she heard silence from the doorway, Lily finally stood up. She placed her stuffed pig on the bed first, then climbed up after it. The bed wasn't very high, but it was still a struggle for a not-quite 3-year-old. She dutifully pulled the blanket over herself, set the stuffed pig on its own little pillow, and closed her eyes. I had watched the whole thing. Lily was still wary of me, still afraid to let me get close, so I didn't dare go back in. I wiped a tear from my eye and started to head back to my room. As I turned, my eyes met Chloe's from down the hall. She just stared at me, her calm gaze unwavering, her beautiful face a mask of ice. I stared at her, stunned. Chloe. She walked right past me without a word and opened her bedroom door. I pressed my lips together, not daring to just blurt out the whole story. I wasn't sure if we had married for love, and I definitely wasn't sure she wouldn't have me committed if I told her the truth. After all, even Kevin thought I was insane. The whole thing was just too unbelievable. Late at night, I let out a lazy yawn, feeling my eyelids grow heavy. The coffee hadn't worked at all. Just a quick nap, just for a second. When I became aware again, I shot up in bed, instinctively scanning my surroundings before letting out a sigh of relief. Thank God, I was still here. I threw back the covers and went downstairs. Lily was already sitting in her high chair, quietly eating her breakfast. The milk cup was a little too big for her to hold with one hand. Seeing me, the housekeeper came over. Good morning, sir. I nodded, sat down at the table, and took Lily's cup to help her drink. She still seemed scared of me and flinched slightly. I softened my voice. Small sips so you don't choke. She let me help her, finishing the milk in little sips. Just then, Chloe came downstairs, dressed for the day. Lily, are you all done? We need to get to the office. Her voice held a rare warmth when she spoke to our daughter. I casually took a bite of toast. It's Saturday. Lily doesn't have preschool. Why not just let her stay home? Chloe was watching me like a hawk, determined to keep me away from Lily. She let out a cold laugh. Leave her home for what? Are you disappointed her arm is only broken? I froze, then mechanically turned my head to look at the cast on Lily's arm. Lily dutifully wiped her mouth and held her arms out for Chloe. Chloe lifted her up, grabbing Lily's little backpack from the sofa on her way out. I didn't move a muscle until I heard the front door click shut. Music drifted through the small coffee shop. Outside, dark clouds hung low in the sky, threatening a storm. I'd lost count of how many times I'd sighed. Kevin pressed his lips together. Ethan, at first, everyone thought you were just ecstatic about having a daughter, that you'd gone a little crazy with happiness. But then you got worse and worse, until Chloe had no choice but to accept that you'd changed. Ever since Lily was born, it's like you've been possessed, hurting her and constantly making trouble at home. I asked Kevin, were Chloe and I in love? Kevin hesitated. At least, when you got married, it wasn't out of spite or some kind of deal. He didn't answer directly, but I got the message. Everything went wrong after I lost my mind. If I tell Chloe the whole truth, you think she'll have me committed? Kevin gave me a look that said, what do you think? After everything that's happened, I have no idea how Chloe feels about you anymore. If you just dump this on her, on top of everything else you've done, I wouldn't rule out the possibility of her having you institutionalized. I ran my hands through my hair in frustration. So what do I do? Every time I see Lily, my heart just aches, and I get these flashes of memory, but they're too fast to catch. And Chloe won't let me anywhere near her. Kevin watched me quietly for a moment. Considering what you've done, can you really blame her? I propped my head in my hands, overwhelmed with worry. Even though I was technically only 18, it didn't feel weird seeing Lily. On some instinctive level, I just knew she was my daughter. Was it really possible I'd gone insane from the joy of having a daughter? After leaving Kevin, I followed a faint memory to the house I'd lived in before college. I rang the bell, trying to contain my excitement. The door opened. My mom, Helen, saw me, and a flicker of panic crossed her face. Ethan, what are you doing here? I threw my arms around her in a bear hug. Mom, you haven't aged a day in 6 years. She was so surprised she just stood there for a second. Where's Dad? I asked, looking around eagerly. I tried to step inside, but she blocked my way. I was shocked. Mom, her expression was pained. Your father and I will never approve of you and that Luna Vance. We made that perfectly clear last year. We're not together anymore. I insisted, waving my hands and forcing a tear from my eye. I took her hands in mine. Mom, I've seen the light. From now on, I'm going to be a good husband to Chloe. She looked skeptical, stunned by my sudden change of heart. Seeing her doubt, I quickly held up 3 fingers. I swear, if I ever see that Luna woman again, you can have Dad cut off my allowance, deal? She opened her mouth, but seemed at a loss for words. What's wrong, Mom? Are you really going to leave your favorite son standing on the doorstep? I gave her my best puppy dog eyes. We stood there in a standoff for another minute before she finally moved aside. I stepped inside, but before I could even take in how the house had changed, my attention was captured by a tiny figure next to the sofa. Lily, I said, overjoyed to see the little girl sitting on a stool, playing with building blocks. Lily looked up, and her calm, sapphire blue eyes instantly filled with terror. Before I could take a step closer, Mom moved to stand between us. Chloe's busy with work, so Lily's staying with us for a bit. She's a very good girl. She won't be any trouble, so please don't. I was starting to get a picture of what a monster my 24-year-old self was, but having my own mother shield my daughter from me was still a shock. I cursed myself silently. The study door clicked open, and a deep, powerful voice called out, Lily, Grandpa's all done. Dad! I launched myself at him, only to be bounced back by his surprisingly soft stomach. I gave his belly a poke. Robert, what happened to you? When did you get this beer gut? My dad, Robert, stumbled back. When he saw it was me, he frowned. What are you doing here? Dad, it's me, your son. I couldn't get used to this. It felt like just yesterday he was secretly slipping me cash, and now he sounded like he couldn't stand the sight of me. Dad glanced at Mom, who just shook her head at me. Okay, let me go get some water, Dad said, pushing me away. I pouted and sidled up next to Lily. She clenched her little fists, her body trembling. Before I could say anything, Mom subtly moved between us. Ethan, Chloe's on a business trip, so Lily's staying here since there's no one else to watch her. It's her first time here, and you know how unreliable Chloe's family is. Chloe usually just takes her along on trips, but your dad ran into her today and offered to take her. I looked up at her and said earnestly, Mom, this is my home, and Lily is my daughter. There's nothing wrong with her being here. She froze. Seeing my mom's careful explanations and Lily's guilty posture, with her head hung low, made my eyes sting. I hugged her gently. Mom, you're not going to believe this, but I had this long, terrible nightmare. In it, I was always mean to Lily, and I was awful to you and Dad. When I woke up, I couldn't remember anything, and I was just here. She was silent for a long moment before patting my back. Ethan, it's not that we want to stand in your way. It's just that this Luna Vance, she's not a good person. I just don't understand how you could get involved with a woman like that. I know, Mom. I won't see her again, I promised, patting her arm. Though I am kind of curious to see what's so special about this Luna that made me lose my mind over her. Mom let go of me, asking hesitantly, so what's your plan now? I shrugged, trying for a casual tone. What else can I do? It's time to grovel and win my wife back, try to get my family and my life back. This whole thing is insane. At 18, I finally get the girl, and before we can even really kiss, I get zapped here. Now at 24, I have to win her all over again. Same girl, different timeline. Mom finally relaxed, poking me in the forehead. You go play with Lily. I'm going to make us some food. Dad, having washed his hands, leaned against the kitchen doorway. So what's the scheme this time? Mom sighed. Just let it go. He's finally home. Let's not fight. Dad snorted. Didn't I tell him? If he kept chasing that Luna woman, he wasn't my son anymore. He hasn't come to see us in over a year, and now he just shows up like this? What's he playing at? That's enough, Mom said, tying an apron around his waist. How many times have you secretly gone to check on him this past year? Now that he's home, just be nice. Don't fight. It's Lily's first time here, too. Why don't you make a couple of things? You know how much Ethan loves your barbecue ribs. Who wants to cook for him? Dad grumbled, but he reached behind his back to tie the apron strings anyway. Mom didn't call him out on it, her gaze shifting to me and Lily on the floor. You should call Dr. Evans in a few days. I'm worried. Dad frowned and nodded. I'll check in with him. Meanwhile, I was squatting in front of Lily. Lily, are you and your piggy building something? Can I play too? She hesitated for a second, clutching her stuffed pig tighter, before picking up a block and handing it to me. I was thrilled that she wasn't pushing me away. I took the block from her. Let's see, where does this one go? I gently patted her head. Thanks, sweetie. I spent the rest of the afternoon quietly building with Lily. It was a rare moment of peace for me. I didn't even realize how my expression had softened as I watched her play. Then, the delicious smell of cooking drifted out from the kitchen, and my stomach started to growl. It had been a long time since I'd had my dad's barbecue ribs. I started college early, so by 18 I was already a sophomore and only came home for long breaks. Dad was always busy with work and rarely cooked. We had a housekeeper, so he only ever got in the kitchen on special occasions. I placed the last block in my hand. "Lily, I'm going to go sneak some snacks for you." I got up and headed for the kitchen, feeling her eyes on my back the whole way. I walked into the kitchen and, just as I'd hoped, saw a fresh batch of barbecue ribs. Mom gave me a sidelong glance. "Hungry?" I grinned. "Dad, you've still got it. Your cooking is as amazing as ever." "Get off me. It's hot in here," Dad grumbled, trying to shrug me off. I immediately turned and latched onto my mom. "Mom, I'm hungry." Mom poked my forehead, knowing exactly what I was after. "Go on, take one." "You got it." I let go of her, quickly washed my hands, and snatched a rib, popping it into my mouth. It was fresh off the stove and so hot I had to juggle it with my tongue. Mom clicked her tongue. "Careful, it's hot, you silly boy." I managed to cool it down in my mouth, then grabbed another piece on my way out of the kitchen. Dad watched me go, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "It's strange. He seems different." He shook his head and turned back to wash the pan. It had been a long time since they'd had a moment like this. "Lily?" I called, tearing a piece of meat off the bone and blowing on it before offering it to her. She opened her mouth and took it. "Yummy." She nodded. After playing with me all afternoon, she was still a little reserved, but she wasn't terrified of me anymore. When I was with her, I found myself naturally falling into the role of a dad. "Dinner will be ready soon," I said, tearing off another piece of meat for her. "You must be hungry." "I know I am." This time, Lily didn't open her mouth. Instead, she gently pushed my hand toward my own mouth. I looked at her. "You want me to have it?" She nodded sweetly. A wave of warmth washed over me. "No, it's for you." I already snuck a piece in the kitchen, but Lily was insistent, pushing my hand back again. She was such a little angel. An idea struck me. I tore the piece of meat in half, giving one part to Lily and eating the other myself. "Lily, why don't you go find Grandma and Grandpa in the kitchen?" Lily tilted her head, looking at me curiously. I wiped my hands on a napkin. "Go see what else they're making for dinner." Lily got up, picked up her cup from the coffee table, and toddled off to the kitchen. "Well, look who it is." Mom's voice came from the kitchen. Dad was clearly touched. "Did Lily bring Grandpa some water?" A moment later, Mom, worried about the cooking fumes, put a few more ribs in a small bowl for her. "Lily, dinner's almost ready. Why don't you go play with Daddy for a little bit?" She nodded obediently, tucking her stuffed pig under her chin to free up a hand to hold the small bowl. I got my ribs and we sat on the sofa, sharing the bowl. Dinner was a feast. Dad rarely cooked, and even though he was still a bit cold toward me, the table was filled with all my favorite foods. According to Kevin, my 24-year-old self had started demanding a divorce a year ago, which had caused a huge rift between me and my parents. He hadn't let them see Lily in a long time, either. Apparently, every time he saw his parents with her, he would fly into a rage. He'd even pushed Lily toward the street once, terrifying them so much they stopped trying to see her. Dad had picked Lily up that afternoon. He'd run into Chloe and found out she was about to take Lily on a business trip with her. Feeling bad for her, he'd offered to watch Lily. Even though Lily was an easy kid, traveling with a toddler was still a hassle. Lily probably didn't remember her grandparents very well, but not wanting to burden her mother, she had immediately taken Dad's hand. The look in her eyes as she watched Chloe disappear through the security gate had broken his heart. When he picked her up, she just quietly wrapped her arms around his neck, never taking her eyes off the spot where her mother had vanished. "We don't have any kids' utensils for Lily. I'll pick some up tomorrow," Mom said as she peeled a shrimp for her. "And a bib too." Lily ate quietly with her spoon as Mom placed the plump shrimp in her bowl. "Next time you visit, Grandma will make you some delicious stewed pork, okay?" Lily nodded. At the mention of pork, my eyes lit up. "Mom, I want the slow-cooked kind. I haven't had it in forever." Mom snorted. "Well, whose fault is that?" "I was busy with—" I bit my lip, suddenly remembering I wasn't 18 anymore. Under the table, Dad tugged on Mom's sleeve, warning her not to say too much. Ever since I'd walked in the door, my parents had been cold to me. It was a huge change from how they were before I time traveled. Even though I knew it was my future self's fault, it still felt weird. Just then, the doorbell rang. I started to get up, but Mom pushed me back down. "You eat. I'll get it." She opened the door and her eyes widened in surprise. "Chloe, come in." "Mom, I'm here for Lily." Chloe looked exhausted, like she'd finished her work and rushed straight back. Lily's still eating. You can't have eaten yet. We just sat down. Come on in, Mom said, stepping aside to let her pass. The moment Chloe stepped inside, she glanced toward the dining room. I was trying to joke around with my dad. He was still ignoring me for the most part, but he didn't look as tense as before. I was helping Lily with her food. She was an easy kid, eating whatever you gave her, her little face smeared with sauce. The atmosphere was surprisingly warm. It was she who seemed like the outsider, completely separate from us. As if sensing her, I looked over. She was captivating, but when her cool eyes met mine, they held a complex emotion I couldn't decipher. Mom set a place for her and I ladled a bowl of hot soup. Have some of this first to warm you up. Everyone at the table froze for a second. Chloe was the first to recover. Thank you. Lily pushed her sippy cup toward her mom, and Chloe gently stroked her hair. After dinner, my parents walked us out to the car. Mom buckled Lily into her car seat. Chloe, next time you have to travel, just bring Lily here. It'll be less for you to worry about. Drive safe. Chloe nodded. I will. You and Dad go on back inside. Dad didn't say anything, just waved, but his eyes were fixed on me as I finished buckling Lily in. As the car disappeared into the night, Mom sighed. What do you think he's planning now? Dad shook his head. It doesn't seem like an act. Usually when he comes home, he has to start a fight before he's satisfied. Chloe is such a good kid. I just don't understand how Ethan could suddenly. Mom was quiet for a long time, her brow furrowed. I'm still worried. Call Dr. Evans tomorrow. Dad nodded. Back at the mansion, Chloe got out and lifted Lily from her car seat. She was about to carry her inside when Lily started to squirm. What is it? Chloe asked, setting her down and kneeling to look at her. Lily shook her head and reached for her hand. Chloe stood up and started walking, holding her hand. After a few steps, Lily stopped and turned to look at me following behind them. I sped up to catch them. With one arm in a cast, Lily could only hold one hand. Once the three of us were walking side by side, she started moving forward again. The streetlights outside the mansion stretched our three shadows long across the pavement. When we got home, the housekeeper took Lily for her bath. Even though she wasn't even 3, she was already able to put herself to bed. I carried the first aid kit to the nursery and pushed open the door. Lily was lying in bed with her back to the window. I lifted the blanket to check her knee. The spot from last night's fall was now a dark purple bruise, and the scrape had scabbed over. I dabbed on a little more ointment and tiptoed out of the room. After I closed the door, the little figure on the bed stirred. She sat up, pulled back the blanket, and stared at her knee for a moment. She gave a sleepy glance toward the door before lying back down and pulling her stuffed pig close. As I was going downstairs to put the first aid kit away, the door to the second-floor study opened. My heart skipped a beat. Honestly, the whole situation was bizarre. One minute I'm confessing my feelings to her. The next I wake up and she's my wife. Even back when I was trying to win her over, I had to manufacture chance encounters and constantly check in on her. Chloe was cool back then, but she didn't hate me like this. The look she gave me when I first arrived yesterday felt like one from a long, tired marriage, where all the passion had faded, leaving only exhaustion and resignation. The moment Chloe opened the door, she saw me hesitating at the top of the stairs. To her, my behavior must have seemed bizarre since yesterday, from how I acted with Lily to serving her that bowl of soup tonight. She gave a self-mocking smile. That one bowl of soup had nearly shattered her defenses. She seemed to frown. Why are you crying? I froze, then raised a hand to my face and felt the wetness of tears on my cheek. I hadn't even realized I was crying. Chloe's gaze was cold and distant, filled with an emotion I couldn't place. Even in all the years I'd pursued her, she'd never looked at me with such icy contempt. When I didn't answer, she pressed her lips into a thin line and let out a scornful laugh. I told you, I don't care what scheme you're plotting or what games you're playing. You are not getting a divorce. She turned, brushing past me as she headed downstairs. I called after her, Chloe, I'm not going to divorce you, and I'll be good to Lily. Her steps faltered for a second, but then she continued down the stairs without a word. I rolled my eyes. She didn't want a divorce either, so why the tough act? The next morning when I came downstairs, Lily and Chloe were already eating breakfast. I yawned as I sat down. Morning. I was met with the usual silence. Lily finished peeling the last bit of shell off a hard-boiled egg. Her little hands were too small to hold it properly, so she set it on my plate. I was taken aback. Thanks, Lily. After a quiet breakfast, Lily went back to her room to read on the rug. Chloe went straight to her study after she finished eating. In novels, CEOs work whenever they feel like it. How come Chloe was stuck working a 9 to 9, 6 days a week schedule? I grumbled silently. I knocked on Lily's door with a bowl of fruit. When I pushed it open, she was sitting with a storybook on her lap, her stuffed pig resting in the center as always. I sat down beside her and offered her a blueberry on a small fork. Lily, you've been reading all morning. Want to go for a walk in the garden? Lily wasn't as terrified of me as she had been, but she was still timid, caught between wanting to be near me and being afraid. I asked again patiently, how about it? Lily took the blueberry and gave a small nod. She put her book away on a little shelf and then took my wrist, leading me downstairs. It was an early summer morning, and the backyard garden was bathed in sunlight. The leaves on the small trees in the yard rustled in the breeze. Lily, do you know what kind of flower that is? She shook her head obediently, tilting her face up to look at me. It's jasmine, sweetie. I bent down and picked a small blossom for her. Smell it. Isn't it nice? Lily was holding her stuffed pig, so I held out my hand. Here, I can hold him for you, okay? You take the flower. Lily clutched her pig and hesitated for a second before handing him to me. I gave her the flower. She took it and lifted it to her nose for a sniff. Smells good, right? I asked, taking her hand. Lily let me lead her. In the yard stood a white swing set, with flowering vines climbing up its posts. I lifted Lily onto the seat, placed her stuffed pig beside her, then walked around to the back and gave her a gentle push. Lily's eyes crinkled at the corners as she smiled. The swing rose into the breeze, blowing her fine hair back from her delicate little face. I wove some willow branches into a crown and placed it on her head. You're so beautiful, I said, cupping her face in my hands. With her sapphire blue eyes and long, thick lashes, she looked just like a princess from a storybook. I was about to start pushing the swing again when she grabbed my hand. I looked down at her. She was patting the empty space beside her. You want me to sit with you? Lily nodded, setting the flower on her lap and moving her stuffed pig to make room for me. I sat down beside her and wrapped an arm around her. Ready? We're about to take off. I pushed off the ground with my feet, sending the swing soaring. Tucked safely against me, Lily was surprised for a second, but then a smile spread across her face as the swing picked up speed. Upstairs, Chloe stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze fixed on the white swing in the garden, her deep eyes swirling with an unreadable emotion. Soon, it was time for lunch. Lily sat quietly in her high chair, eating the food I'd cooled down for her. Seeing the sweet little girl, Kevin's expression softened. I haven't seen Lily in so long. I poured her a small cup of juice. Lily, do you know who this is? She slurped a noodle into her mouth and looked up at him, a little confused. He's your godfather. That's your godfather. Kevin froze for a second, then let out a soft laugh. Lily looked over at him, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Such a good girl, Kevin said, unable to resist pinching her chubby cheek. I snorted. Chloe didn't even want me to bring her out. You two almost missed each other. Kevin's hand paused mid-air. What made her change her mind? The driver's with us, I said, nodding in his direction. I have no idea what I did to make her guard me like this. Kevin fell silent. I sighed. The way everyone was treating me, from my best friend to my own parents to Chloe, it was all the proof I needed that my 24-year-old self was a real piece of work. Kevin, I saw the other day that your graphic novel is being adapted into a show, right? Kevin nodded. Yeah, we're in pre-production now. What about the lead? Have you cast him yet? Kevin lowered his gaze, hiding the emotion in his eyes. We have. Can I come visit the set? I asked eagerly. Kevin smiled. Of course, but it's not a huge production, and we don't have any big-name stars. That's fine. I'll be your PA, I said, leaning closer. For free. Kevin laughed. Deal. So, what are your plans now? I don't know. I guess I'll just take it one day at a time. But now that I'm here, I'm not going to let things get any worse, I said, glancing over at Lily, who was quietly eating her food. I've babysat nieces who you had to chase all over the house just to get them to eat, who'd throw their food everywhere. Mealtimes were a war zone. Lily, on the other hand, was so good. She just sat there and ate, no fuss, no mess. When we were out, she would just look at everything with wide, curious eyes, nothing like those other wild kids. I was relieved, but also a little sad for her. All done? I asked. Lily nodded. I wiped her mouth, cleaned her hands with a wipe, took off her bib and lifted her out of her chair. The whole routine seemed to surprise Kevin. Ethan, I'm surprised. You're a natural at this dad stuff. My hand froze. I don't know why. Some of it just feels automatic, like I've done it a million times. I have no memory of ever living in that mansion, but I know my way around it like the back of my hand. I even know exactly where everything is. I set Lily on the sofa with her stuffed pig and propped my phone up against a container to play a cartoon for her. She was instantly captivated. Did I ever take care of Lily before? Kevin shook his head. I don't know. We hadn't been in touch for a long time. I asked him, Kevin, do you really believe that I'm 18 again? Kevin frowned. It sounded completely insane, like something out of a movie, but it was happening. I asked cautiously, you don't believe me either, do you? Kevin's voice was serious. Ethan, I believe you. At first, I thought you were pulling some kind of elaborate prank, but the change in you is just too extreme. I sighed in frustration. But it's true. I'm really me, just 18. When you first started acting strange, we all thought you'd just gone a little crazy with happiness over having a daughter. Chloe stayed by your side constantly, but you just seemed to get worse. And then what? Pressed. Kevin went on. Then you made it clear over and over again that you didn't love Chloe and you didn't like Lily. Even the doctors said there was nothing physically wrong with you. I clicked my tongue. The more you tell me, the more I want to know. Ethan, I don't know how else to describe the last few years. It was like you were possessed. Remember those fantasy novels we used to read? It was like your body was taken over by someone else. I know it sounds ridiculous. I fell silent. I guess only the 24-year-old me would know the answer to that. A waiter came in with a tray. Here is your dessert, sir, he said, placing a rabbit-shaped pudding on the table. Thanks, I said, giving the pudding to Lily. Whatever happened, at least it's me here now. Lily finished the whole thing and licked her lips, looking up at me for more. I stroked her hair. No more, sweetie. This was a special treat because you were so good today. If you eat too much, you'll get a tummy ache. Okay? Lily nodded and went back to her cartoon. I set the empty plate on the table. Kevin, what's Lily's full name? Lily Chloe Hayes. Hearing her name, Lily, who had been engrossed in her show, peeked around the phone to look at Kevin. He was completely charmed, reaching out to pinch her chubby cheek. Lily Chloe Hayes. The name echoed in my mind, and a single, fleeting image flashed behind my eyes, followed by a sharp, stabbing pain in my head. Kevin looked at me, alarmed. What's wrong? I waited for the pain to fade before waving a hand dismissively. It's nothing. I sometimes get these sharp pains in my temples like a needle. It's just been happening more often lately. After lunch, I took Lily to the mall next door. We found a small play area upstairs. Lily loved Legos, and she immediately found a quiet corner to start building. She kept her distance from the other kids who were running around. With her arm in a cast, most of them didn't approach her anyway. Kevin and I grabbed some coffee and leaned against the enclosure, watching her and talking. So, Kevin, what's the deal with you and that girl from the Vance family? Kevin said flatly, it's an arranged marriage for business. We stay out of each other's way. I pressed my lips together. Kevin had never been the type to fight for things. I'd looked up this Vance girl, and she was rumored to be involved with some actor. There was no solid proof, but where there's smoke, there's fire. I didn't like her already. Kevin just smiled at me. Let's not talk about me. I'm fine. Before we could say more, his phone rang. His expression shifted as he answered it. I understand. After he hung up, I said, it's fine. If you have to go, go. It's getting late anyway. I'll stay here with Lily, and Chloe is picking us up later to go to her family's place. Kevin glanced at me. They just forced a new actor on the production. I waved a hand. Go, go. I'm good here. Just don't let them ruin your show. We'll do it another time, Kevin said, nodding as he left, glancing back over his shoulder. Lily walked over from her corner, and I knelt down. What's up, sweetie? She pointed back at the Legos she'd been playing with. You did such a great job. This was the toddler section, so the blocks here were much simpler than the complex sets she had at home. Want to go on the slide? She furrowed her delicate brow. It's okay. I'll be right at the bottom to catch you. How about that? Lily thought about it for a second, then nodded. The play structure was like a maze, but Lily followed the other kids and waited her turn for the slide. When she got to the front, she tucked her stuffed pig under her chin and sat down. A little girl behind her, a bit older, asked, Are you ready? Lily nodded. Okay, I'm gonna push you now, the girl said, giving Lily's shoulders a gentle nudge. Lily slid down and landed safely in my arms. I looked down at her. She was beaming, her eyes crinkled into happy crescents. I set her down and got ready to catch the next little girl. The little girl waved me off. No thanks, I'm a big kid. But thank you. I stayed kneeling in front of them. No problem. The girl pointed to Lily's arm. Her arm is hurt. The girl looked at Lily. Does it hurt? Lily shook her head. The 2 pigtails she'd started the day with were now coming loose from all the playing. Her eyes were shining. You're really brave, the girl said, pulling a self-inking stamp from her pocket. This one is Peppa Pig and this one is a bunny. Which one do you want? Lily wasn't a fan of the pink pig, so she pointed to the bunny. The girl opened the stamp. Can I put it on her hand? I looked at Lily. Is that okay? She nodded and held out her arm with the cast. The girl took off the cap and pressed the stamp onto the cast, leaving a perfect pink bunny. That's so cute, I said, ruffling the girl's hair. Thank you. You're welcome, the girl said, putting her stamp away. It's a reward for being brave. That's what my mom says. I asked, are you a brave warrior? Her eyes filled with adoration. My mom is. She's in the army. She's amazing. Nora, a woman's voice called out. Mommy. Nora put her stamp away. I have to go. Bye, mister. Bye, Lily. Bye, I said, watching her run off to her mother. Later that afternoon, a luxury car pulled up to the mall entrance. Chloe's eyes met mine as she opened the door. I lifted Lily into her car seat and buckled her in. We drove in silence. I'd known Chloe since 8th grade. She just transferred to our school back then. She was smart, beautiful, and everyone thought she was an aloof ice queen. But I knew that underneath that cold exterior, she had a warm heart. I'd heard bits and pieces about her family. Her parents were divorced and had both remarried, leaving Chloe feeling like a third wheel in both houses. After her half-sister was born, she rarely came home at all. The car came to a smooth stop. I must have been staring off into space. We're here. Chloe's cool voice snapped me out of my reverie. I got out, took Lily's hand, and knocked on the front door. A moment later, the door opened, and a housekeeper showed us in. Chloe's father was sitting on the sofa, reading the news on a tablet. He was a distinguished-looking man in his middle age, and Chloe had clearly inherited most of her features from him. His eyes narrowed when he saw me. He set down his tablet. You're here. He'd made his disapproval clear when Chloe and I got married. He was all about status and connections, and I, despite coming from a good family, hadn't accomplished anything on my own. I wasn't the son-in-law he wanted, but Chloe had never cared about his opinion. I greeted him, but he didn't reply, just gave a cool glance at the silent Lily before taking his seat. Footsteps sounded from upstairs. It was Chloe's stepmother, a woman 12 years younger than her husband who had apparently once been his secretary. A young man I recognized was with her. Chloe, you're here. Her stepmother's eyes scanned the room, her reaction to seeing me slightly more pronounced than her husband's. Ethan, I smiled back, unsure of what to call her. A flicker of annoyance crossed her father's face. Chloe, I thought you were out of town. When did you get back? The young man asked, sitting down comfortably next to her. Chloe seemed annoyed and leaned away from him. Her stepmother gave him a warning look. Leo, the young man, Leo pouted. Ethan, long time no see. I forced a smile. Yeah, it's been a while. The hostility in his eyes was palpable. I suddenly remembered seeing him in high school, pestering Chloe on her way home from school. She was clearly annoyed, but he just kept grinning and getting in her space. The whole dynamic was weird. People said it was just how the rich kids cultivated feelings for their arranged marriages. I thought it was ridiculous. I remembered Chloe demanding something from him, and after a brief exchange, he'd shoved it into her hand and left. She just stood there, clutching whatever it was he'd given her. I couldn't see her face. After that day, I kept my distance, and we didn't really interact again until college. It wasn't until my sophomore year, when I was sure she was single, that I finally worked up the nerve to ask her out. Leo's voice pulled me back to the present. Chloe, you still haven't told me when you got back. Chloe clicked her tongue in annoyance. I'm going to the washroom. Before I could even process that, Leo's icy glare was fixed on me. Lily, as usual, was practically invisible. While the adults talked, she just sat quietly, stroking her stuffed pig. The room was quiet except for the sound of Chloe and her father's terse back and forth. The housekeeper broke the silence. Sir, ma'am, dinner is served. Chloe's father asked, Where's Isabel? Her stepmother replied, She's not back yet. Never mind her. Let's go ahead and eat. Just as she spoke, the front door opened. Everyone turned to look. It was an 18-year-old girl who shared a slight resemblance to Chloe. Dad, Mom, Isabel said, her eyes immediately finding her half-sister. Chloe didn't even look at her, just set her teacup down. When Isabel's eyes landed on me, they filled with obvious disgust. I looked away. I got the picture. I'd never met Chloe's sister in my own time, and now, at our first meeting, she already hated me. Her mother stood up. "You're all sweaty. Go wash up. Did you run all the way home?" Isabel ran a hand through her hair. "No, I just walked fast. They didn't have any kid-friendly utensils, so Lily was using a regular spoon. I decided it was easier to just feed her myself." Lily clutched her stuffed pig and obediently opened her mouth for each spoonful. Her grandfather stared at the toy with disapproval. "Why is she playing with a toy at the table? She's old enough to learn some manners. Is this how children from common families behave?" His sharp tones startled Lily, and she looked at him with wide, timid eyes. His wife patted his arm. "She's just a child. Don't be so hard on her." "A child? She's almost 3 and still can't speak." "Of course she's a child." I'd been quiet all afternoon, but now I understood everything perfectly. This family was full of snobs. They looked down on me for not being from their world, and they disliked Lily by extension. They hadn't even properly looked at her since we arrived. I spoke up calmly. "Lily isn't even 3 yet. She's not good with utensils. At home she has her own set, and when we're out, I feed her." Her father, already displeased with me, set down his fork. "Is that any way to speak to your elders?" I wasn't intimidated. To elders who deserve respect? Of course not. His wife tried to mediate. Now it's my fault. I should have remembered to get out some children's silverware for Lily." Her father said with pointed sarcasm. "How could it be your fault? Isabel was feeding herself and cleaning up her own toys by the time she was 3. Before I could respond, Chloe slammed her silverware down on the table. "Do we have to do this every single time I come home? If you had married someone respectable, we wouldn't have to argue at all." I put my own fork down. Who's not respectable? Anyone would lose their mind with a father-in-law this critical. "Who are you calling critical?" "You," I said, raising my voice. "You're the one being critical." Accustomed to being flattered, he was furious. "Look at this wonderful husband you picked. Couldn't even stay faithful after getting married, making a spectacle of himself all over town, and now he's here cursing at me. If you had just listened to me and not brought this kind of trash into our family, none of this would have happened. You're the laughingstock of our entire social circle." I held nothing back. The gloves were off. "Don't blame the path if you're the one who can't walk. What, do you have a royal throne to pass down? You think everyone who's polite to your face actually respects you? I guarantee they're all laughing at you behind your back. How can you talk to him like that?" Leo piped up. "And you?" I shot back. "Looking to get in on this? You pathetic simp." "Who are you calling a pathetic simp?" "Whoever's asking," I said, crossing my arms. Leo gritted his teeth. "Don't think I don't know what you're about. You're just a gold digger. When you realized you couldn't get anything from my uncle, you immediately started looking for your next meal ticket." "Enough!" Chloe's voice cut through the noise. Lily was startled by the shouting. I pulled her into my lap and whispered, "It's okay, sweetie. Don't be scared. Daddy's got your back." Lily trembled in my arms, her little hands clutching my shirt. Her step-grandmother finally intervened. "Stop it, both of you. The child is right here." Chloe stood, took Lily from me, and then grabbed my wrist. "We're leaving," she said in a low voice. Her father rose from his chair. "Chloe, you just got here. You're leaving already?" Lily buried her face in Chloe's shoulder, afraid to look, clutching her stuffed pig tightly. Chloe's voice was ice. "Maybe I'll come back when you decide to respect my husband and my daughter." "Chloe." The only answer he got was the slam of the front door. He let out a long breath and sank back into his chair. His marriage to Chloe's mother had been purely for business. They'd lived separate lives. When his mistress became pregnant, they divorced. Chloe's birth had been an accident, the result of a desperate attempt to secure the marriage alliance. He had once considered grooming her to take over the family business, but after Isabel was born and his own father passed away, he had all but forgotten about his first daughter. It wasn't until he saw her name in the financial news that he realized how much she had grown. His wife set a cup of tea in front of him, patting his chest soothingly. "That Ethan is so disrespectful." Leo agreed. "He has no class at all." Isabel, sitting off to the side, was still reeling from the verbal battle. When had Ethan become so confrontational? Every other time he'd been here, he was always so timid and careful. Storming out like that felt pretty cool. By the time we got back to the mansion, it was already late. After Lily's bath, I sat on her bed to read her a story. She was excited. It was the first time I was putting her to bed, complete with a story. After the second story, I glanced down. The little munchkin in my arms had her eyes squeezed shut and her lips pressed together. On a whim, I decided to tease her. I poked her soft cheek. "Are you asleep?" If you're asleep, raise your hand. The little body in my arms remained still. Oh, I said, I guess Lily's not asleep yet. I'll read one more story then. The words were barely out of my mouth when a chubby little arm shot into the air. I stifled a laugh, and sleeping children also touched their noses. A second later, the little hand was touching her nose. Okay, Lily's asleep now, I said, pretending to get up. I guess I'll go to bed too. I could clearly see the corners of her mouth turn down. You know, in fairy tales, after the little princess falls asleep, she always snuggles into her daddy's arms, so she can see him first thing in the morning. Sure enough, Lily's lips curved into a secret smile. She peeked one eye open, pinpointed my location, and then wiggled over into my arms like a little caterpillar. My heart completely melted. I let out a laugh, then leaned over to turn off the lamp. The light from the hall cast a long shadow of the woman standing at the door. Through the crack, she watched the scene inside like a thief, spying on a happiness that wasn't hers. Only when the light went out and the room was plunged into darkness did she reluctantly turn away. She walked to her bed and made a call. The person on the other end picked up immediately. I need you to look into someone for me, Ethan Hayes. Find out where he's been lately. The quiet VIP room of the bar was an oasis from the noise outside. Two impossibly chic women sat on the leather sofa. One of them tossed a tablet onto the glass table with a soft thud. Sarah said, "See for yourself. It's all there. He just follows that Luna Vance around like a puppy. Nothing else." Chloe picked it up and scanned through the report. Sarah rubbed her chin. You have to give him credit for persistence. Luna goes through guys like tissue, and he's still just trailing after her. Is that what men are into these days? Chloe shot her a cool look. He has so many other options, but he's determined to fixate on the one he can't have. Sarah raised an eyebrow, her normally warm, expressive eyes filled with a hint of exasperation. Chloe stared into her amber-colored drink for a long time before finally speaking. Do you think it's possible for one body to have two souls? Sarah froze. Whoa, has he really broken you this badly? Are you starting to lose it? Chloe managed a weak smile. Just wishful thinking. She lifted her glass and downed the contents in one go. Sarah clicked her tongue. I'll never understand why you're so sentimental about this. You can't possibly still be hoping he'll come back, can you? Honestly, in our world, marriage is just a transaction. Chloe set her empty glass down hard on the table. If it hadn't been for Ethan, I never would have gotten married. Sarah refilled her glass, giving her a look that said, You're a lost cause. She wanted to say something harsh, but she held her tongue. She knew what Chloe had been through these past few years. The company was just taking off, he was demanding a divorce, and Lily was too little to be left with a nanny. Her own family was useless, so Chloe had to bring her everywhere. The day Lily stopped talking was the first time Sarah had ever seen the unshakable Chloe Reed break down. She just slid down the wall in the hospital hallway and sat on the floor, staring into space while tears streamed down her face. Sarah swirled the liquor in her glass. So what's the plan now? You're just going to keep living like this? I don't know, Chloe whispered, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Sarah sighed. There are plenty of other fish in the sea, Chloe. Oh, by the way, she said, suddenly looking at her friend, that new development project downtown, I heard the Vance family is the main competitor. Chloe stopped swirling her drink, her eyes turning cold. I'll handle the negotiations personally. I slept fitfully through the night. It felt like I was dreaming, but also like I was a voyeur in someone else's dream. For 2 nights in a row, the same illogical, fragmented images appeared, featuring a woman whose face I could never quite see. We're the ones who are meant to be together, she'd say, and then I'd fall into an abyss. The dreamscape shifted constantly, and the powerlessness was crushing. The worst was when he pushed Lily down the stairs, and I could only watch, unable to do anything. I snapped awake in the dark, the warmth in my arms feeling real. I was panting, and I turned my head to look at the small, sweet-smelling bundle snuggled against me. I'd had the dream again, the dream about my 24-year-old self. If my future self really did fall for Luna, was it in the same way I'd fallen for Chloe when I was 18? The next morning, after a restless night, I groggily opened my eyes. I could still feel a soft weight in my arms. I looked down and met Lily's wide, blinking gaze. Good morning, I said, gently pinching her soft cheek. Today was a big day for Lily. In the 3 months she'd been in preschool, this was the first time both her mom and dad were taking her together. I'd even done her pigtails myself and picked out a little yellow sundress for her to wear. As the teacher led her away, Lily glanced back at us one last time. Go on, sweetie. Daddy will be here to pick you up after school, I said, waving. In the car, I sat in the back and asked, why did Lily start preschool so young? Chloe met my eyes in the rearview mirror. Besides being at home with me, preschool is the safest place for her, she added pointedly. I pressed my lips together, silent for a long moment. I can take care of her from now on, I finally said. If you don't trust me, you can have someone watch me. My only response was silence. For some reason, this version of Chloe intimidated me. When I was 18, I'd had a crush on her, but it was just a crush. Now I couldn't stop looking into her eyes. Her cool gaze held a complex emotion I couldn't decipher, and for reasons I didn't understand, it made my own heart ache. You can just drop me at that intersection, I said, pointing to a street sign up ahead. Chloe nodded. I have a meeting this afternoon. Pick up Lily and come straight to the office. There's a gala tonight. If you want to go, I'll have a tux sent over for you. Okay, I replied. After the car stopped, I got out. Thanks. I watched her car disappear down the street, then ran into a nearby convenience store to buy a helmet. I found a rentable electric scooter, and feeling a sense of freedom after the tense car ride, I took off, following the GPS on my phone. At a red light, Chloe was on her Bluetooth headset, listening to her assistant go over her schedule. Suddenly, a familiar figure zipped past on a scooter. The sight of his back made her heart skip a beat. She didn't snap out of it until I had disappeared around the corner. The impatient honking of the car behind her finally brought her back to reality. Her assistant's voice came cautiously through the earpiece. Ms. Reed. Chloe let out a long breath and turned the wheel. Yes, proceed as planned. The GPS announced I'd arrived. I bought 2 iced coffees and some snacks and leaned against the studio entrance. A moment later, I heard my name. Ethan. I handed one of the coffees to him. Kevin, let's get inside. It's boiling out here. Kevin took the food, and I casually slung an arm over his shoulder. This place is a maze. Yeah, there are a lot of productions shooting on this lot. Try not to get lost. Does that mean we'll see a lot of celebrities? We arrived at the set as we were talking. The first thing I saw was someone lounging in a chair, resting. I leaned in and whispered, "Don't tell me that's the star of the show." Kevin nodded. A blanket was pulled up over most of his face, so I couldn't get a good look. Kevin had a young assistant, probably an intern, who quickly struck up a conversation with me and started complaining about the lead actress. I'm a see it to believe it kind of guy, but after watching them film a few scenes, I was fuming. Kevin's graphic novel was one of the first I'd ever gotten into, and I spent the rest of the afternoon ranting with the assistant about how they were butchering it. It was getting close to the time to pick up Lily, so I said my goodbyes. The assistant seemed disappointed. "Come visit again soon. I have to go get my daughter," I explained. The assistant's jaw dropped. "You're so young, and you already have a kid in school?" "Yep, I'll show you a picture next time. My daughter's the cutest." I put on my helmet, gave a wave, and zipped away. Watching me go, the assistant muttered to himself, "He looks like he's my age and he already has a kid." "Kevin, have you ever met Ethan's wife?" "I have," Kevin said, watching until I disappeared around a corner before heading back. "Is she pretty? Can she handle a guy as wild and good-looking as Ethan?" Kevin laughed. "Your friend Ethan is completely whipped." Lily's preschool looked like a castle from the outside. It was one of the best in NYC, with its own petting zoo and botanical garden. Unless it was raining, the kids spent most of their time outdoors. Of course, the tuition was astronomical. All the kids who went there were from rich and powerful families. As pickup time approached, the street filled with luxury cars, making my little electric scooter stick out like a sore thumb. I would have loved to drive one of the luxury cars. I had a license in my drawer, but no memory of ever learning how to drive. My dad was a pillar of the community. I had to be a law-abiding citizen. I locked up my scooter and headed inside. You had to scan a card to get in. The campus was beautiful. When I found Lily's classroom, the teacher greeted me, recognizing me as a new face. "Hello, sir." "Hi, I'm Lily Hayes' father." The teacher looked surprised. Usually, it was a female assistant who picked Lily up. I peeked inside and saw Lily sitting in a corner, reading a book, oblivious to the other kids running around her. "Lily," I called. She looked up at the sound of my voice, her eyes widening in surprise. She quickly put her book back on the little shelf in the corner. Another kid noticed me. "Is that your brother, Lily?" Lily shook her head and ran toward the door. "Why are you asking her?" Another kid chimed in. "She's a mute. She can't talk." "You can't say that." "Why not? My mom says people who can't talk are mute." As Lily reached the door, the teacher knelt down. "Lily, is this your daddy?" Lily nodded and reached for my hand. "All right, sir, you're free to go," the teacher said. I took Lily's hand. "Thank you. Say bye-bye to your teacher." Lily waved to the teacher, who looked pleasantly surprised and quickly waved back. Outside, I put the small helmet I'd bought on Lily's head, put the larger one on my own, and lifted her onto the seat in front of me. We zipped away, leaving a crowd of stunned parents in our wake. Lily had never been on a scooter before. She pressed her back tightly against my chest and squeezed her eyes shut. "And we're off." The wind whistled past my ears. Lily curiously peeked one eye open. She watched in amazement as the world rushed by in reverse. Just then, we passed a black town car. "Mom, what's that?" "It's so cool," a little boy inside exclaimed, pointing at my scooter. The elegantly dressed woman in the back followed his gaze and clicked her tongue. It was the first time she'd ever seen a scooter in this parking lot. Lily's 2 pigtails danced in the wind. I parked in front of a strip mall, lifted her off, and took off her helmet before kneeling in front of her. "Sweetie, it's still early. Want to go get a snack?" Lily blinked at me, then pointed to the scooter I just locked up. "After we eat, we'll ride this to go find Mommy." Lily nodded, so I took her hand and we went inside. We found a fast food place and got a table by the window. I ordered some fries and nuggets to share, a soda for me, and a fresh orange juice for her. The food came out fast. I opened the box of chicken nuggets, picked one, blew on it to cool it down, and offered it to Lily. She opened her mouth, and her eyes lit up. "Yummy," she nodded. After a couple of bites, she picked up a fry and held it out for me. "Thanks, sweetie," I said, taking it. I blew on another hot nugget for her. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out and saw a friend request on iMessage. The profile picture was clearly one half of a matching set, the username was just a period, and the request message was blunt, "Chloe Reed." I was surprised. We didn't even have each other's numbers. I accepted the request, and a single question mark popped up. I rolled my eyes and quickly typed back, "Almost there. Traffic is bad." She didn't write back. I felt a fry touch my lips and turned to see Lily offering it to me. I opened my mouth and took it. "Thanks, Lily." Out of curiosity, I opened her Facebook profile. She had it set to private, with only the last year's posts visible. She hadn't posted a single thing. I put my phone away and went back to my food. After we finished eating, I saw there was a toy from a blind box in our meal tray. I cleaned Lily's greasy fingers with a wipe. "Lily, open this up and let's see what we got." She took the box and tore it open along the slit I'd started for her. Inside was a little figurine of a cartoon character on a rocking horse. "Oh, that's cute. Do you like it, Lily?" She nodded. "All right, let's go find Mommy." Getting up to see Chloe was surprisingly easy. There was no cliché scene where the receptionist looks down on me before the boss swoops in to save the day. Her office was huge and even had a private lounge area. An assistant had just shown me in when I heard voices outside. The office door opened again, and Chloe, who had been listening intently to another assistant, looked up and met my eyes. Seeing my slightly awkward expression, she seemed momentarily lost in thought. Lily toddled over and hugged her leg. Chloe held up a hand, cutting her assistant off. "That's enough for now. Organize the rest and get it to me later." Then she scooped Lily into her arms. "Yes, Ms. Reed." Her eyes fell on the 2 helmets I'd placed on her desk. "What took you so long today?" I told her the truth. "I took Lily to get a snack. McDonald's." I was shocked. "How did you know?" Chloe didn't answer, just gave a pointed look at the new toy in Lily's hand. Before we could talk more, there was a knock on the door. A group of professionally dressed women entered, carrying garment bags with gowns and suits, and one held a large makeup case. "Ms. Reed," the woman in the lead gestured to me. "Sir, if you'll come with me." I remembered the gala she'd mentioned and followed them into the lounge. When I came out in the tux, Chloe's breath hitched. She glanced at me once, then quickly looked away. "Let's go." While I was changing, Lily had been dressed in a little party dress. Her soft hair was pulled up into a top knot with a pearl clip, making her look like a sweet little cupcake. A stretched limousine pulled up in front of a lavish mansion. A valet opened the door. Chloe, in a white gown and with flawless makeup, looked breathtaking. I lifted Lily out of her car seat. She'd inherited the best of both of us. My big, expressive eyes, but with her mother's cool, composed demeanor. One of her little hands was still in a cast, and in the other, she clutched her worn-out stuffed pig. Chloe took my arm, and an attendant led us into the ballroom. I took in the opulent scene. So this is what a high society gala looks like. People immediately started coming over to greet us. The sight of us arriving together seemed to cause a bit of a stir. "Ethan," I turned toward the voice and saw Kevin in a sharp blue and white suit. Kevin, I grinned, slinging an arm around his shoulders. The moment I did, Chloe's expression became unreadable. Kevin lowered his voice. Stick with me, don't wander off. He didn't seem to notice the change in Chloe's mood at all. I know, I whispered, hand to my mouth. In the movies, something dramatic always happens at parties like this. Kevin laughed. I turned to Chloe. I've got Lily. You go mingle. She gave Lily a quick kiss on the cheek and walked off. I carried Lily over to a quiet corner and got her a glass of orange juice. This is insane, I said, looking around at the glittering, decadent scene. It's completely overwhelming, Kevin replied. Your 24-year-old self went to these things all the time. I was about to reply when a stir went through the crowd. I looked over. In the middle of this formal event, one woman was dressed like she was going to a nightclub. She had a very theatrical air about her. Her eyes swept the room and landed on me, pausing for just a second before moving on. I didn't think anything of it until I turned back and saw the questioning look in Kevin's eyes. Who's that? I asked. Luna Vance. I said, oh, uninterested. Then it hit me. Who? Kevin lowered his voice. That's the woman your 24-year-old self wanted to divorce Chloe for. I was at a loss for words. I watched as she quickly became the center of attention, my expression a mixture of confusion and disgust. She didn't exactly scream girl next door. You know what? I said, turning to Kevin. I'm starving. Kevin clearly wasn't a fan either. A sweet scent wafted up, and I looked down to see Lily offering me a bite of her little cupcake. Thanks, sweetie, I said, taking it. Lily then offered a bite to Kevin, who gently pinched her cheek. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a familiar little figure, the girl who'd been on the slide with Lily, holding a man's hand. The man smiled and nodded when he saw us. I smiled back. Before I could even turn away, Lily had hopped off the sofa and was offering her cupcake to the little girl, Nora. Thank you, Nora said. Lily gave her a sweet smile. The man, dressed in a black suit, knelt down in front of her. You're adorable. Are you here all by yourself, sweetie? Lily pointed to me as I walked over. Hi, the man said, looking surprised for a second before breaking into a laugh. You look so young to have a kid this old. I laughed. You too. I'm Miles, the man said with a grin. Ethan. Miles raised an eyebrow. I've heard of you, I joked. I'm sure it wasn't anything good. Miles shrugged. Don't worry about it. I've got just as many bad rumors floating around about me. We shared a laugh. It was easy to talk to him. Lily ran off to play with Nora. At first glance, Miles seemed like one of those handsome, unapproachable types, but after chatting for a bit, I realized he was just a goofball with a serious-looking face. Kevin, a voice called out. Kevin stood up. Caleb, the newcomer, Caleb Vance, said, my sister sent me to find you. Your grandfather is over there. The handsome, cheerful-looking guy gave me a subtle once-over. Kevin's expression shifted. Ethan, I'll introduce you to later. I have to go. I'll find you in a bit. I nodded. Sure. Just then, a woman sat down right next to me, and I practically shot out of my seat. Luna Vance raised an eyebrow. Mr. Hayes. Sorry, I said. I'm a little sensitive to strong perfume. Luna looked taken aback. Luna, Miles said, his eyes downcast. I sensed some weird tension between them and decided to make a quick exit. Miles, I'm gonna hit the restroom. Wait, I'll come with you. I glanced at Luna's expression as we used the restroom excuse to slip outside the ballroom. Is she your sister? I asked. You two don't look anything alike. She's not, Miles said, taking a sip of his drink. Luna's father is my stepfather. He gave me a small smile. Sorry about that. My wife doesn't like it when I hang around other women. No problem. Miles turned to me. I heard you were into Luna, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Have you met Chloe? I asked. Miles nodded, waiting for me to elaborate. She's my type, I said quietly. Always has been. Miles laughed, his gaze drifting off into the distance. Don't worry about it. A few years ago, there were rumors that I was into Luna, too. I was shocked. What was with this Luna woman? Was she some kind of siren? Did every guy who got near her automatically fall for her? The smile on Miles's face looked a little strained. Miles, what are you doing out here? A woman's voice called. I turned, and my eyes went wide. The tall, striking woman was his wife, Sienna. Miles immediately transformed, rushing over to her like an eager puppy. Honey, I thought you weren't coming back. Sienna caught him easily. Are you happy to see me? Miles hugged her tight. I'm ecstatic. Then they introduced me. Chloe and Sarah had come in with Sienna. Chloe had a distant look on her face from the moment she walked out. Where's Nora? Sienna asked. Off playing somewhere, Miles replied. Sienna took his arm. My parents are here. We should go in. Miles turned to me. Ethan, I gotta go. Let's hang out soon. Definitely, I said. The two of them were completely wrapped up in each other, oblivious to the world. Once they were gone, Chloe's expression remained blank. Where's Lily? Playing back there, I said, pointing. This party is winding down. We can leave. I'll go get her. You wait here. I watched Chloe's elegant back as she walked away. Why did I feel like I could sense her mood? Ethan, I sighed. This was turning into a long night. Leo approached, a champagne flute in his hand. I plastered on a fake smile. What do you want now? Leo lifted his chin, though he didn't look very confident. After what you said to me last time, I'm giving you a chance to apologize. I shut him down immediately. He was furious. Ethan, I rolled my eyes. Keep your voice down. People are going to think I'm picking on you. Leo sneered. If my mom hadn't forbidden me from swearing, I'd have a few choice words for you. Did you know Chloe's been seeing some guy lately? He shot me a mocking look. You didn't appreciate her, so someone else is going to. It's only natural. And after all this time, it's still not you, huh? I asked, my voice dripping with mock sympathy. Leo forced himself to calm down. You don't even like Chloe. Why are you still holding her back? Because I feel like it. What's it to you? If you've got a problem, why don't you convince her to dump me? The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them. Where did that confidence come from? Who knows what you're really up to? Leo muttered, holding his glass. I like Chloe, but you're the only one standing in my way. I asked slowly, why is that? Leo closed his eyes for a second. What, you want to be the other man in her life now? Ethan, I can tell you who he is. So what's your price? I knew he was after something. Apologize to me, Leo said, looking at me with contempt. For what you said before. I'm sorry, I cut him off. Leo was silent for a few seconds. I looked at him calmly. Can you tell me now? Leo looked like he was about to have an aneurysm, but he managed to keep his composure and offered me a glass of champagne. All right, drink this and we'll call it even. I gave him a look. I could see the excitement practically bubbling out of him. I reached for the glass, then pushed it back. Take a look for yourself, I said, running a finger along the inside of the glass and showing him the gritty residue. When you bought this stuff, didn't you ask for the kind that actually dissolves? Leo held the glass up to his face. It didn't dissolve? I swear I stirred it. Just then, Chloe walked over holding Lily. Let's go. But, I said, feigning hesitation, Leo here really wants me to have a drink with him. Sure enough, Chloe's eyes went straight to the glass in Leo's hand, with the undissolved powder at the bottom. Leo tried to hide the glass behind his back. You said you didn't want it, right? So forget it. Chloe's voice was low and dangerous. Show it to me. Leo looked terrified. Her gaze was like a physical blow. Under the pressure, he brought the glass back out. Drink it, she commanded. Leo shot me a venomous glare, then squeezed his eyes shut and chugged the drink. The undissolved crystals swirled at the bottom of the glass. Satisfied, Chloe turned and strode out of the ballroom. I gave him a look of pity and clicked my tongue. As soon as we were out of sight, Leo spat the drugged champagne onto the ground. Ugh, it's so salty. He quickly rinsed his mouth out with his own untampered glass. Once he'd recovered, he pulled out his buzzing phone. He hesitated when he saw the caller ID, then answered. It's me. I'm sorry, he didn't drink it. The line went dead. Leo stared at the dark screen, then reached into his pocket. Inside was a fresh, unopened packet of the powder. He let out a long sigh, went into the restroom, and flushed the powder down the toilet. After the gala, we drove home. Lily was snoring softly in her car seat, smacking her lips in her sleep. When we arrived, I carried the sleeping girl to her room. I whispered, should I just put her in bed? She leaned in closer, her clean, fresh scent making my ears burn. Lily's a bit of a neat freak, she said. She'll wake up if she's not clean. We were standing close, and her warm breath tickled my ear. Take her to the bathroom. Chloe gently patted Lily's back, her voice soft and patient. Good girl, Lily. I felt a little dazed. After they filled the tub, we worked together to get Lily out of her party dress. She was as slippery as a little fish. Lily slowly stirred from her sleep, rubbing her drowsy eyes. How about a quick bath before we go back to sleep? I asked, my voice softer than I'd intended. Lily nodded obediently. The bath was quick, and soon I was tucking her into bed. As I turned to leave, she grabbed my hand. I leaned down. What is it? A soft little kiss landed on my cheek. I froze for a second, my heart melting. Good night, sweetie. Lily broke into a wide grin and then looked at Chloe. Chloe leaned down and Lily gave her a kiss on the cheek too. Satisfied, Lily snuggled into her pillow and closed her eyes. I was still in a bit of a daze as I quietly closed her bedroom door. The next day, I was lying on a massage table, letting out a contented sigh. I had to hand it to my 24-year-old self. He really knew how to live. I just met Miles last night, and today he dragged me out for a spa day. According to Kevin, the lead actress on his show was a total diva who was constantly trying to rewrite the script. He had to be on set all the time to keep her from ruining it. Miles turned his head toward me. Which actress was Kevin talking about? Some new actress who just got famous, I think. Miles raised an eyebrow. That's how it is in this business. A little bit of fame goes to their heads. I nodded in agreement. Kevin had told me plenty of stories about stars who'd had a major fall from grace. They'd start out polite and hardworking, but the second they got famous, they'd forget where they came from. I'd seen it myself on Kevin's set not long ago. A newly famous actress was bullying the newcomers, completely forgetting how hard she'd had to work to get where she was. Miles closed his eyes, enjoying the massage. Next time, we should bring Kevin and go camping. Camping? Miles nodded. Yeah, we can bring Nora and Lily. Sounds good, I said, rolling over. Are you and Luna close? At the mention of her name, Miles's expression shifted. I rolled my eyes. Is she always that extra? Miles laughed. She's something else. She rejected me so coldly back in the day, but the second I ignored her at that gala, she was all over me, sending me flirty texts. I got so annoyed I just blocked her. Ethan, you should stay away from her, Miles said, his expression suddenly serious. I turned to look at him, but before he could say more, his phone, lying on the table beside us, started ringing. The massage therapist handed it to me. Hello, I said into the phone. My expression changed. Wait for me. I'm on my way. I hung up, told the therapist I had to leave, and started throwing on my clothes. Sorry, Miles, I have to cancel. I have to go to the preschool. What happened? He asked, seeing the serious look on my face. Lily got into a fight. I have to go. I'll give you a ride. Don't worry about it. We'll do this another time. I didn't have time to explain further. I just grabbed my jacket and rushed out. The spa wasn't far from the school. I hadn't known Lily for long, but I knew she was just like Chloe. She would never be the one to start a fight. I grabbed the first rentable scooter I could find and sped toward the preschool. Luckily, it wasn't far. I pulled up to the familiar entrance, a little too fast. As I tried to steady the scooter, I stumbled backward and bumped my hip against the bumper of a parked luxury car. I hissed in pain but didn't have time to dwell on it. Just then, a woman dripping in jewels got out of the car, her eyes cold and disdainful as she looked me over. I was just in a t-shirt and jeans, my jacket slung over my arm. I looked young and carefree. Sorry, I muttered, then hurried inside. The woman clicked her tongue in annoyance. A security guard led me to Lily's teacher's office. I knocked, and the door opened a moment later. Hello, and you are? It was Lily's teacher. I'd met her once before. I'm Lily's father, Ethan Hayes. I glanced past her, scanning the room. Lily was standing in the corner, facing the wall. She was quiet, her fingers nervously picking at her stuffed pig. On the other side of the room, another little boy was playing loudly with a toy car, an adult kneeling beside him, laughing along. The two children were separated by a few feet, but they might as well have been in different worlds. Mr. Hayes, here's what happened, the teacher began. Excuse me, I interrupted. Can I just check on Lily first? The teacher quickly stepped aside. Of course, please comfort her. We can talk once the other parent arrives. Okay, thank you. I walked over to the corner. Lily, I called her name softly, and she flinched. I knelt down behind her. Let Daddy see. Are you hurt anywhere? She finally turned to face me, her eyes wide and cautious. There was a red mark on her forehead where she must have hit it. Does it hurt? I asked, my heart aching for her. In an instant, her big eyes filled with tears, and she looked at me with a trembling lip. I couldn't describe the feeling. Just seeing one kid being comforted while mine stood alone in the corner was enough to break my heart. Everyone in a place like this judged you by your status, and since it was usually an assistant who picked Lily up, she was at the bottom of the pecking order. Lily had been scared when she first saw me, but at my words of concern, it was like a lifeline had been thrown to her. Her whole body seemed to relax. I gently pulled her into a hug. Don't be afraid. Daddy's here. I've got your back. A sob escaped her, and then she was crying, really crying, in my arms. I felt a lump form in my throat. For the first time, I truly hated my future self. The office door opened again. "Mrs. Peterson," the teacher said. The woman pushed past the teacher and rushed to her son, checking him over. "Sweetheart, are you hurt?" The boy puffed out his chest proudly. "I'm not hurt. I won." Mrs. Peterson let out a sigh of relief, then stood and shot a glare at the teacher. "Ms. Davis, everyone's time is valuable. In the future, please don't make such a big deal out of nothing." Before the teacher could respond, I spoke up. "Mrs. Peterson, is it? Is it the school's job to teach your son some manners?" She gave me an annoyed look. "Manners? Is it good manners to be a boy toy for some rich woman?" With Lily right there, I tried to keep my voice even. "Just because I'm young and handsome." Her face contorted in anger. "Wait, Mr. Hayes, Mrs. Peterson." The teacher cut in. "This afternoon, the two children were fighting over a toy." As she spoke, Lily peeked out from my arms, her eyes red. A single large tear rolled down her cheek. She held up the stuffed pig she always carried. Lily took that pig everywhere. If she needed her hands, she'd tuck it under her chin. The pink and white fabric was faded, the stitching a little crooked. Now, a seam on its back had been ripped open, and a bit of white stuffing was poking out. I let out a bitter laugh. "This is what you call fighting over a toy?" The teacher looked uncomfortable, clearly not wanting to take sides. Mrs. Peterson sneered. "I thought it was something important. It's just a cheap, tacky toy. It doesn't matter what it is. It's Lily's. Taking something without asking is stealing. Your son is a thief." "I'm not a thief," the little boy shouted, dropping his toy car. "I just wanted to look at it. The little mute wouldn't let me, so I took it. She's the one who fell down." Mrs. Peterson stroked her son's hair and gave us a contemptuous look. "And a mute on top of it all. A daughter and a mute one at that. Mr. Hayes, let me give you some advice. Strike while the iron is hot. Before you get thrown out, you should try for a normal child. It would be better than your current situation, riding that pathetic scooter around in the rain." I took a deep breath, trying to keep my voice calm. "Lily, sweetie, be a good girl for me. Close your eyes, cover your ears, and go stand in the corner. Don't turn around until Daddy says so, okay?" Lily didn't understand, but she did as I asked, getting out of my lap and going to the corner to cover her ears. My eyes went cold. I stood up, walked right up to Mrs. Peterson, and slapped her across the face. Accustomed to being fawned over, she was completely stunned, taking the full force of the blow. I hadn't held back. She clutched her cheek, her eyes blazing with fury. "You dare hit me? And what if I did?" The little boy, startled, dropped his toy and ran to hide behind the teacher. Seeing things were escalating, the teacher quickly stepped between us. "Mr. Hayes." Just then, a driver burst in, shoved me aside, and stood protectively in front of Mrs. Peterson. Mrs. Peterson laughed, a harsh, angry sound. "Hayes, is it? I don't know who your sugar mama is that makes you so bold, but you'll remember this slap, you arrogant little punk." I stumbled back from the shove and shot back. "You keep talking about class, but you reek of new money, and you're raising your kid to be just as twisted. It's not me who's ignorant. You're the one living in a bubble. Who are you calling new money? Is it that hard to understand?" "I'm calling you a classless shrew," I said with a smirk. Mrs. Peterson's face flushed with rage. She pointed at her driver. "Grab him." The teacher, seeing how serious things were getting, stepped forward again. "Mrs. Peterson, this office has both audio and video recording. If you assault Mr. Hayes, he has every right to press charges. This was just a small disagreement between two children. It would be best not to let it escalate, don't you agree?" Mrs. Peterson waved her driver back, then walked up to me with a sneer. "So what? Even if we were outside, I'd still teach you a lesson. You and what army? You really think you could take me?" I'd hit a nerve. She raised her hand to slap me again. "Let's see how tough you are now." But before her hand could connect, someone grabbed her wrist. Mrs. Peterson, furious, whipped her head around and found herself face to face with an icy glare. Even if she didn't pay close attention to her husband's business, she'd seen enough financial news to recognize the face of Chloe Reed, a woman who was constantly in the headlines. A sense of dread washed over Mrs. Peterson, but she kept her composure. "Ms. Reed." Chloe flung her hand away and stepped in front of me, her eyes quickly scanning me for any injuries. "Are you all right?" I was still too stunned by her sudden appearance to do more than shake my head. "I'm fine." "Ms. Reed, what a surprise to see you here," Mrs. Peterson said, her tone completely transformed. "Is it?" Chloe said, turning to give the woman a cool, dismissive glance. If I hadn't arrived, would your hand have connected with my husband's face? The forced smile on Mrs. Peterson's face faltered. So, Mr. Hayes is your husband. It was just a silly argument between children. It's not worth getting upset over. Chloe's hand came to rest lightly on my back. I wasn't sure if she'd touched the spot where I'd hit the car, but I flinched instinctively. She subtly curled her fingers and drew her hand back. Are you threatening me? Her voice was even colder now. Realizing her mistake, Mrs. Peterson immediately backpedaled. No, Ms. Reed, of course not. I overreacted. It's my fault for not teaching my son better. I'll be sure to have a talk with him when we get home. You had plenty of energy to yell at me a minute ago, I muttered. I couldn't stand people who kissed up to power. What did she say to you? Chloe asked, her voice softening as she turned to me. Mr. Hayes, Mrs. Peterson began, but Chloe cut her off with an icy look. My husband is speaking. Mrs. Peterson fell silent. Feeling emboldened, I said, she called me a boy toy. She insulted Lily. She said I was a gold digger, and she pushed me. Mrs. Peterson's face went white. Mr. Hayes, I am so sorry. I had no idea you were. The ice in Chloe's expression deepened. She gave a subtle glance to an assistant who had appeared in the doorway, and the assistant nodded. Chloe walked over, scooped Lily up from the corner, and came back to me. Let's go. Ms. Reed, Mr. Hayes. Mrs. Peterson started to follow us, but the assistant blocked her path. Mrs. Peterson, I'd advise you to think about your next move very carefully. With that, the assistant turned to the teacher to arrange for Lily's early dismissal. Mommy, why are you scared of them? We can just tell Daddy when we get home, the little boy said, running over. Mrs. Peterson was about to shush him when her phone rang. The feeling of dread intensified. She answered. Before she could get a word out, a furious voice erupted from the other end, loud enough for me to hear. You idiot, what have you done now? I was about to close the deal tonight, and you pull this stunt. Honey, I didn't know. I didn't know he was Chloe Reed's husband. You are the stupidest woman alive. I told you to keep your head down, but you never listen. A multi-million-dollar deal, gone. Can't you think for 1 second? Mrs. Peterson was finally starting to panic. What do we do now? What do you think we do? You find a way to fix this now, or your days of living the high life are over. She had married into money, and the thought of losing it all was terrifying. She quickly agreed to try and apologize, but Chloe's assistant wouldn't let her anywhere near us. Her son, meanwhile, was completely oblivious, with no idea that his world was about to be turned upside down. At the school gate, Chloe set Lily down, and Lily climbed into her car seat on her own. As I got into the car, I brushed against Chloe and instinctively pulled back, bumping my sore hip against the door frame. I hissed in pain. My expression wasn't one of disgust, just pain. Chloe frowned. What's wrong? I tried to rub the spot. I bumped into something earlier. Chloe instinctively reached out, but her hand stopped just short of my shirt. I held still. When she didn't move, I looked down at her. Aren't you going to look? She pressed her lips together and lifted the hem of my shirt. Against my pale skin, a red mark was already forming. Did that happen when he pushed you? Her voice was unreadable. I nodded. It's fine. It'll probably fade soon. Does it hurt? Not anymore. I'll put some cream on it when we get home. She let my shirt fall back into place and walked around to the driver's side. You know, I said suddenly, you could just drop us off at an amusement park. Chloe met my eyes in the rearview mirror, then changed lanes. The park's entrance was a giant, fantastical castle. Costumed characters were at the gate, hugging all the kids. When I lifted Lily out of the car, her eyes were glued to the colorful mascots. I knelt in front of her. Want to go say hi? She looked a little shy, her big eyes uncertain. I took her hand and led her over to them. A bear in a tuxedo gave a gentlemanly bow and held out his hand to her. Lily placed her tiny hand in his large paw. The bear then magically produced a miniature version of himself, a little keychain, and placed it in her hand. Then he held his hand out to me. Before I could shake his hand, Chloe swooped in and picked Lily up. I looked up at her. Aren't you going to the office? Not anymore, she said, giving Lily a little bounce. Let's go. All right then. I left the poor, confused bear standing there and followed them. Once we were inside the park, Chloe set Lily down, and I tucked the little keychain safely into her pocket. I held Lily as we rode the carousel. She was a little scared at first, her hand clutching my jeans. But as the breeze picked up, she peeked her eyes open. The carousel spun to the sound of cheerful music and the laughter of children. The bigger kids rode on their own horses, while the little ones, like Lily, sat in front of a parent. I held her securely with both hands. I looked down and saw her wide, curious eyes taking everything in. "It's okay, Lily. Look over there," I said, pointing. Chloe stood just outside the ride, watching us. In some ways, he had changed so much, but in others, he was exactly the same. For a moment, she saw the boy she'd known in high school, the one who'd run track in his sweats, filled with a stubborn, unyielding determination. When Lily spotted Chloe, she broke into a huge grin, her eyes crinkling at the corners. I waved. Lily waved to Mommy. She lifted her chubby little arm and waved. A small smile touched Chloe's lips. When the ride stopped, I helped Lily off. Chloe was waiting with a bottle of water, which she handed to me. "Thanks." She then opened another bottle for Lily. The sun was beginning to set, casting a golden glow over the entire park. I'd never seen Lily laugh so freely, so completely without fear. She petted the animals in the petting zoo and even hugged one of the costumed characters. Chloe took her on the bumper cars, and I stood on the sidelines, cheering them on. Our little family was quite eye-catching, and a small crowd gathered to watch. "Go, honey!" Other parents were shouting. Not wanting to be outdone, I cupped my hands around my mouth. "Go, Chloe! Go, Lily!" I felt a little embarrassed after shouting, wondering if she'd even heard me. On the track, Chloe had one arm protectively around Lily. She shot a quick glance in my direction, then expertly spun the wheel with one hand, sending 2 other cars crashing behind her. "Whoa, that was so cool!" I exclaimed, my eyes wide with admiration. The guy standing next to me laughed. "Looks like your wife heard you." I scratched my head, a little embarrassed, and smiled at him. "You think so?" When I looked back, I caught Chloe looking right at me. She quickly turned away, back into the fray. I'd always loved photography. It was even my major in college. I didn't have a proper camera with me, but my phone was filled with pictures of Lily and of Chloe trying to look serious and cool. Her expression only ever softened when she looked at our daughter. "Look here," I called, holding up my phone. They both turned. Lily was in the middle of taking a bite of ice cream from Chloe, her face a mess. I snapped the picture, perfectly capturing the rare sight of Chloe laughing. I had to admit, even without my amazing photography skills, her face was flawless from every angle. Lily won a Brave Warrior medal and a little princess keychain, but she handed all her new treasures to me, choosing to hold onto her old, worn-out stuffed pig. By the time we left the park, the sun was setting. The clouds were low and heavy, threatening rain. As we pushed through the revolving door of the restaurant, the sound of a cello filled the air. A waiter led us upstairs to a private room that smelled of fresh flowers. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a stunning view of the city. By the time our food arrived, Lily was already starting to nod off, her eyes drooping. I put some cooled food in her bowl. She spooned it into her mouth, so tired she could barely keep her eyes open, but she still managed a sleepy smile for me. After swallowing, she finally set down her spoon, her little head bobbing. I couldn't help but laugh. I put down my own utensils and gently cupped her chubby face in my hands. Chloe pushed a plate toward me, then carefully lifted the sleeping Lily and laid her down on the nearby sofa. I looked down at the plate. It was filled with peeled shrimp. I pressed my lips together, looking at the spread on the table. More than half of the dishes were my favorites. When she sat back down, I quickly put a piece of short rib on her plate. "You should eat more. You've barely touched your food." Chloe paused for a second, then resumed eating, her movements graceful and composed. When we left the private room, Chloe was carrying the sleeping Lily as we got into the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand shot out and stopped them. I glanced up and froze. It was Luna Vance. I instinctively looked at Chloe and found her dark, cool eyes already on me. Luna didn't seem surprised to see us. "Long time no see, Mr. Hayes." She was talking to me, but her eyes were fixed on Chloe. "It hasn't been that long," I shot back. "We just saw you at the gala." "Has it?" Luna raised an eyebrow. "Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Isn't that what you told me, Mr. Hayes?" The temperature in the small elevator seemed to drop several degrees. I was so sick of her and her games. She was like a gnat you couldn't swat away. Luna wasn't done. "Are you really going to be this cold to me, just because I ignored you for a few days? You're breaking my heart, Mr. Hayes," she said, clutching her chest theatrically, her eyes practically shooting sparks. "Ms. Vance, I apologize if my past behavior gave you the wrong impression," I said, sneaking a glance at Chloe, who was pointedly ignoring me. "You chased me for a year. What was that, then?" Luna asked, looking wounded. "You're just giving up? Let's just say I was out of my mind." "You used to say I was." She trailed off, giving Chloe a subtle look, 10 times more beautiful. I was speechless. Let's just say I was blind. Thankfully, the elevator dinged and the doors opened. Chloe walked out first, still carrying Lily. Before I could follow, a hand grabbed my wrist. I frowned. Don't you think this is a little inappropriate? Luna gave me a smirk. Giving up so easily? That doesn't seem like your style, Mr. Hayes. Let go of me, I said, trying to pull my arm away, but her grip was surprisingly strong. He said, a cool voice interjected, to let him go. It was Chloe. She'd come back. Her cool gaze settled on Luna. He told you to let go. Are you deaf? Luna raised an eyebrow. Ms. Reed, you're the one who can't let go. Why don't you ask him who he really wants to be with? A flicker of ice passed through Chloe's eyes, but she didn't say anything. She took my arm to lead me away, and I spoke up. Of course I'm going with her. Chloe's steps faltered for a second. Then she tightened her grip on my arm and led me away. Their figures quickly disappeared from view. Luna's assistant hurried to her side. Ms. Vance, you were just… Luna shot her a cool look. I refuse to believe there's any man who can't be won over. She had heard what I'd said, loud and clear. But considering my past behavior, it was almost laughable. The early summer night was cool, the moon hanging high in the sky. As the car pulled onto the street, I watched out the window as the wind scattered leaves across the pavement, and the first few drops of rain began to fall. Wait, pull over here, I said. Chloe pulled over to the curb. I got out, ran into a convenience store, and came back out a minute later with a small bag. By the time we got home, Lily was already fast asleep in her bed, clutching her stuffed pig. After I showered, I quietly opened her door, holding the small sewing kit I just bought, and carefully lifted her blanket. The moment I touched the stuffed pig, Lily's eyes fluttered open. Lily, I whispered, leaning over the bed, I'm going to fix him for you. I gently turned the toy over. The seam on its back was split, revealing the white stuffing inside. Lily finally relaxed her grip. I sat up, took out the needle and thread, and squinted as I tried to thread it. When I looked back, Lily was craning her neck, watching me with curiosity. I was completely clueless. I turned to her and scratched my head. Lily, I don't really know how to sew. How about we take him to a tailor tomorrow? She looked disappointed and shook her head, reaching for the toy. I pulled it back gently. Okay, I'll try. Lily nodded. It's probably going to look ugly, I warned. She just nodded, her big eyes fixed on me. I made the first stitch under her watchful gaze, then hesitated. I pulled out my phone and looked up a tutorial. Just then, Chloe came in with a glass of warm milk and saw the two of us with our heads bent together over the toy. How to invisibly mend a stuffed animal, a voice said from my phone. I finished the video with a frown, exchanged a look with Lily, and then tried again. The mattress dipped beside me. I looked over at Chloe. Do you know how to do this? Chloe handed the milk to Lily and gave me a cool glance. No, I sighed and went back to my clumsy attempt. The tear wasn't very big, and I soon reached the end. I held it up and frowned. The once smooth back of the pig now had a lumpy, crooked seam running down it, like a second spine. Lily licked the milk from her lips and smiled. I snipped the thread and put the needle away. Lily took her pig and stroked the new seam contentedly. I scratched the back of my head, embarrassed. It's a little ugly, I know. Lily just smiled at me, then crawled into my lap and gave me a little pat on the back. All right, time for sleep now, Lily, I said, hugging her gently. Lily pulled away, crawled under the covers, and hugged her pig tight, her little fingers tracing the lumpy seam. The room went dark, and just before the door closed, she heard a soft whisper. Good night, my sweet Lily. Her lips moved silently, and soon she was fast asleep. I closed the door behind me. Are you doing this for the downtown project? Chloe's voice, cool and unexpected, came from beside me. What project? I was completely lost. Didn't Luna tell you? Tonight was the first time I've never met her before tonight. She'll tell you, Chloe said, then turned and started walking toward her study. I called her name and she stopped, waiting. How is she going to tell me? I'm not going to see her again. I knew that the biggest source of conflict between my future self and Chloe was Luna. Chloe didn't respond, just kept walking. The light from the hallway cast a beautiful shadow of her elegant figure. Besides, I added, I deleted her number. I'm not going to have anything to do with her. Chloe's steps faltered. She turned to look at me, her cool eyes filled with a complex emotion I couldn't read. And then, for no reason, that sharp, stabbing pain shot through my head again. I winced, frowning. After a long moment, she finally spoke. Lily has a follow-up appointment at the hospital tomorrow. I was surprised for a second, then nodded. Okay. A torrential downpour raged outside, but the light in the study stayed on. At her desk, the woman leaned back, rubbing her tired temples. When the ache subsided, she opened a drawer, took out a camera, and turned it on. The image was sharp and clear. After the sound of footsteps, her own face appeared on the screen. A man's cheerful voice filled the room, punctuated by the sound of a woman's fond, exasperated sighs. In the large, silent room, happiness radiated from the small screen, making her feel like an outsider, a voyeur. Every night, she would torture herself, getting lost in the memories captured on the video. Only when the video ended would she allow herself a moment of confusion before rewinding and starting it all over again, as if she could relive the happiness, experience the beginning once more. But tonight, she paused it at the end. The sound stopped. Everything was silent. The next day, the hospital corridor smelled of antiseptic, the air filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. Kids seemed to have an innate fear of hospitals. Lily clung to my shoulder, nervously clutching her stuffed pig. She didn't like the smell, but she was still a little happy. When she'd broken her arm, Chloe had been out of town, and the housekeeper had brought her to the hospital. This time, her mom and dad were both with her. In the exam room, the doctor held up the new X-ray. Ms. Reed, she's healing very well. Once the cast comes off, she'll need to avoid any strenuous activity and wear a brace for a few weeks. If there's no swelling, bleeding, or pain, you can bring her back for a checkup next week. Is there anything else we should be aware of? I asked, still worried. Just make sure she doesn't sleep on it and keep up with the follow-up appointments. Otherwise, she should be fine. I nodded. After her checkup, we took Lily to get her vaccinations. Watching Chloe expertly navigate the hospital with her, a strange feeling stirred inside me. As we were leaving the hospital, I got a call from my parents. I hung up and buckled my seatbelt. Mom and Dad made lunch. If you're not busy, we could go over. Chloe gave a quiet and made a turn at the next intersection. At my parents' house, the doorbell rang, and my dad rushed to the door, still in his apron and holding a spatula. Mom shot him a look. What's the rush? When the door opened, Lily, who I was holding, broke into a huge grin, her eyes crinkling at the corners. So, what did the doctor say? Mom asked, taking Lily from me. Nothing much. She's healing up nicely. I closed the door. It smells amazing. Dad, did you make ribs? I said, heading for the kitchen. Dad suddenly remembered the soup he had on the stove. Sweetie, Grandpa will come play as soon as he's done. I made a special bone broth just for you. I washed my hands, snatched a rib from the plate, and popped it in my mouth. It was so hot I had to juggle it with my tongue, but I still managed to give my dad a thumbs up. Delicious as always. Slow down, it's fresh from the oven, Dad said with mock disgust, handing me a chicken wing wrapped in a paper towel. This one's not as hot. Thanks, Dad. I grabbed another rib on my way out, leaving the kitchen with a satisfied grin. Dad clicked his tongue, a smile in his eyes. No manners at all. I sat down next to Lily and started tearing off pieces of chicken for her, hissing as the hot meat burned my fingers. Mom shot me a look. You silly boy, it's fresh from the oven. It's hot. I was in too much pain to speak and just waved a hand dismissively. Mom looked down at the stuffed pig in Lily's lap. Who fixed this? It was a question, but her eyes were on me. I did, I admitted. Mom didn't say anything else, just turned her attention to Lily. Sweetheart, were you scared at the hospital today? Lily shook her head. I smiled. She was so brave. She didn't even cry when she got her shot. Mom wiped her greasy little face. Such a good girl, not like your father. He used to hide under the bed to avoid his shots. Mom, I protested. Dad came out with a small bowl of soup. He was easy enough to bribe, though. One piece of candy and he came right out. Afterwards, he declared he was disowning me and ran away, only to sit pouting in the flower bed downstairs, refusing to come back up. Mom's eyes took on a faraway look. It was the girl from next door who finally convinced him to come back inside. He definitely had a crush on her. My face flushed at the embarrassing childhood memory. I instinctively glanced over at Chloe, who had been silent on the sofa, only to find her watching me with an amused expression. Dinner's ready, right? Let's eat, I said, my ears burning. I tossed my bone in the trash and hurried to the kitchen to help bring out the food. At the table, my parents doted on Lily, encouraging her to eat. I ladled a bowl of the bone broth and glanced at Chloe beside me. Here, this is for you. I reached across with my left hand to set it in front of her, but my grip was awkward. I let go too soon, and the bowl tipped, spilling hot soup all over her. The soup was scalding hot, and in the early summer heat, Chloe was only wearing a thin silk blouse. She shot to her feet. "Are you okay?" I dropped the ladle and grabbed a napkin, trying to dab at the spill. Mom frowned. "Why are you so clumsy?" "Chloe, go upstairs and change. I'll bring you some burn cream." "Okay, I'm fine," Chloe said, heading for my old bedroom upstairs. In the room, Chloe had just started unbuttoning her blouse when the door swung open. I froze in the doorway, faced with the sight of her, half undressed, her pale skin and the curve of her chest partially exposed. I was completely captivated by the sight and just stood there, staring. "I brought you some clothes," I finally managed, quickly turning my back and holding them out behind me. "They're my mom's. They're new. You can change into these." "Thank you," she said, taking the clothes from my hand. I pulled my hand back and walked over to close the door. "Go ahead and change. I won't look." I held up the ice pack and burn cream I was carrying, still with my back to her. "When you're done, I can put this on for you. Just leave it on the dresser. I can do it myself. I'm the one who spilled it, so I'm responsible," I insisted. I heard the rustle of fabric behind me. "I'm done," she said. I turned around. The shirt was a size too big for her, hanging loosely on her frame, but she still looked incredible. I calmly knelt in front of her. "Sit on the bed. Let me see." Chloe lifted the hem of the shirt. A red patch was already forming on her skin. I let out a low whistle. "So this is what I've been missing out on." "Wait, no, I haven't missed out on anything yet." "Are you going to stare at it all day?" she asked, snapping me out of my trance. I gave her an embarrassed smile and gently touched the skin around the burn. It was so soft. "Does this hurt?" She paused, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. "Good, as long as it doesn't hurt. My mom said we should go to the hospital if it's painful," I explained seriously, my fingers still gently tracing the area. "We don't want it to scar." I placed the ice pack on the burn. "I'll put the cream on in a little bit." It was completely inappropriate, but I couldn't stop my eyes from drifting to her slender waist. "Wow." Chloe looked down at me, practically drooling as I stared at her waist. Her usually calm voice had a slight tremor. "Are you done yet?" I snapped out of it and removed the ice pack. "Yep, all done." I started applying the cream with a cotton swab, feeling a little sheepish. "Sorry, I'm so clumsy." Chloe watched me in silence for a long moment before finally saying, "It's fine." After I finished, we went back downstairs. Mom looked up. "How is it?" "It's fine, just a little red," I said, pulling out my chair. There was a fresh bowl of soup waiting for each of us. After lunch, Chloe left for the office. Lily wasn't going to preschool today. I didn't know how long I'd be stuck in this time, but for as long as I was here, I wanted to be there for Lily. But at my parents' house, I barely got a chance. They were both completely smitten with her, taking turns entertaining her. They'd been caught off guard by her first visit, but this time, they were fully prepared with toys and anything else she could possibly need. I was lying on the sofa, scrolling through my phone, but I could feel two pairs of eyes on me. The moment I looked up, they'd quickly look away. I propped my head up. "All right, what is it? Just spit it out." Mom took the block from Lily's hand and scooped her up. "Come on, sweetie. Grandma bought you a new dress. Let's go try it on." She carried her upstairs. Dad got up and sat down next to me. "Ethan, what are your plans with Chloe?" I yawned. "What do you mean?" "Ethan, people aren't made of stone. We've seen everything Chloe has done for you over the years. I don't know if you felt like she wasn't around enough. Son, when you were little, I wanted to be there for you and your mom every second, but I also wanted to give you the best life possible, and it's hard to do both. I'm not taking her side. If she had ever been unfaithful, even for a second, I would never defend her." For once, I patiently listened to my dad's lecture. Seeing that I was actually listening, Dad continued, "No one can stop you from finding someone else, but I just hope you'll think carefully before you do." I gave him a reassuring look. "I know, Dad. Don't worry. I won't be so reckless anymore." I couldn't help but reflect on how I'd always been a little younger than my peers, starting college at just 17. Dad shook his head. "Your mood swings are going to give me a heart attack." I burst out laughing. "Robert, do you know what the most important thing is right now?" "What?" "I saw those Rainier cherries in the fridge. Go wash some for me." Dad shook his head with a sigh and got up to wash the cherries. I heard footsteps on the stairs, and Mom came down, holding Lily. By then, I was already happily eating cherries. Lily was wearing a new outfit, a pink top and a puffy white skirt that looked like a flower bud. Her hair was in two pigtails with a little yellow star-shaped clip on one side. My heart swelled with fatherly pride. "Sweetie, you look like a little cupcake." Lily smiled shyly. She had Chloe's eyes, big and dark, with long lashes like a butterfly's wings. Mom shot me a look. You greedy boy. I just grunted and waved Lily over. Come here, Lily. Mom set her down and she toddled over to me. The moment she was close enough, I scooped her up, kissed her rosy cheeks, and offered her a cherry. Here you go. She just ate, Mom warned. Don't give her too many. I know. Dad came out, having changed his clothes, and lifted Lily into his arms. Let's go. Where are you guys going? I asked. Mom leaned against the sofa. Your father got into it with Mr. Johnson from downstairs the other day. He's taking Lily to show her off. I rolled my eyes. Of course he is. I stretched and headed upstairs to my old room. The only time I'd been in there since I arrived was to bring Chloe that burn cream. I still couldn't get over how amazing she looked. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I pushed open the door to my room. It hadn't changed much, just the things inside were different. On the corner of my desk, next to a small drawer, was a framed group photo. It was from my wedding. I was grinning from ear to ear, practically glowing with happiness. Kevin was in his tux as my best man. Chloe had a soft smile on her face, her eyes gentle. My dad was smiling at the camera. The background was lavish, the lighting perfect. I set the photo down and opened the cabinet underneath the desk. One side was filled with cameras, and on the other was a photo album. I opened it. It was filled with my photography. It started with landscapes, then a blurry figure began to appear in the shots. A few pages later, the figure came into focus. It was Chloe, dressed in casual clothes. She was leaning against a railing by the river. It was an overcast day, and the wind was blowing, creating ripples on the water and lifting her hair. The photo had a very cinematic feel. The next several pages were filled with pictures of her. Further in, there were photos of us together, taken by the lake behind our college campus. The album chronicled her transformation, from a girl in jeans to a woman in a power suit, from a shy student to a confident CEO. But one thing never changed, the way she looked at me. Her eyes were always filled with a gentle love, as if I was the only person in the world. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my head. I put the album down and rubbed my temples, waiting for it to pass before letting out a long breath. What was that? Why did it suddenly hurt like that? I wondered. Too bad I'd never been the type to keep a journal. Ethan, there was a knock on the door. Coming. I put the album back. What is it, Mom? Your phone's ringing. It's Kevin. Mom looked at me like she wanted to say something else, but she didn't. I didn't think much of it and answered the phone. What's up, Kevin? I listened to what he said, my brow furrowing. Okay, I'm on my way. I hung up and grabbed a DSLR camera from the cabinet. Mom, I have to go out for a bit. I won't be too late. Ethan, I turned back at the top of the stairs. Mom was looking at me strangely. You and Kevin. I knew they hadn't spoken in a long time. We're fine, I said quickly. I have to go. Kevin's waiting for me. Dad was parading Lily around the neighborhood, showing her off to all the other grandfathers. The adorable little girl quickly became the star of the show. Dad waved a hand dismissively. It's just a granddaughter. You'd think you'd never seen one before. Let me hold her, one of the other grandfathers said, reaching out his arms. Nope, she's not used to strangers. She only likes her grandpa, right? Dad said, giving Lily a little bounce. Lily played along, hugging his neck and nuzzling his cheek. See? I told you granddaughters are the best. My heart is melting. Dad, I said, interrupting the love fest. What is it? He asked, turning to me. I have to go out for a bit. Lily, I'll be back to get you later, I said, giving her hand a little squeeze. All right, Dad said, waving me off. The smile on Lily's face faded, and her big, round eyes watched me. I'll come get you later, okay? I asked, giving her hand a little shake. Lily hesitated for a second, then nodded. I let go of her hand. Dad patted her on the back. Sweetie, look over there. Is that a puppy? He glanced down, but Lily wasn't paying attention. Her eyes were fixed on me as I walked away. After a few steps, I felt a pull and looked back. She was still watching me, her big eyes wide and misty. No matter how my dad tried to distract her, she wouldn't look away from me. My heart clenched. I walked back to them. Sweetie, do you want to come with me? This time, she didn't hesitate. She nodded. I opened my arms. Come on, then. Her eyes crinkled into a smile as she launched herself into my embrace. Dad looked a little disappointed. Leaving already? Lily turned and gave him a kiss on the cheek. He smiled, pinching her cheek affectionately. Such a good girl. I held her up. Say bye to the grandpas. She waved happily. Ethan, my boy, bring her around more often, one of them called out. I will, Mr. Jones. I gave her a little bounce in my arms. Lily, do you like me? She wrapped her arms around my neck, kicking her little legs happily, her eyes shining as she nodded. I like you too. Maybe it was just fatherly bias, but I thought she was the most adorable kid in the world. If you want to come with me, just tell me, or tug on my hand, and I'll take you with me wherever I go. Okay? Lily nodded, her face lighting up. She even started to initiate contact with me. I hailed a cab and we headed to the film set. I took Lily's hand and found Kevin on set. The atmosphere was tense. It was dead quiet. A few people looked up when we walked in. I'd been here before and had hit it off with the crew. Seeing me with the adorable little girl, Kevin's assistant rushed over. Ethan, who's this? My daughter. I told you about her, remember? Isn't she cute? The assistant's eyes went wide. She's adorable. Come here, sweetie. Let me kiss those chubby cheeks. Lily got scared, covered her face, and hid behind me. Kevin walked over. Don't scare her. He knelt in front of Lily. Do you remember me, sweetie? Lily peeked out at him and nodded. Come to your godfather, Kevin said, and she ran into his arms. The assistant watched, envious. She's so beautiful. I sat down with them. What's going on? The assistant lowered his voice and gave me the rundown. Apparently, the lead actor was only cast because of his connections and had been coasting on his looks. Someone posted an unflattering candid photo of him online, and it went viral. The casting was already controversial, and this just added fuel to the fire. They got the photo taken down fast, but the actor had a meltdown. He's been completely off his game all day and even threatened to walk off the set. His team wanted to release some candid on-set photos to do damage control, but they couldn't get a big-name photographer on such short notice, so they called me. A bad workman blames his tools, I muttered. The assistant shushed me. Ethan, you have no idea. This guy, Mr. Blackwood, is a total diva. He never works on his lines, just has his assistant watch the monitors. If he doesn't like a single angle, we have to do the whole takeover. Who's backing him that he can be such a tyrant? Kevin's expression darkened. Before the assistant could answer, he said, Ethan, why don't you go take a few test shots? If his backers are so powerful, why didn't they just hire a top photographer? I asked, adjusting my camera settings. His assistant said a professional crew would be too obvious. He wants it to look like effortlessly stunning, candid shots. Got it. He wants to have his cake and eat it too. The assistant shrugged and went to talk to the actor's team. I wandered around with my camera and caught the actor giving me a dismissive look. I pointed my camera at Kevin. Kevin, Lily, look here. Lily looked at the camera, a lollipop in her mouth. She tried to make a peace sign but ended up holding up 3 fingers instead. Kevin smiled gently and adjusted her fingers for her. I snapped the picture. In the photo, Kevin's sharp features were softened, his eyes warm. Through my lens, he looked both gentle and strong, radiating a soft light. Lily watched intently as Kevin fixed her fingers, while her other hand, hidden from view, was still making the wrong sign. The assistant came back, looking frustrated. Apparently, the actor's team thought I looked unprofessional and didn't want to waste their time. Kevin frowned. Mr. Blackwood, instead of getting caught up in trying to prove them wrong, maybe you should focus on improving your craft and letting your talent speak for itself. Blackwood shot him a cool look. Are you saying you want me to bother Ms. Vance with this? To add to her workload? Kevin took a deep breath. What does that have to do with me? Improving your performance and reducing her workload aren't mutually exclusive. Blackwood smirked. Of course not. But being shown such unconditional favor does tend to make one bold. He gave Kevin a challenging look. But you wouldn't know anything about that. The tension between them was so thick you could cut it with a knife. The whole crew went silent. Seeing how pale Kevin looked, I put away my camera. Mr. Blackwood, I said, I've photographed a lot of people, and you're the first actor I've met who's so dependent on finding the right angle. I grinned, trying to look innocent. I mean, before I met you, I thought all actors were photogenic from every angle. You know? Blackwood's face darkened. And what third-rate agency did they dig you out of? Kevin shot back. Third-rate? A few years ago, Ethan was personally invited by Mr. Wright to exhibit his work. Are you saying Mr. Wright is third-rate, or that he has bad taste? The assistant quickly intervened. All right, let's just get this over with. Mr. Blackwood, please head to makeup. We need to get these photos out tonight. After he'd gone, I asked, what's this guy's deal? Who's backing him? Kevin came from a prominent family, but he was always low-key. Still, you'd think Blackwood would have heard of him. Forget about him, Kevin said. Ethan, thanks for doing this. You don't have to thank me, I said with a shrug. So I was really praised by Mr. Wright? the famous Ryan Wright. Kevin nodded. So, was I a photographer before? You were. But then you became a secretary at Luna Vance's company. After that, I'm not really sure what happened. While he was in makeup, I logged into my old Twitter account. My bio said I was a photographer, and I had over 30,000 followers. My feed was filled with my work, and in a private folder, there were tons of photos of Chloe, and some of us together. In the photos, I was looking at the camera, and she was looking at me. There were also pictures of Lily as a baby in her crib, and one of Chloe in her cap and gown, holding her. A voice echoed in my head, and another sharp pain lanced through my skull. Kevin looked at me with concern. What's wrong, Ethan? Nothing, I said, waiting for the pain to subside before waving it off. Probably just tired. Should we reschedule? No way, I said, nodding toward the makeup station. Who knows what kind of tantrum he'd throw. This won't take long. Kevin still looked worried. I clapped him on the shoulder. Really, I'm fine. Worst case, you owe me another trip to that Korean barbecue place. Just tell me if you're not feeling well. The shoot went smoothly enough. I found a few good angles and sent the raw files to his team for editing. The assistant saw the photo I'd taken of Lily and Kevin, a perfect picture of serene happiness. It even made Kevin's usually sharp features look soft. Mr. Hayes, if all your shots are this good, we could just use them as is, the assistant said admiringly. I packed up my camera. I can guarantee the quality of my work. Can you guarantee me a face that doesn't need retouching? Mr. Hayes, you should be careful what you say, the assistant warned, glancing over at Blackwood, who didn't seem to have heard. I watched the files transfer. I could say the same to you. And remember, there's always a bigger fish. Don't be so provincial. With that, I walked over to Kevin. The assistant didn't have time to process what I'd said before he was called away. Kevin was busy, so after a few minutes, I took Lily and left. The young assistant adored Lily and gave her several kisses goodbye. The street was lined with rentable scooters. Lily tugged on my hand. What is it? She pointed to one of the scooters parked under a tree. You want to ride one of those? She tilted her head up and nodded. All right, how about we go get one of our own? She looked confused. I unlocked a scooter and lifted her onto the seat in front of me. Let's go. When the street was clear, I sped up. Lily opened her mouth to the wind, her pigtails flying behind her. Blackwood's assistant came out just in time to see us riding away. He sneered. So he really is just some nobody. He shook his head. What a waste of a pretty face. I parked in front of a scooter dealership and took Lily inside. A salesman immediately came over and started showing us the latest models. I didn't know much about them, so I just picked a brand I recognized. Lily, which one do you like? I asked, kneeling in front of her. I lifted her up so she could see better. Her eyes lit up, and she pointed to one in the corner. I followed her finger. It was a big, white scooter shaped like a cartoon bear. We'll take that one, I said. Excellent choice, sir. They installed a child seat for me, and the manager threw in a set of matching helmets, one large and one small. Lily also picked out a black and pink one, and the manager, charmed by her, gave it to us for free. I took a ride through the park along the river. The sun was setting, casting a golden, shimmering light across the water. Lily, dressed like a little princess, sat in front of me, her legs dangling, as we rode on our cartoon bear scooter. I bought 2 big balloons and tied them to the back, where they bobbed along behind us like bodyguards. On a side path, a vendor was selling plaster figurines for painting. I parked the scooter and led Lily over. Which one do you like, Lily? She pointed to a little princess figurine. The vendor set out a couple of small stools for us. All right, let's give her a pretty dress, I said, dipping a brush in the paint. This kind of activity always seemed to calm her. She handed me her stuffed pig and began to paint with intense concentration. I don't know who she gets it from, but she seemed to have a touch of perfectionism. If she went even slightly outside the lines, she'd frown, carefully wipe it away, and then continue with even more precision. Your daughter is so focused, the man at the next table remarked. She's not even making a mess. His own kid was covered in paint from head to toe. She's a bit of a neat freak, I said with a smile. How do you guys do it? She's so well behaved. I'm her dad, I said. The man looked surprised. You look so young to have a kid that old. I nodded, a little embarrassed myself. Tell me about it. How did you get so messy? A woman's voice said from behind him. The man turned, his face lighting up. Honey, I made a reservation at your favorite restaurant. We can go straight there. He put an arm around her and said goodbye. I waved, a smile on my face. I looked down at Lily. She was holding her paintbrush, but she wasn't painting. She was just staring after the family as they walked away, a blank expression on her face. We ate dinner out, and by the time we got home, it was dark. I put Lily to bed, then went to my room and opened the notebook on my desk. The first few pages were filled with notes to myself about Kevin and Lily. I put down my pen, rubbed my sore neck, and flopped onto the bed. My phone vibrated, then started to ring. The caller ID said, Chloe Reed. Why was she calling so late? I answered, confused. It wasn't Chloe's voice. Hello, Mr. Hayes. It's Sarah. We met at the bar. I remember. Is everything okay? It's late. I checked the screen. It was definitely Chloe's number. An hour later, I pulled up on my new scooter in front of a fancy-looking building. Two doormen in suits stood at the glass entrance, holding the door for patrons. I made a quick call and waited. A few minutes later, two elegant figures emerged. Chloe was clearly drunk. Her eyes were unfocused, her face was flushed, and she was stumbling slightly. Sarah was right behind her and gave me a wave. I put my phone away. Sorry to bother you so late, Sarah said with a smile that held no apology whatsoever. I'd met her once at the gala. Unlike Chloe's icy demeanor, Sarah had a warm, approachable air about her. It's fine, I said. Sarah glanced at my scooter. Do you need a ride home? Nope, I said, pointing to my ride. I came on my scooter. Sarah raised an eyebrow. It was too late to call her driver. I figured the ride would help sober her up. She kept her polite smile in place. You're so understanding, Mr. Hayes. I could hear the sarcasm in her voice, but I didn't let it get to me. I manage. Sarah laughed, her eyes appraising me. I honestly didn't think you'd come. I was blunt. You've got some nerve, calling me to pick her up, knowing how things are between us. Weren't you worried I'd just leave her on the side of the road? Sarah's smile vanished. Chloe was the one who told me to call you. I was taken aback. Well, she's all yours. I've got to run. See you around, Sarah said, glancing at her watch. I nodded and watched as a driver opened the door of a sleek black car for her. I sighed and walked over to Chloe, who was leaning against a lamppost, rubbing her temples. Chloe, look at me. She gave me a sidelong glance. Ethan, hurry up, it's cold, she mumbled, her face flushed and her breath smelling of alcohol. I had to put the helmet on her myself. She seemed dazed, just watching me. Why are you here? You're drunk. I'm taking you home. I let go of her and put on my own helmet. I'm not drunk, she insisted, her lips pressed together. I put a hand out to steady her. Can you walk? I don't think so, she said, slumping against me. I took her arms and wrapped them around my waist. Do you still care about me? She murmured, her soft body pressing against me as she held on. I care. Now hold still. She buried her face in my back and whispered, Do you really? Her voice was so quiet it was lost in the wind rushing past my ears. A drunk Chloe was a talkative Chloe. She chattered the whole way home, her warm breath hitting my back. I couldn't make out a word she was saying. The cool night air was refreshing as we puttered along. When we got back to the mansion, I took off my helmet and gently poked her cheek. Chloe, you asleep? She stirred, her eyes opening blearily before clearing. I helped her with her helmet. We're home. She finally stood up, her legs still unsteady. I put our helmets away in the garage and jogged to catch up with her. Can you make it? I asked, reaching out to steady her, but she brushed my hand away. The ride really had sobered her up. I followed her into the elevator, the smell of alcohol still clinging to the air in the small space. I watched her carefully. She unlocked the door, tossed her coat on a hook in the entryway, and headed unsteadily up the stairs. I watched her go, then went to the kitchen and made her a cup of hot water with honey. I knocked on her bedroom door, but there was no answer. Chloe, I pressed my ear against the wood. I'm coming in. I pushed the door open. The room was dark, but I could just make out a figure on the sofa in the moonlight. I flipped the light switch. The next few moments felt strangely familiar, as if I'd done it all 100 times before. I helped her to the bed, gave her the honey water, and then went to the bathroom to get a damp cloth. She was sleeping fitfully, her brow furrowed in her sleep. She grabbed onto me, burying her face in my chest, her warm breath against my skin. I frowned. Her voice was a hoarse whisper. Don't you want me anymore? Do you love someone else now? I froze. Chloe, I whispered. She clung to me, her voice flat. You were right. Nobody wants me. I was just a product of a business deal, an accident. If it weren't for the money, I never would have been born. But I could feel the tremor in her body, hear the utter despair in her voice. You weren't supposed to change. How could you change? You promised on our wedding day. You said you would always love me. I'm sorry. Please don't divorce me. Please don't love someone else. Her parents' marriage had been a business arrangement. Her mother craved freedom, her father was a womanizer, and she was just an inconvenient consequence. When they both remarried, she became an outsider in both her new families. I held her tighter, my own heart aching. I'm not going to divorce you. She let out a shaky breath. You were the one who wanted to be with me, she whispered, a small, wounded sound in the quiet room. Finally, the alcohol won, and she fell asleep against my chest. Every time I shifted, her arm around my waist would tighten. We fell asleep in each other's arms. I thought I'd be too wired to sleep, but I was out like a light. The first light of dawn was breaking, and the sound of birdsong drifted in through the open window. On the bed, the woman's brow furrowed, and her eyes fluttered open. She looked up and saw me holding her, my long lashes casting shadows on my cheeks. She stared for a moment, then reached out a tentative hand to touch my face. I murmured in my sleep, my eyes fluttering open. I pulled her hand away from my face. Just a little longer, I mumbled. Then, my eyes snapped open, and I found myself staring right at Chloe. My eyes drifted downward. Her robe had fallen open, revealing the pale curve of her breast. My face flushed, and the sound of me swallowing was loud in the quiet room. You were drunk last night, I managed to say. Her icy mask was back in place. I'm sorry, she said, getting out of bed. Chloe. I sat up and grabbed her robe. It was untied, and the fabric slid easily off her shoulder, revealing her smooth, pale skin. Couldn't look away. Chloe turned, her expression complicated. Do you still like me? I asked softly. The question hung in the air, stunning us both. I thought the Chloe of the future, this successful powerhouse, would have been tempted by other things, that she'd be bored with our high school-to-altar love story. But that didn't seem to be the case. I'm not going to divorce you, I said. What I mean is, if you still like me, can I try to win you over again? Chloe watched me for a long moment, her eyes dark. What is this? You hurt me and then offer a little kindness? Or do you just think it's fun to mess with my head? I froze. As she pulled her robe closed and turned to leave, I lunged forward and grabbed her wrist. No, that's not it. There's no catch. Only kindness, I promise. Let me win you over again. Chloe pressed her lips together and said flatly, do what you want. She pulled her hand from my grasp and disappeared into the bathroom. I watched the door close and leaned back against the headboard. She was clearly disappointed in me, so much so that she couldn't even be bothered to ask why I'd changed so drastically. I sighed. What a mess. I just finished winning her over, and now I had to do it all over again. Chloe came out a little later, fully dressed, and saw Lily still snuggled up with me, reading a picture book. She fastened her cuffs. Lily, let's get you dressed. It's time for preschool. Lily pouted, closed her book, and climbed off the sofa. Hey, I said, pulling her into my lap. Lily's still so little. Maybe we should wait until next semester to send her back? The other kids are all a bit older, and she has a hard time playing with them. And she still isn't talking. She just seems to hide in the corner by herself. I'm going to be swamped with work for the next 2 months, Chloe replied. I won't have time to look after her. I'd feel better knowing she's at school. Lily's summer break was in 2 months, and Chloe was trying to cram all her work in before then, so she wouldn't be left alone. I said seriously, I'll watch her. I'll be with her. Chloe looked up, her dark eyes fixed on me. For how long? How long until you get tired of it? I was speechless. Either leave her alone completely, or don't give her hope just to rip it away again. She looked at me, her expression calm, her voice steady. Ethan, don't you think that's cruel? To both of us. Her words felt like a punch to the gut. I didn't know how long I'd be here. I just wanted to use this time to make up for the fatherly love Lily had been missing. But I hadn't considered what would happen if I suddenly woke up back in my own time. If Lily got attached to me, and then had to deal with the monster my future self had become, she'd be hurt all over again. Lily didn't understand what we were fighting about, her head tilting back and forth between us. Chloe finally relented. Once her arm is fully healed, I'll send her back. The front door clicked shut. Lily toddled over to it, but it was already closed. She pouted and patted the wood with her little hand. I snapped out of my thoughts and went to pick her up. What's wrong, sweetie? Mommy went to work. Lily hung her head, fiddling with her pajamas. I carried her to the sofa. Mommy didn't leave you. How about you and Daddy play at home today? Her eyes lit up as she looked at me. I booped her on the nose. How about we bring Mommy some lunch later? She nodded enthusiastically and snuggled against me. She was so cute I couldn't resist pinching her cheek. In the garage, Chloe opened her car door, but a flash of white caught her eye. She paused, then walked further in. Tucked among the fleet of luxury cars was a small electric scooter. A flicker of something unreadable passed through her eyes. Sunlight dappled the pavement, filtering through the leaves of the trees. My cartoon-themed scooter pulled up in front of a skyscraper. Holding Lily's hand and a thermal lunchbox, I walked into the office building. The receptionist saw us and came over. "Mr. Hayes, are you here to see Ms. Reed?" I nodded. "Is she in?" I didn't call ahead. "She is," the receptionist said with a welcoming gesture. "She's in a meeting right now. I'll have her assistant come down for you." "That's okay. I can go up myself." I took Lily's hand and pressed the elevator button. As the doors closed, I saw a few employees gather at the front desk, sandwiches in hand. "The boss's husband hasn't been around in a while." "I know, right?" The elevator stopped and the doors opened. As I led Lily out, a group of people emerged from the elevator opposite us. Chloe was listening intently to a report from one of her colleagues, her expression serious, her tall, elegant figure commanding attention. Beside her was a man in a sharp suit, exuding an air of competence. It was Julian. My unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened as our eyes met. "Ethan," he said with a smile. "Long time no see." I snapped out of my daze and smiled back. "Yeah, it's been a while." Julian noticed the little girl holding my hand. "Do you remember me?" Lily tugged on my hand, tilted her head, and gave him a shy smile. "You do remember me," he said, pleased. Chloe looked at the lunchbox in my hand. "What are you doing here?" I held it up. "Lunch delivery." Julian said, "You're busy. I'll take Lily and get out of your hair." "I'm not busy," Chloe said, stopping me. "I was just about to get lunch myself." Her colleagues suddenly became very interested in their shoes, the ceiling, anything but us. "Well, since Ms. Reed's husband is here with lunch, we can reschedule," one of them said. "Yes, of course. Pleasure. We're free anytime. My treat next time. We won't keep you from your lunch, Ms. Reed." After a round of goodbyes, the group filed into the elevator. Julian glanced back and our eyes met. I gave him a small nod and a smile. "Let's go," Chloe said, taking the lunchbox from me. Back in her office, I opened the container, and the delicious smell of home-cooked food filled the room, making my stomach growl. I handed her a fork. "Here you go." She took it, her lips pressed together. "Thank you." Lily pulled a napkin from the dispenser and handed it to her. "Thanks, Lily," Chloe said, offering her a piece of chicken. She glanced at me. "Have you eaten?" Lily pushed her hand away gently and nodded. Only then did Chloe begin to eat. I ran into Julian on a business trip overseas. I had Lily with me. Took me a second to realize she was talking to me. Chloe's gaze flickered away. "He's the head of Chanel's Asia-Pacific division. We're partners on a project." She stopped, a self-mocking smile on her lips. "Not that you'd care." "Why wouldn't I care?" "If you tell me, then I'll know," I said a little defensively. To be honest, I did care. Back in high school, I'd even secretly shipped them as a couple, pretending it didn't bother me. But things were different now. Maybe I'd read too many romance novels, but I felt a fierce possessiveness. I wanted back everything that was mine. Back to reality. "Well, you get full points for being a loyal wife. I told you, I'm trying to win you over. That means I have to trust you completely." Chloe pressed her lips together and gave me a long, searching look. Why did she suddenly look so unhappy? I quickly changed the subject. "So, is it good?" She just hummed in response. "Am I interrupting anything?" I asked, glancing toward the door. "You seem busy." I suddenly remembered what her colleagues had said about being free anytime. If I hadn't shown up, would she have had a business lunch? This isn't going to work. The whole point of me winning you over is not to cause you trouble, not to mess up your schedule, and definitely not to get in the way of your work. I looked at her. "How about I just pick you up after you're done for the day?" I frowned, thinking, can 3 people even fit on that scooter? Never mind. "How about we go on a date this weekend if you're free?" Chloe's eye twitched. She let out an exasperated laugh. "You've already had the entire conversation by yourself. What's left for me to say?" Suddenly, she'd lost her appetite. Chloe suddenly scooped Lily up from the sofa. "There's a lounge in there. You and Lily can take a nap." Why was she mad at me again? In the office lounge, I finished the third and final story. I looked down at the little girl in my lap. She was grinning from ear to ear, her long lashes fluttering. "What's with you, you little goofball?" I asked, pinching her chubby cheek. "Why aren't you asleep?" Lily silently raised her hand, then touched her nose, and then peeked one eye open to see if I was watching. I burst out laughing. You little faker. Fine, if you're not gonna sleep, wanna go play outside? Her big, bright eyes flew open. Chloe, who had been dozing on the other sofa, opened her eyes. No, children need to take naps. She's not tired, I said, poking Lily's cheek. Why do they have to take a nap, anyway? Dr. Peterson said so, Chloe said. Her tone clipped as she rested her head on her arm. Lily, do you want to go see Dr. Peterson? Dr. Peterson was the pediatrician who managed Lily's nutrition plan, and like all doctors, he was the stuff of nightmares for little kids, especially for a little girl who tried so hard to be brave for her dad. Sure enough, Lily shook her head in terror. Don't scare her, I said, pulling her into a hug. She buried her face in my chest, her lip trembling. Chloe pressed her lips together. I'm not scaring her. She has to get her shots tomorrow. Chloe, I said, my voice serious. When I was a kid, my dad had to make appointments for my shots in secret. One time I overheard him on the phone with the doctor, and I packed an empty suitcase and ran away from home. Chloe turned to look at me, waiting for me to continue. She understands what you're saying, I added. That's a terrifying thing for a little kid to hear. It's better to know ahead of time. At least she won't be caught off guard. You can't reason with a kid like you would with an adult, I said with a click of my tongue. Telling her in advance just gives her more time to be scared. If you just take her, she'll cry for a minute, and then it'll be over. Crying doesn't solve every problem. It's just a shot. It's not just a shot to her. Are you going to try and predict every single hardship she's going to face in her life? I was speechless for a moment. But Chloe, I turned out okay. At that, she fell silent. She gave me a long, searching look, then just hummed in acknowledgement and turned away. She felt a soft touch on her hand and looked down. Lily had reached out and was gently holding her finger. All she could see was the back of her daughter's head. She gave the little hand a gentle squeeze and closed her eyes. She had the power to make sure Lily's life was easy, but that was only in a material sense. She could give her all the love she was capable of. And of course, if she could, she would wish for Lily to grow up to be just like me. But who could say if this moment was real or just a fleeting illusion? She never wanted Lily to experience the pain of being lifted up so high, only to be dropped. The afternoon sun beat down, the air hot and heavy. Chloe carried Lily as she walked us to the main entrance of the building. We're heading out, I said, taking Lily's hand. Oh, I forgot the lunchbox. I thought for a second. It's fine, I probably won't need it. Just remember to bring it home with you. Tomorrow, are you? Is Lily not coming over? I asked. Isn't she going to preschool tomorrow? Chloe let out an exasperated laugh. You really can't stick with anything, can you? She turned to her assistant. Tomorrow, just order from the usual place for lunch. The assistant looked surprised for a second. Yes, ma'am. I pressed my lips together. Or, I could bring you lunch again. Do what you want. Outside the cafe's large windows, people hurried along the street. Inside, the air was filled with the smell of fresh coffee and the sound of soft music. A woman in a baseball cap and casual clothes sat at a window table, enjoying the peaceful afternoon. The glass door swung open. The woman glanced at her watch and raised an eyebrow. Right on time. I walked straight to her table. Hello, Mr. Hayes, she said, gesturing to the empty chair. She was momentarily surprised to see the little girl holding my hand, but she quickly recovered her professional composure. Sorry, I said. My daughter's still little. I feel better keeping her with me. Not a problem, I understand, she said with a smile. I'm surprised. You look so young to have a child this old. I just smiled back. I've seen your portfolio, she said, her smile professional and practiced. Your talent is undeniable. I decided to cut to the chase. So, am I shooting a big-name celebrity or some rising star? Dressed as she was, I figured she had to be from a celebrity's team. The photos I'd taken yesterday had already generated some buzz online. Someone must have tracked me down. The woman smiled. Neither. We're a jewelry company. I let out a sigh of relief. Yesterday's shoot with Mr. Blackwood had been a nightmare. He was constantly demanding water, complaining about everything, and expecting me to make him look like a supermodel. He was average at best, but his ego was massive. Of course, we do have celebrity endorsements that will need to be photographed, she added. I nodded. I can do that. The woman smiled. Then let's get right to the contract. I was a little taken aback. We were moving that fast? Didn't she need more information? She just smiled. Mr. Hayes, as I said, I've seen your work. Your talent is clear. Our boss is a big fan of your style, so we're prepared to meet your terms. I read through the contract. It all seemed standard, and even included a clause that allowed me to push back against unreasonable demands from talent, which was a nice touch. I figured it must be a small, new company, but the fee they were offering was surprisingly high. I read the contract over a few more times, and seeing nothing amiss, I signed it. "Pleasure doing business with you," she said, taking her copy. "If you don't mind me asking, who is your boss?" The woman hesitated for a second. "Our boss's last name is Vance. Luna Vance." My voice went up an octave. She smiled and shook her head. "Donovan Vance. But Mr. Hayes, don't worry. This is just a small, newly formed subsidiary. Our owner is a very well-respected businessman, so you have nothing to worry about. As the contract states, our only major requirement is that you be on time for the shoots." I let out a breath of relief. I'd looked up the company before I came. It was a new startup, not very well known. As I left the coffee shop, Miles waved to me from across the street. "Ethan, have you been waiting long?" I asked as I walked over. "Just got here." I glanced behind him. "Where's Nora?" "Lily," Miles said, greeting the little girl. "Nora's at school. I'll bring her out next weekend." Lily squinted against the bright sun but still managed to smile for him. Miles asked, "Is Kevin still on set?" "Yeah. We can head over there now and wait for him to finish." Miles opened the back door and helped Lily into her car seat. "What about my scooter?" "I'll ride it over," he offered. Then his eyes fell on my cartoon bear scooter, and his lip twitched. "This is yours." I nodded. "I'll have my driver take it back to your place." "Okay, thanks." Miles started the car. "I thought the shoot would be busy." "It was supposed to be," I said, fanning myself with my hand. "The lead actor is a pain. The director doesn't do anything? He can't. The guy's got some serious connections." "I don't know, but I heard he's well connected," I said, leaning forward. "Do you know a guy named Blackwood?" Miles frowned. "Blackwood?" I suddenly slapped my forehead. "I remember now. He's backed by the Vance family. That's not exactly a secret. Everyone in the industry knows. What's his connection to them?" "He's supposedly involved with the younger daughter." I thought for a moment. The younger Vance daughter, Rachel. Miles glanced at me in the rearview mirror. "You didn't know?" My eyes went wide. "Who?" "Rachel Vance." "Yeah," he said, surprised by my reaction. "What's wrong?" "What's wrong? Kevin's wife is Rachel Vance." Now it was Miles's turn to be shocked. "I heard she got married, but I had no idea it was to Kevin." I clenched my fists. "That cheating bitch. No wonder Kevin gets so upset whenever she's mentioned." I opened a bottle of water and gave Lily a sip. "This can't go on. Even if it's an arranged marriage, Kevin needs to get away from her. She's married and still messing around." "Exactly," Miles agreed. We pulled up to the studio, and he parked the car. "So, how did that contract meeting go?" "It went well," I said. "I was just looking for something to get my feet wet." "What, tired of being a kept man already?" Miles asked, leaning against the steering wheel and looking at me. I gave Lily a little squeeze. "Retirement is for 30 years from now. Right now, I'm working hard so I can retire early." Miles burst out laughing. "You could retire right now if you wanted to." "That's not the point," I said with a shrug. "I don't have to ask to know that everyone thinks I'm not good enough for Chloe. I'm going to prove them all wrong. It's not about whether I'm worthy of her. It's about what I choose to do. I can't stand the way people in that world are always kissing up to each other." Miles raised an eyebrow. "I respect that." We waited in the car for a few minutes until there was a knock on the window. It was Kevin opening the passenger door. I glanced at the time. "You're done already?" "The actor had another issue and left early," Kevin said, taking the water bottle Miles offered him. "Don't tell me it was Blackwood again," I said. Kevin just gave me a look. Miles asked, "Are you guys looking for investors?" My eyes lit up. "Yeah, we could invest." "It's not my call," Kevin said with a sigh. "Can't you pull some strings? Are you just going to let him get away with it?" Miles pulled the car out onto the street. "Perfect. My dinner reservation isn't for a while. We can go do something first." He gave me a look. Blackwood was backed by the Vance family, and Rachel Vance was married to Kevin. It was a complicated situation, and we couldn't just go in guns blazing. The lives of the rich and famous were a tangled mess. Kevin suddenly turned to me. "By the way, Ethan," Blackwood's assistant asked if you'd be interested in being the official set photographer. I raised an eyebrow. "Nope." Miles glanced at me. "Those candid shots that were all over Twitter yesterday, you took those?" I nodded. By the time the city lights started to twinkle on, Miles was dropping me off. Lily was already yawning, her little hand covering her mouth. "Sweetie, Say bye to your godfather and Uncle Miles. Lily lifted her chubby little arm and gave a wave. When we got home, I got her ready for bed, tucked her in, and then went to knock on the study door. I gently pushed the door open. Chloe was putting something away in a cabinet. The study was almost as big as our bedroom, and the shelves were lined with collectibles, the kind of blind box figures I loved. Both her office and her study were filled with my things. Is there something you need? For some reason, her tone was stiff, her posture closed off. I held out the small box I was carrying. This is for you. She just stared at it, her lips pressed together, making no move to take it. I opened it and set it on the desk. Inside was a delicate bracelet. It's beautiful, she said, her voice flat. I was confused. Why are you giving me a gift? There was no emotion in her voice. Does there have to be a reason? I asked, confused. I saw it and I liked it, so I got it for you. Is there anything else you want to say? I was starting to get annoyed. No. If you like it, keep it. If you don't, throw it away. I turned and walked out, slamming the door behind me. Chloe stared at the bracelet on her desk, a bitter smile touching her lips. I didn't even look at Chloe the next morning as we took Lily to get her shots. It was the first time in my memory that I'd ever given a gift to a girl. I could have handled a lukewarm reaction, but she'd looked at me like I'd done something wrong. We drove to the hospital in silence. Chloe carried Lily into the exam room. The doctor, Dr. Kane, did a quick checkup, pinching her chubby cheek. Lily's been putting on some weight. She clutched Chloe's shirt, her eyes wide with anxiety. Don't worry, this will be quick, Dr. Kane said, preparing the shot. Suddenly, Lily held her arms out to me. I took her from Chloe, holding her close. It's okay, Lily. You're such a brave girl. The doctor rolled up her sleeve, swabbed her arm, and gave her the shot. Lily flinched and buried her face in my chest. All done, I said, lifting her up. You were so brave. By the way, Ms. Reed, Mr. Hayes, Dr. Kane said, Lily's doing much better. As for the selective mutism, I wouldn't worry too much. She may just start talking again on her own one day. I asked, doesn't she need any medication? I don't think so. A large part of it, he hesitated, is likely psychological, but she's already showing great improvement. As we left the hospital, Lily finally lifted her head from my shoulder, her eyes red. I pulled a lollipop from my pocket, unwrapped it, and gave it to her. You were so brave. How about I take you out for a special treat tonight? Lily nodded. We dropped her off at preschool, and as the teacher led her away, she kept looking back at us with such a sad little face that I almost ran in and took her home. I understood what Chloe was afraid of. Without my love, Lily had learned to be independent, to not expect anything. If she got used to having me around, got greedy for my affection, and then I disappeared again, it would be much worse than just losing her voice. I let out a soft sigh. Chloe heard it, and her expression immediately darkened. The driver must have sensed the shift in the atmosphere. He didn't even seem to be breathing. Charles, you can pull over at the next corner, I said to the driver. Sir, we're still a ways from the house. I can take you home first. I'm not going home. I have an appointment, I said, checking the time. Very well, sir. The car pulled over and I got out. Charles rolled down the window. Sir, I'll have someone come pick you up later. Don't worry about it, I said, waving him off. I'll get home on my own. I waved goodbye and started walking. I found a rentable bike on the corner and took off. Follow him, Chloe said to the driver. Yes, ma'am. I followed the GPS until it led me to a towering skyscraper. I checked the address again. This was supposed to be some small, unknown company. Confused, I locked up the bike and went inside. A receptionist immediately approached me. Are you Mr. Hayes? I am. This way, please. I followed her, my confusion growing as I took in the lavish decor. She led me upstairs and knocked on an office door. Ms. Vance, Mr. Hayes is here. The secretary opened the door. The person sitting in the large executive chair turned at the sound. When I saw who it was, my eyes went wide. Outside, watching me enter the building, the atmosphere in the car grew heavy. Back to the office, Chloe said, her voice tight. Yes, ma'am. Luna Vance. I stared at her, my eyes wide with disbelief. She just raised an eyebrow and waved her assistant out of the room. How is it you? Ever since that gala, she'd been acting strangely. I'd been giving her the cold shoulder, and she'd responded by trying even harder, asking me out several times. To avoid any misunderstandings, I'd finally just blocked her number. Why shouldn't it be me? She said, clutching her chest dramatically. You keep rejecting me. You're so cruel. I had to resort to drastic measures. My expression was a mixture of shock and annoyance. You're the boss. She nodded smugly. Wait a second, I said, ignoring the suggestive look she was giving me. When I signed the contract, the HR person told me the boss was Donovan Vance. Donovan is my father, she said with a wicked grin. And that was my assistant you met with. I stared at her, at a complete loss for words. Are you into me or something, Luna? She leaned back in her chair. Do you have any idea who I am? You're the granddaughter of the founder of Vance Industries, the heiress. She burst out laughing, covering her mouth with her hand. How did I never realize how amusing you are? Who knows? I said coolly. Maybe the person you knew before wasn't me. Luna shrugged. That's a shame. I might have actually liked you. Don't, I warned. I have a special way of dealing with overly confident women. Women with more confidence than they have a right to, I clarified. You think I'm ordinary? Without your money? Yeah, you're pretty average. She scoffed. And can you separate me from my money? Nope, I said freely. But I can separate you from Chloe. I can't separate from her or her money. So stop flirting with me. If you keep it up, I'll call you ugly, I swear. I added helpfully, ugly and overconfident. Instead of getting angry, Luna just laughed. Ethan, is this some kind of reverse psychology thing? Are you trying to get my attention? Yep, I said, my face a mask of weary resignation. I really want to curse you out, but I'm afraid you'd get off on it. I turned to leave. I'm done here. Goodbye. If you walk out now, you'll be in breach of contract, she called after me. I didn't even turn around. I've got enough money to pay you off 100 times over. Is that so? She said, picking up a file from her desk. Maybe you should take another look at that contract. I read it yesterday. Did you? Then you must have seen the clause about paying 3 times the total damages in case of a breach, she said from behind me. I turned to face her. Fine by me. My defiance seemed to impress her. She crossed her legs and leaned back in her chair. According to the contract, you're scheduled to shoot a campaign with a major celebrity. The ad itself is worth $4 million, not including the location and crew costs. If you back out now, I won't be able to find a replacement in time, and the deal with the celebrities team will be off. The penalty for that is $10 million, and since our new product launch is already scheduled, any delays will also be your financial responsibility. She threw out a lot of numbers, and my heart sank, but I tried not to let it show. Conservatively, you'd owe me about $100 million, she said, pointing to the contract on her desk. It's all right there. All losses incurred due to a breach of contract are the responsibility of the second party. Any objections? Yeah, I object to not being able to rip your head off and use it as a soccer ball, I said through a forced smile, my heart bleeding from being so thoroughly scammed. You're being very conservative with that estimate. She waved a dismissive hand. Business is business. Why are you so afraid to be around me? Worried you won't be able to control yourself? She swiveled in her chair to face me, a smirk on her face. I was about to fire back a retort when that sharp, stabbing pain shot through my temple again. A voice echoed in my head, so loud it made my brain ache. I doubled over in pain. What's wrong? Luna asked, jumping to her feet when she saw my face. I waited for the pain to pass, then pushed her hand away. I'm fine. Luna froze, then pulled her hand back. The contract says you only have to shoot for 6 hours a day, and you can voice any complaints you have. The pay is excellent. Mr. Hayes, by any measure, I'm the one getting the short end of the stick here. Wouldn't you agree? If that's the case, and you're still paying me this much, then there are only 2 possibilities. Luna raised an eyebrow, waiting for me to continue. 1, you're seriously ill. Or 2, you're an idiot. Is there a difference? Not really. But in your case, it's both. You're a seriously ill idiot. So, are you leaving? I sneered. Of course not. I'd be an idiot not to take this deal. Perfect, she said with a gesture. Let's get started. During the shoot, I mostly dealt with the project manager and the celebrities team. Luna, the social butterfly, rarely made an appearance. As much as I disliked her, I was a professional. I wasn't going to ruin my own reputation, and I definitely wasn't going to let my personal feelings affect the rest of the crew. Luna stood in the doorway watching me work. Her assistant approached. Ms. Vance, these are Mr. Hayes' shots. She took the tablet and looked them over, a thoughtful expression on her face. Use these, put the other photographer's set on hold for now, and see if you can find any concrete dirt on our spokesperson. Yes, ma'am. Oh, and, she said, handing the tablet back, have Ethan shoot the upcoming runway show as well. Understood, Ms. Vance. After the morning session wrapped, I rubbed my sore neck. I didn't know how long she'd been standing there, but Luna's voice came from behind me. Ethan, I packed up my camera. I'm done for the morning. Can I go now? Of course, she said with a nod. Let me buy you lunch. I slung my bag over my shoulder. No, thank you. Seriously? I turned you down a few times, and now you're this cold, she asked, feigning hurt. The tables have turned. Can't I try to make it up to you? First of all, thank you for rejecting me. Second, I lose my appetite when I look at you. And third, I'm gonna go see my wife. With that, I walked around her and left. Her assistant walked in just then, watching me leave. Ms. Vance, your lunch has been ordered. Luna laughed. The guest of honor has already left. What's the point? The assistant looked uncertain. You go ahead and eat it. Expense it. You've earned it. I stepped out of the building into the blazing afternoon sun, instinctively raising a hand to shield my eyes. I checked my phone. It wasn't too late. I had enough time to run a quick errand. Ethan, a voice called from behind me. I turned. Leo? He stood there with his arms crossed. I knew it. You're here to see Luna again. How could you do that to Chloe? Are your eyes just for decoration? I said, calling an Uber and looking up at him. Did you actually see me with Luna? He faltered. Well, no. But so what? I saw you here. You've got some nerve. Just then, my ride pulled up. I opened the door and got in. Hey! He shouted after me. That kid was infuriating. He was left standing in a cloud of exhaust. Back at the house, the housekeeper opened the door. Sir, is the food packed? I asked. Ma'am just called. She's gone on a business trip. Should I still pack it? I froze, my shoes half on. A business trip? Yes, sir. She just called. If you're busy, the driver can pick up Miss Lily this evening. I walked inside and took the cup of tea the housekeeper offered me. I'll just eat here then. I'll get Lily later. Very good, sir. The afternoon shoot was with a big-name celebrity, but he was surprisingly down-to-earth and easy to work with. He even chatted with me before we started, telling me which side of his face he thought was more photogenic. I've always had a soft spot for kind and beautiful women, so my attitude was much more enthusiastic than it had been that morning. A good leader sets the tone for the whole team. During a break, I reviewed the brief. The campaign needed to showcase both the beauty of the jewelry and the unique charisma of the celebrity. The actress was stunning, of course, but making the jewelry the star of the show when it was on such a beautiful face was going to be a challenge. When the afternoon shoot wrapped up, I was relieved that the social butterfly hadn't made an appearance. I checked the time as I left the building. It was perfect timing to go pick up Lily. Suddenly, a flashy sports car pulled up in front of me, the color as ostentatious as Luna Vance herself. The window rolled down, revealing her flirtatious smile. She tilted her chin at me. I'll give you a ride. No thanks, I said, walking past her. I drove. Before she could spot a luxury car, she saw me hop onto my scooter. You drove that? She asked, her hand on the car's window frame, her lip twitching. I ignored her, pulled up the GPS on my phone, and turned the scooter around. I had just put my feet on the board when I felt a tug from behind. What are you doing? I lurched forward, then turned to see Luna holding onto the back of my scooter. She clicked her tongue. Ethan, so aggressive. I glared at her. You're so annoying. Are you crazy? When I was interested, you couldn't be bothered. Now that I'm ignoring you, you're all over me. Her breath caught. Oh, so you're still mad that I ignored you before? Fine, I apologize. I'm grateful you ignored me, I said, knocking her hand off my scooter. If she had actually given my future self the time of day with her reputation, I probably would have woken up in the middle of a messy affair. You don't mean that, she said, stepping closer with a smirk. So, have the tables turned? I sighed in exasperation. Are you a masochist? Did you enjoy me yelling at you today? If so, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to do it again. Please, just hate me. I pressed my hands together as if in prayer, all the previous infatuation gone from my eyes. A strange feeling stirred in Luna. She instinctively reached out to pinch my cheek, but I pulled away. She smirked, looking me up and down. What's wrong? Did Chloe go broke? She couldn't even get you a car. She'll still be rich long after you've gone bankrupt, I said, pushing past her. Move. Luna clutched her chest, a wounded expression on her face. Ouch, that hurts. Any of her previous boy toys would have been fawning over her by now. But I wasn't playing her game. I just got on my scooter and rode away without a backward glance. Luna stared after me, lost in thought. Ms. Vance, her assistant said, approaching and whispering something in her ear. Luna's frown deepened. She glanced across the street. Let her take the pictures, and have more people watch my brother. The assistant hesitated. The last team we sent was discovered by Ms. Miles. They've been dealt with. Luna's frown tightened. Tell them to keep their distance. His safety is the priority. The assistant nodded. Understood, Ms. Vance. Also, Ms. Reed is out of the country on business. In London. Luna raised an eyebrow. Is someone following Mr. Hayes? At the preschool too. Yes, don't worry about it. Just leak the information to the other party. The assistant opened her mouth to say something. Luna shot her a look. Spit it out. Do you think Mr. Hayes knows something? Is that why he's keeping his distance? Luna frowned. Your only job is to protect my brother. Yes, ma'am. And one more thing, Luna said with a tilt of her chin. Send a copy to Chloe Reed. The assistant followed her gaze. Right away. In the bedroom, Lily was lying on the bed, looking at a picture book and occasionally glancing toward the bathroom. Suddenly, the phone on the nightstand rang. Lily crawled over, picked it up, and answered. Ethan? A voice said on the other end. Lily slid off the bed and carried the phone to the bathroom door. All Chloe could hear was the sound of the shower. Lily? Is that you? Lily nodded. When there was no response, Chloe hung up. Lily saw the phone go dark and started to head back to the bed. But then it rang again. It was a video call. Lily pressed the green button. Chloe could see the call had connected, but the screen was blank. Lily! Suddenly, a small face filled the entire screen. All the frustration of Chloe's morning melted away. Her voice softened. Did you eat all your food today? Lily nodded. Why aren't you in bed? Lily didn't know how to flip the camera, so she just turned the whole phone around to show her the picture book on the bed, then peered at the screen. The phone was heavy in her little hands. Are you in the room by yourself? Chloe asked. The little face disappeared from the screen again, replaced by a shaky, blurry image. A moment later, Lily held the phone up high. Her adorable face filled the screen, and Chloe was about to smile when the camera angle shifted to the frosted glass of the bathroom door. Through the glass, accompanied by the sound of running water, a man's silhouette was clearly visible. Lily's face reappeared on the screen, her lip trembling. Her arms were probably getting tired. She toddled over to the bathroom and pushed the door open. What is it, Lily? I'd left the door ajar, not wanting to leave her alone for too long. I had soap in my eyes and couldn't see. After I rinsed them out, I looked down. Lily was holding the phone out to me. I blinked, took it from her, and she ran off. I watched her scamper back to the bed before I looked down at the screen. A face was staring back at me. My eyes went wide. I quickly covered the camera. Chloe. When Lily had handed me the phone, the screen had been facing up. She must have gotten an eyeful. A soft laugh came from the phone, making my face burn. Why did you call? You called me this afternoon, she said. I was on the plane. Did you need something? I pouted. You didn't tell me you were leaving. The line was silent for a moment. I thought she'd hung up and was about to check the phone when her face suddenly appeared on the screen. My wet hair was slicked back, revealing the sharp angles of my face. I saw Chloe's breath catch. Is the connection bad? I asked. I can switch to. I heard a soft cough. It was a last-minute trip. I thought for a second. So when are you coming back? It won't be long. Was there something you needed when you called? I was going to bring you lunch, remember? My arm was getting tired, and I couldn't exactly lower the phone, so I switched hands. Chloe seemed surprised. You were still planning to do that? Yeah, I mumbled. I told you I was going to win you over, didn't I? She must have seen my ears turning red. I'll be back soon, she said. The line went quiet. Even with the blurry camera and the terrible angle, she was so beautiful it made my heart race. Ethan, she said, don't catch a cold. Get out of the shower. I couldn't resist teasing her. Are you worried about me? I asked with a sly grin. Starting to fall for me again? I leaned into the camera, a smug look on my face. Admit it, you're captivated. Her expression softened. I've always liked you, I said, seizing the opportunity. I've liked you since I was 18. The small smile on her lips froze. She stared at me for a second, then let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Before I could answer, she hung up. I stared at the blank screen. Such a tsundere. On the other side of the world, Chloe hung up the phone, her hand pressed to her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. After all this time, he could still make her heart flutter with just a few words. She let out a long breath. Her phone chimed, a series of quick notifications. She pulled it out. It was an anonymous email. She opened it. It was a video. The thumbnail alone was enough to tell her what it was. The video opened to the Vance Industries building, my familiar scooter parked out front. A woman leaned in close to me, and in an instant, the warmth that had filled Chloe's chest turned to ice. Below the video was a single line of text. What comes too easily is never valued. She gave a bitter, self-mocking smile. It was true. He always played her for a fool, time and time again, and she had almost fallen for it again. She sank back into her chair, her eyes dark with self-loathing. It wasn't until a message from her assistant popped up that she forced herself back into her usual icy composure. I had planned to drop Lily off at my parents' house for the day, but she was being extra clingy. When I asked if she wanted to go to Grandma's, she nodded, but the look on her face was pure reluctance. I couldn't bring myself to leave her. I called the project manager and promised, over and over again, that Lily wouldn't be any trouble, that she wasn't a wild kid. After getting the okay, I brought her with me. I'd been working on this project for a few days now, and that social butterfly, Luna, would occasionally drop by to check in. Between that and my general demeanor, everyone on set had initially assumed I was some rich kid playing at having a job and had kept their distance. But I took the work seriously, listened to feedback, and incorporated it with my own vision. The client was happy, the team was happy. My attitude started to win people over, from the lighting grips to the director. I was handsome, talented, and had a good personality. More importantly, when I had to deal with some B-list celebrity with an A-list attitude, my words were sharp as a razor. The only people on set who had a problem with me were the condescending old-timers and the gossips. I'd even call out the boss if they were in the wrong. When I got worked up, no one was safe. When I brought Lily with me that morning, everyone was shocked. "Ethan, I thought you were a fresh-out-of-college intern. Your kid is huge," one of them exclaimed, his jaw practically on the floor. I just smiled and nodded. "Lily's a good kid. She won't be any trouble." I carefully picked out her outfit that morning. She was fair-skinned and delicate, and she looked adorable in a puffy blue princess dress. I'd done her hair in 2 intricate fishtail braids, pinned up with a little blue star-shaped clip. Her big, blinking eyes could melt a stone heart. "No problem at all," one of the crew members said. "It's a slow morning. She's a welcome splash of color in my otherwise dull life. She's so cute. Is your name Lily?" Lily was a little shy and hid behind me, peeking out curiously. "It's okay, sweetie," I said, patting her hand. Everyone started offering her chocolates and candy, but she would only take them after I gave her a nod. After accepting a treat, she'd give a shy little smile. In her short life, she hadn't experienced much kindness from strangers. Chloe would take her to the office sometimes, but she'd just stay in the office, mostly interacting with the assistants. Most of the time, she was alone. The women at the office were all very kind to her, perhaps even more so because she didn't speak. But of course, there were always exceptions. "I know the boss likes to say this company is like a family, but Mr. Hayes, don't you think you're being a little too casual?" I knew I was in a weak position. "I'm sorry. Lily is very quiet. You won't even know she's here." "Can you guarantee that?" the man said arrogantly. "There's a lot of expensive, fragile equipment on this set. If something goes missing, who's going to take the blame?" I raised my voice. "I will." Kids have a sixth sense for kindness and cruelty. Lily looked up at the tall man, her lip trembling as she clutched her dress. "Can you really take responsibility?" the man sneered. "You just started here, you look like you're barely out of school. You're a rookie. You don't know how things work. Just because you got a yes doesn't mean you can actually handle it." I couldn't stand arrogant pricks like him. "Mr. Chapman, you're so impressive, aren't you? With over a decade of experience, and you're still just a glorified assistant." Chapman just laughed. "I understand your youthful arrogance, but instead of wasting your breath arguing with me, you should be thinking about how to raise that child. After all, you can't live off your looks forever, can you?" The insinuation was clear. "I've met plenty of arrogant men, but you're the first one I've met who's both arrogant and pathetic. A failure at work, a disaster at home, a bootlicker to your superiors, and a tyrant to your family. You're the textbook definition of a useless man. I may be young, but I've met more successful people than the bosses you're constantly sucking up to. I should have known a company run by someone like Luna Vance wouldn't be filled with normal people." It only took a few days for the rat to show itself. I was on a roll, my mouth dry from the tirade. Remembering Lily was there, I censored myself. "You son of a..." Just then, Luna, having heard me not only tear into her employee but also insult her in the process, walked in. "Ethan, I haven't done anything to you today," I sneered. "It was just convenient." The set went dead silent the moment she entered. Chapman's face twitched. "Ms. Vance." Luna glanced at his ID badge. "Chapman, since you seem to be running my company for me, I'm not sure I deserve to be called a Miss Vance." "No, Ms. Vance, that's not it. I just think that if everyone behaved like Mr. Hayes, this place would be chaos. There's so much expensive equipment on set. If anything gets broken, it will delay the entire shoot. Luna casually swept a string of pearls from a display stand onto the floor. They clattered against the polished concrete. Is this your first day on the job? Luna asked, her eyes fixed on his flustered face. All the jewelry on set are replicas. Are you just learning this now? Luna waved a dismissive hand. Go to HR. Chapman, finally realizing his mistake, said, I'm sorry, Ms. Vance. Mr. Hayes. He looked at me, but there was no apology in his eyes. I just stared at him coldly. He'd been using his seniority and minor industry reputation to undermine me for days. I knew the rest of the crew couldn't stand him. Chapman looked embarrassed. I apologize for my earlier comments. I just looked at him. I heard you. I don't accept. Luna was losing her patience. All right, that's enough. Go to HR. I'm not going to say it again. Chapman knew it was over. Luna turned to the rest of the crew. Are the props for today's shoot ready? The crowd of onlookers quickly dispersed. I found a small stool and set it in a quiet corner for Lily. She sat down, nervously clutching her stuffed pig and looking around with wide, curious eyes. Like most kids, she was mesmerized by all the sparkling jewelry in the display cases. I gave her a picture book from her bag and set her water bottle down beside her. She sat quietly, waiting for me to be done. I could see the crew sneaking glances at the adorable little girl in the corner, but with Luna watching, no one dared to slack off. Luna looked over at Lily. Ethan, did you bring her here just to annoy me? I finished adjusting my camera settings. You think you're that important? That I'd use my daughter just to get under your skin? She clicked her tongue. Why are you always so hostile to me? Don't you have anything better to do? You find me annoying, don't you? She said, sitting down beside me. I've been trying to give you space, you know? She was clearly baffled by my complete change in attitude. Ethan, what is your deal? Are you some kind of performance artist? You get me interested, and then you just shut down. Yep, I said, silencing an incoming call. I can't afford the breach of contract fee, otherwise I wouldn't be wasting my time with you. Besides, Miles said. I lowered my voice, and she leaned in, unable to hear me. What did my brother say? She asked impatiently. I froze, then a look of understanding dawned on my face. I just clicked my tongue and went to grab the food delivery that had just arrived. Luna seemed annoyed with herself for her strong reaction to the mention of Miles's name. I came back with the drinks. I got everyone coffee. Luna stood up. We're wrapping for lunch. Everyone take a break. We'll pick this up this afternoon. I brought a small cupcake over and sat down next to Lily. I gently tugged on one of her pigtails, and she looked up at me. Want to go to Grandma's tonight? She's making that stewed pork you like. I added, I'll be there too. Her face lit up. I gave her a bite of the cupcake. A sunbeam streamed through a gap in the blinds, and Lily reached out to catch it, the light dancing in her small hand. She grinned, delighted, and tried to hold the light and show it to me. But of course, the moment she moved her hand, the light slipped away. She tried again, and again it vanished when she brought her hand to me. I cupped my hands under hers. There, you caught it. She finally beamed. I gently wiped a smudge of frosting from her cheek. You've got a little something right there. His smile outshone the entire lavishly decorated set. Ms. Vance, here you go. An assistant's voice pulled Luna from her thoughts. She tore her eyes away from me and took the drink. Thank you. She took a large gulp, trying to quiet the chaotic thoughts in her mind. As dusk settled into night, I was sprawled on the sofa, uploading some of my recent photos to Twitter. The picture I'd taken of Lily and Kevin on set was blowing up, with likes and positive comments pouring in. Some people were even asking if they were AI generated. I ignored the comments and made the post private. I was still relatively unknown, and I worried that once the campaign with Vance Jewelry launched, people would dig through my old posts and it might cause unnecessary drama for Kevin. Ethan, did you take Lily for her follow-up? Mom asked. We did, I replied. The doctor said she's healing up great. Broken bones take time to heal, especially in a little one. She needs plenty of good food to help her get strong. Dad gently touched Lily's arm. I nodded. You're right. She needs to build her strength. I'll look into it tomorrow. I put my phone away and watched my parents playing blocks with Lily. Mom, I'm craving that spicy Dungeness crab you make. Mom shot me a look. Talk to your father. I looked at Dad. All right. The crabs aren't in season right now anyway. I'll see what I can find tomorrow. I nodded, satisfied. Do you know when Chloe is coming back from her trip? Mom asked. She nudged Dad with her elbow. Go check on the soup. Dad reluctantly got up from the floor and headed to the kitchen. She said she'd be back in a day or two, I said, lying upside down on the sofa with my feet on the wall. You should check in with her more often, Mom said, handing a block to Lily. I nodded. I'll call her tonight. Mom looked at me pointedly. She's been gone for days. Have you even called her once? Ethan, if you're going to lie on the sofa, at least do it properly. I grunted and put my feet down. She called me once. Mom sighed. Ethan, that's not how a marriage works. When your father and I were your age, if he was gone for 3 days, I'd call him constantly. I'd worry he was working too hard, not getting enough rest. You two are like strangers. I know. Dad said you called so often you must have thought he was cheating on you. Mom's I started to twitch. Robert, Dad flinched in the kitchen. Dinner's ready. I had to laugh. Don't worry, Mom. I've been busy with work. Sometimes I'm up half the night analyzing a celebrity's makeup. Work? Mom asked, lifting Lily and handing her to Dad to get her hands washed. Yeah. Mom studied me for a moment, then nodded. It's good that you have your own career. Ethan, if you ever need us to watch Lily, just bring her over. Just then, there was a knock on the door. I'll get it, I said, putting down my phone and jogging to the entrance. I opened the door, saw who it was, and immediately slammed it shut, cutting off Luna Vance's hello. Luna rubbed her nose, surprised. Who was that? Mom asked from the dining room. No one. Wrong house. The doorbell rang again. All eyes in the dining room turned to me. I steeled myself and opened the door. I told you, you have the wrong house, I said through clenched teeth. Luna was trying not to laugh. I am your boss, you know. Aren't you going to invite me in? I blocked the doorway. It's not a good time. I stared at her, my patience wearing thin. Ms. Vance, I was out of my mind when I was chasing you before. Let's just say I was temporarily insane. I'm sorry. Once this project is over, we don't need to have any more contact. Okay? Not okay, she said, leaning against the doorframe. Ethan, you chased me and then you ghosted me. That's a pretty scummy thing to do. Do you really have a problem with me turning the tables on you? Ethan, my dad's voice came from behind me, and then I was pushed aside. Hello, sir. I apologize for dropping by unannounced, Luna said, shifting the gift she was holding to one arm and extending her hand. My dad's expression changed. Ms. Vance, please call me Luna, she said, her voice deferential. Again, I'm so sorry for the intrusion. Hearing the voices, Mom came out holding Lily. Are you Ethan's mother or his sister? I can hardly tell the difference, Luna said, her usual Yonglan air replaced by one of polite charm. Mom, let me explain. I could feel the daggers my parents were staring at me. Mom's expression was polite but distant. We can talk later. We're about to have dinner. Ms. Vance, I'm sorry, but it's not a good time. Luna smiled sweetly. I just came to discuss tomorrow's shoot with Ethan, and I've heard so much about your cooking, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if I impose. I gritted my teeth. Ms. Vance, couldn't this have been a phone call? Luna blinked innocently. You blocked my number. Ethan, Mom shot me a look that clearly said, we'll talk about this later. As the saying goes, you can't be rude to someone who's smiling at you. Well, we're about to eat. If you don't mind, Ms. Vance, you're welcome to join us. I wouldn't mind at all. It seems I'm in for a treat. No one took the gift from her, but she didn't seem fazed, just set it on a nearby table. It's just some ginseng from my father's collection. I was in a rush, so I just grabbed something. I hope you don't mind. I glared at her. You call that just grabbing something? Ethan, Mom said, her voice light but firm, and I immediately shut up. Luna looked surprised that my mother could so easily shut me down. At the table, Lily sat quietly in her chair, waiting for someone to feed her. Luna poked Lily's chubby cheek, then, seemingly enjoying the texture, gave it a little pinch. Hey, little one, do you remember me? We saw each other today. Lily tilted her head, studied her for a moment, and then nodded. Unsurprisingly, I received another death glare from my mother. The only people who seemed to be enjoying the meal were Luna and Lily. For me, everything tasted like cardboard. The promises I'd just made to my parents had turned into a joke the moment Luna walked in the door. Listening to her laugh, I wanted to strangle her. My dad, however, seemed to be warming up to her. He'd clearly expected some vapid, spoiled heiress, but she was surprisingly articulate and engaging, and he found himself drawn into conversation with her. After dinner, to keep my dad from talking her ear off, I stepped between them. Ms. Vance, I said with a tight smile, to what do we owe the honor of your visit to our humble home? Nothing too important, she said, trying to hide her amusement at my barely contained frustration. I just wanted to let you know that the schedule for tomorrow has changed. The morning shoot has been moved to the afternoon so you can sleep in. I felt like I was going to be sick. You're such a considerate boss. She just raised an eyebrow. I was just trying to save you a wasted trip. I rolled my eyes. I can't tell if you're being nice or just messing with me. Just then, the doorbell rang again. I started to get up, but Mom waved me down. You stay here. I'll get it. Mom opened the door and froze. Chloe. A burst of laughter came from the dining room. Chloe's eyes instinctively shot past my mom, and her gaze locked with Luna's across the room. Luna raised an eyebrow, a challenging look on her face. My own smile froze. No wonder my mom had looked so shocked. Chloe's heart sank. She forced a tight smile. Mom, I'm here for Lily. Mom sighed. It's so late. Have you eaten? We just finished. Ms. Vance dropped by to talk to Ethan about work, and since it was dinner time, she ate with us. The food is still warm. Come in and have something. I've already eaten, Chloe said, lowering her eyes to hide the storm of emotions within them. She greeted everyone, and then Lily ran into her arms. Chloe lifted her up and turned to leave. Mom, who had just poured her a glass of water, asked, Leaving so soon? Yes, it's getting late. I stood up too. I'm going with them. Bye, Mom, Dad. Mom pressed her lips together, watching us leave. Luna, sensing the awkwardness, said, Sir, ma'am, I should be going as well. Thank you for your hospitality. We drove in silence. I finally broke it. Chloe, she just showed up. I didn't invite her. She's been acting crazy lately, you can ask my mom. I can't get rid of her. I even yelled at her, and I think she liked it. There was no response. In the rearview mirror, I could only see the top half of her face, her eyes completely unreadable. After a long silence, Chloe finally spoke, her voice hoarse. So, were you two discussing your plans for after our divorce? I was stunned, then sighed in exasperation. You've been quiet this whole time just to cook up that little drama in your head? I almost had to laugh. I know I'm good looking, but I'm not so handsome that an heiress from a family that's been rich for generations would risk being disowned and ostracized just to be my sugar mama. Chloe glanced at me. Luna is an only child. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she is the sole heir. I raised an eyebrow. So? She pressed her lips together and went silent again. I said seriously, Chloe, can you just trust me this once? I don't like her. And you're the one who said we're not getting a divorce, no matter what. So, since we're not getting divorced, can I try to win you over again? And this is a big if I go back to acting like I did before we've had a chance to end things amicably, you can lock me up. Do whatever you want to me. Use any means necessary to keep me by your side. I won't hate you for it. Deal? Chloe was silent for a moment, her lips slightly parted. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. She just didn't trust me. Her walls were too high. But who knew what the future held? What if she was the one who changed her mind first? Oh, right, I said, sitting up straighter. In the interest of domestic tranquility, there's something I need to tell you. Chloe glanced at me in the rearview mirror. A few days ago, a company hired me to shoot their new campaign. I checked them out and everything seemed legit. But it turns out the owner is Luna Vance's father. I only found out after I'd already signed. I added quickly. I watched her face carefully. I was going to walk out, but she said the damages would be, conservatively, around 100 million. And if that's the conservative estimate, what if she decides not to be conservative? Chloe pulled the car over, took a checkbook from her purse, and handed me a blank check. My eyes went wide. What's this for? Fill it out for whatever you need. I have my own money. No, I said, taking the check and stuffing it in my pocket. We can't just give our family's money away to strangers. $100 million isn't exactly pocket change. I don't know if it was my use of the phrase, our family, but her expression seemed to soften slightly. She reached into her purse, pulled out a credit card, and handed it to me. I took it. It was one of those legendary black cards. Kevin's sister had one. I'd seen it before. I think there are only a handful of them in the entire world. I pocketed it. Don't mind if I do. Her expression relaxed even more. I leaned forward. So why the sudden trip? And why are you back so soon? My mom was giving me a hard time earlier, said I don't pay enough attention to you. She gave me a look, and I knew I was busted. I'm busy working hard and fending off people with no boundaries. Luna Vance? She asked, her voice flat. I poked her in the back. Yeah, she's so annoying. Good thing you're more my type. Chloe pressed her lips together. Ethan, $100 million is nothing to me. I know, I said. I'd already gotten the picture from Kevin and Miles that my wife was loaded. But I still feel bad that you have to work so hard. $100 million doesn't just appear out of thin air. It was always surprisingly easy to smooth things over with her. Luna's paying well, I said, and I get to yell at entitled celebrities. I've already made 2 of her employees quit. I held up 2 fingers. She frowned. Were they giving you a hard time? I snorted. Who could give me a hard time? They messed with the wrong guy. She said my name seriously, Ethan, but she didn't say anything else. When we were parked in the garage, she unbuckled her seatbelt. I can be your backing too. Then she got out of the car. The tips of my ears burned, a rare occurrence for me. I got out and lifted Lily from her seat. Chloe. She stopped and waited for me. I walked over to her, still holding Lily. Do you want to go on a date with me tomorrow? She looked nervous, her eyes darting away from mine. Whatever. I gave a sly grin and pretended to sigh. If you're that reluctant, all right then, we can wait until after I've properly won you over. She stopped dead in her tracks and turned to face me, her lips pressed into a thin line. I burst out laughing. I walked a few steps ahead of her, then turned to walk backward, facing her. I'm just teasing you. The warm summer breeze ruffled my hair. I felt young and carefree. Chloe tried not to stare, but she couldn't help herself. I'm not myself today, Luna said, leaning against the doorway with her arms crossed, watching me work. There was a knock on the makeup table and we both looked up. Ms. Vance, the makeup artist, David, said, his usual flamboyant demeanor gone. Ms. Vance. Luna gave me a subtle once-over. The talent will be here any minute. This is the last shoot for this campaign, I said, my eyes lighting up. The contract was only for this one campaign, which meant I was almost free. Luna shot me a look. In a few days, there's the Vance Jewelry Gala. You'll be the photographer, and you'll be coming with me. I frowned. I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm still new to this, and I've never shot a gala before. It's not just about taking pictures. It's about working with the celebrity teams, their hair and makeup. I've only been doing this for a few days. It's too much, too soon. I don't have the experience. I don't think I should do it. I added, Ms. Vance, the contract was only for this one campaign. Luna laughed triumphantly. The theme of the gala is this season's new collection. I forced a smile. All right, I understand. So, after the gala, our contract is officially over, right? If you want to extend the contract, I can have HR draw one up. You can name your terms. David's eyes lit up, and he gave my sleeve a little tug. I let out a silent sigh of relief. No, thank you. I'm more interested in landscape photography. A flicker of disappointment crossed Luna's face, but she quickly hid it, looking me up and down. Got a date tonight? She leaned against a desk. Cancel it. Let me take you to dinner. You already turned me down once. I said flatly, sure. She raised an eyebrow. Really? No, I said coldly. David snorted with laughter, then, afraid of getting in trouble, quickly ducked his head and pretended to be looking for something in his makeup kit. Do you have nothing to do? Luna shot him a look. No. The talent's almost here. I'll just go double-check their makeup. See you later, Ms. Vance. He mouthed to me, talk later. I nodded. Before Luna could say anything else, I picked up my camera. Ms. Vance, I'm busy too. Wait, she said, a smirk on her face. What's wrong? Couldn't get a reaction out of me, so you've already moved on to the next one. I'll give you a chance. Ask me out sometime. I can make time for you any day. The thought of my past obsession being directed at someone else filled her with a strange irritation. I tried to hold my tongue, but I couldn't. I'd rather go play with fireworks with your grandmother. Luna burst out laughing. My grandmother is 80. I'll tell her you'll be stopping by tomorrow. For once, I was speechless. I felt a little bad for being so rude. I just grabbed my camera and walked away. Luna watched me go, the smile gone from her face. David was hiding in a corner, his pinky finger extended as he gossiped with another makeup artist. I think the boss has a thing for married men. I happened to be walking by. What married men? After the final shoot of the day, I rubbed my sore neck. David and I were just coming out of the makeup room when Luna's assistant walked in, holding a folder. Everyone, can I have your attention? One of our celebrities just got into a scandal. PR has a new plan, which means we're shooting with someone else tomorrow. It's last minute, so we need to go over the new schedule. I know it's late, but Ms. Vance is buying everyone a late dinner. A collective groan went through the room. David nudged me. Is that going to be a problem for you? It's fine, I said. The original plan was just to wait for her at her office. A little later is no big deal. Although, I paused, I want to do a good job. I don't want to waste this opportunity. A look of admiration flashed in David's eyes. He opened his mouth, then just sighed. Such a good husband, and that cheating bitch doesn't appreciate him. Love really does make you blind. It was dark by the time we finally finalized the new plan. In a conference room across town, Chloe gently patted the back of the sleeping Lily, who was smacking her lips in her dreams. She kept checking her watch. The person giving the presentation was speaking cautiously, afraid of making a mistake. Continue, she said. Reassured, he went on. When he was finished, she said, a rare occurrence. That's all for today. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone can go home early. She left the senior management team staring at each other in stunned silence. She dropped Lily off at my parents' house, then drove home. In her bedroom, clothes were strewn across the bed. She held up one outfit, then another, but nothing seemed right. There was a knock on the door. Ma'am, they're here. Chloe tossed the dress onto the bed. I'm ready. David put a hand on my shoulder. Good luck. Thanks, David, I said, standing up. When I walked out of the makeup room, there was a collective gasp. Ethan, you have a date tonight? One of them asked. What date? The boss is buying us dinner. A knowing look passed between the crew members. David held me back, giving me a look. Don't rise to the bait. Is everyone ready? Someone called out. Ms. Vance is waiting downstairs. Everyone piled into the elevator. Ethan, you're in great shape. I never would have guessed, one of the women said. I scratched my head, embarrassed. David did his best to run interference, fending off any women who tried to talk to me. The elevator dinged open. My heart started to pound, and my palms grew sweaty for no reason. Luna was waiting in the lobby. She glanced at her watch, then looked up at the sound of the elevator. When she saw me, she froze, completely captivated. Ms. Vance. Luna finally managed to tear her eyes away. I have plans, I said, walking past her. Next time's on me. I have to go. David gave me a thumbs up. Night had fallen, a deep blue haze settling over the city. A woman was leaning against a car, looking as elegant as a queen just returned from a ball. Her makeup was subtle, her red dress accentuating her perfect figure. Her phone vibrated. Chloe looked up, her eyes finding the entrance. I was walking toward her. David, still inside, looked around for me, then saw me heading straight for the woman in red. His eyes went wide. Is that Ms. Reed? Jaws dropped all around him. What's their relationship? David himself was too stunned to think. Ethan's wife is Ms. Reed. What? Chloe didn't snap out of her daze until I was standing right in front of her. Have you been waiting long? She shook her head. I just got here. As I closed the car door, Chloe shot a look at Luna, whose expression was unreadable. Luna gave a subtle nod to her assistant and walked away. Hey, where's Ms. Vance going? Someone asked. Her assistant explained. Ms. Vance has a late meeting. She said for everyone to have a good time tonight, and she'll cover the bill. There will also be overtime gifts for everyone at the end of the night. A cheer went up. Ms. Vance was known for her generosity, and her gifts were usually limited edition pieces from her own collection. The silence in the car was thick with unspoken tension. We'd been married for almost 4 years, but it felt like a first date. Where's Lily? I asked, clearing my throat and sneaking glances at her. She was almost unfairly beautiful tonight. I dropped her off at my parents', she said, her eyes fixed on the road, her expression neutral. If I had been paying closer attention, I would have seen how tightly her hands were gripping the steering wheel. I tilted my head, looking out the window. Where are we going? She let out a breath, her grip on the wheel relaxing slightly. I made a reservation. We're going to dinner. At the mention of food, I realized I was starving. I've been working all day. In a rare show of initiative, Chloe asked, Are you hungry? I nodded honestly. She opened the small cooler in the car and pulled out a little cupcake. Here, have this for now. I took it. You want some? I'm not hungry. I ate the cupcake slowly, David's words echoing in my head. On a date, you have to take control. Don't be too eager. A light, accidental touch is the most effective. At the next red light, I scooped up a bit of frosting and held it to Chloe's lips. You should try some. It's really good. She didn't pull away, just opened her mouth and took the bite. The sweetness of the frosting was cloying, and she frowned slightly. I pulled out a napkin. Come here. She reached for it, but I pulled it away. Let me. She leaned in, and my breath caught in my throat. Our faces were inches apart. I gently wiped away an imaginary smudge of frosting from the corner of her mouth. Just as she started to pull back, I slid my hand around her neck. We were so close I could feel her breath on my skin. I didn't know whose heart was pounding like that. Chloe's eyes met mine for a second before darting away. My Adam's apple bobbed. Chloe, am I not handsome? her fingers curled slightly, her lips parting. You are. Then why won't you look at me? She pressed her lips together. You're blushing. I poked her cheek. You did the same thing when I first asked you out. We both froze, the memory hanging in the air between us. The car behind us honked, and I quickly pulled away. Chloe cleared her throat and straightened up in her seat. The restaurant was in the heart of the city. A hostess in a sharp suit led us through the revolving doors and up an elevator. The private dining room was decorated with European oil paintings, the table set with small, exquisite dishes, the candlelight flickering, creating a perfectly romantic atmosphere. A bottle of red wine sat on the table. Are we not drinking? I asked. Chloe just hummed. We have a movie to catch later, don't we? She ate her steak with an effortless grace. I watched her. Drinking and a movie aren't mutually exclusive. Are you sure about that? I guess I'm not, I said, swallowing. Am I a lightweight? She gave me a look that said, you have no idea. I asked, curious, have I ever done anything crazy to you when I was drunk? Her eyes darkened at some unspoken memory. She suddenly pulled out a gift box and pushed it across the table. This is for you. A present. I put down my fork and opened the box. Inside was a beautiful watch. I was stunned. It's beautiful. When did you get this? On my business trip, she said simply. I smiled. Thank you. I love it. I closed the box. I'm sorry. I was working so late, I didn't get you anything. It's fine. You gave me that bracelet. I still felt a little guilty. I had been the one to ask her out, but she had planned everything except the movie. After dinner, we headed to the theater at a nearby mall. I thought a guy with David's flair would have recommended some intimate private screening room, but as David always said, a true master can work in any environment. David's inner monologue, I was trying to save you some money. The movie was David's recommendation, a romance, so the theater was filled with couples. David had thoughtfully chosen seats in the back corner, perfect for a little hand-holding or a stolen kiss. But somehow we ended up surrounded by 4 teenage girls, one on either side of us and 2 in the row directly in front. When the girls saw us, they were first stunned by our appearance. Then they exchanged a look that clearly said, I knew it. The movie was a classic rags to riches romance, about a couple who started with nothing and built an empire together. During the emotional climax, the hero, having overcome all obstacles, tearfully embraced the strong, stable heroine in their new home. Their tears soon turned to kisses. It was an adult love story, so things got a little steamy. I wanted to lean over and whisper something to Chloe, to take advantage of the romantic mood, but every time I so much as shifted in my seat, one of the girls would glance over at us. I couldn't even take a sip of my drink without one of them turning to look. Constantly being interrupted, I finally gave up and just focused on the movie. The couple's success wasn't the end of the story. New problems arose, but the heroine was strong and emotionally stable, and the hero wasn't too proud to admit when he was wrong. They worked through their issues, and the ending was a happy one. After the movie ended and the theater cleared out, we walked outside. I looked at Chloe. Should we go get Lily now? It's getting late. She's probably already asleep. Chloe looked a little awkward. Lily's at my parents'. She'll be fine. They said if it got too late, they'd just take her to preschool in the morning. But she just looked at me for a long moment. Never mind. Let's just go home. I was confused for a second, then it clicked. I strode over to her. You want to keep hanging out, don't you? Why didn't you just say so? Her face flushed. I just didn't realize your idea of a date was just dinner and a movie. We could have done that at home. I finally understood. A sly grin spread across my face. So, does this mean I've officially won you over? She flicked me on the forehead. In your dreams, she said with a smirk. I narrowed my eyes. Time to bring out the big guns. Next to the theater were a bunch of claw machines. I spotted this one guy, the clear MVP of the night, with a cart overflowing with prizes. I grabbed Chloe's hand. We have to try. We went to the machine to buy some tokens. A loud clatter filled the air as a seemingly endless stream of them poured out. My eyes went wide. How many did you buy? Chloe just shook her head. I don't know. That's 2,000 tokens, I said, looking at the screen. I thought that was the price in cents. After the claw came up empty for the 10th time, I was getting frustrated. What the hell? Why does it always slip off? Let me try, Chloe said, handing me the cup of tokens. I stepped aside to give her room. Which one do you want? You pick, I said, craning my neck to see inside the glass case. Whichever one looks easiest. That one, the unicorn. She didn't say anything, her expression focused and serious. Her second attempt also failed. I swallowed the teasing words on the tip of my tongue and said with utmost sincerity, "These things are impossible. It's definitely the machine. I saw you almost get it that time, for real." Chloe put in 2 more tokens. This time, she positioned the claw perfectly, hit the button, and it snatched the prize, dropping it neatly into the chute. I knelt down to retrieve it, my face lit up with a huge grin. "You got it. That was amazing. Which one's next?" "That bunny over there," I said, pointing excitedly to another machine. "Lily would love that one." My enthusiasm was infectious, and I saw a real smile on Chloe's face. Half an hour later, I was pushing a cart overflowing with stuffed animals. "You're a pro," I kept saying. "You're way too good at this. Have you been practicing with someone else?" It suddenly occurred to me that she didn't seem like a beginner at all. Chloe froze, a flicker of hurt in her eyes. She looked at me, her gaze intense. "I've never been with anyone but you." I realized my mistake. I sometimes forgot about the 6-year gap in my memory. "No, that's not what I meant," I said quickly. "I was just saying you're amazing. Of course I know you haven't been with anyone else." Chloe forced a smile. "It's okay. You probably just don't remember, right?" She was the only one who held onto the memories. "Chloe." I could feel the wave of disappointment coming off her. I pressed my lips together and followed her out of the mall. Outside, a light rain had begun to fall. "You wait here, I'll go get the car," she said, turning to leave. "Hey!" I grabbed her arm. "I'll go with you." Before she could protest, I crouched down. "Hop on. I'll give you a piggyback ride." She stared at me, her dark eyes unreadable, then glanced down at her high heels. Seeing she couldn't argue, she climbed onto my back. My shoulders were broad and strong, and she felt surprisingly secure. She held her jacket over our heads, shielding us from the light drizzle. I walked quickly and steadily through the rain. "Chloe, I'm sorry." She leaned closer, her voice in my ear. "What for?" I mumbled, "I don't know. For a lot of things. I like you. I've always liked you, for a long, long time. I know what's bothering you, and the more I try to avoid it, the weirder it gets." "Why?" she asked. "There is no why. Chloe, I mean what I say. If what happened before ever happens again, you can lock me up." This time, her reply was swift. "Okay, I'll trust you one more time. It can't get any worse than it already has." Once we were in the car, she pulled out a clean towel. "Come here." I leaned over, and she expertly started drying my hair. In the dim light of the car, I studied her face. It was perfect. "All done," she said. I looked at her silk dress, which was clinging to her from the rain, outlining her perfect curves. I boldly leaned in closer, and I could feel her breath catch. Just as our lips were about to meet, I pulled back, just brushing against her cheek. "Nope, can't do that," I said, pulling away completely. "I haven't won you over yet. Can't be too forward." Her dark eyes were fixed on my face as she tossed the towel onto the dashboard. I saw her hands tighten on the steering wheel, and a triumphant smile spread across my face. I got out of the shower and grabbed my phone. A bunch of celebrity gossip notifications popped up. I was about to clear them when I saw an email notification with a photo attachment. I rarely used my email. I opened it. The sender was anonymous. There were 3 photos attached. They were of Julian and Chloe at some lavish, glittering party. In the first, Julian was raising a glass, and Chloe was standing beside him. The second showed the 2 of them leaving a hotel. In the third, they were standing outside a hotel room door. I couldn't see Chloe's expression, only Julian's smile. There was a knock on the door. I put my phone down and went to answer it. "Sir," the housekeeper said. "Ma'am said you got caught in the rain and sent me up with some ginger tea." "Okay," I said, taking the cup. "Thank you." "Of course, sir." I closed the door and sat on the edge of the bed, staring into the steaming cup. Back in high school, I'd suppressed my feelings for her because I thought she was with someone who was a better match. Did we really get married because we loved each other? Or was I just a disruption in her otherwise perfect life? I downed the tea in one gulp, tossed the empty cup on the nightstand, and stared at the ceiling. After all this time, I had no idea how she really felt about me, just like I'd never understood why she'd said yes to me back when I was 18. I sighed. I was so average, nothing special at all. I suddenly sat up and slapped my forehead. No, I wasn't worse than anyone else. I was lucky to have married Chloe. That sudden wave of self-pity scared me. Where had that come from? I shook my head and lay back down. It wasn't like she was the only woman in the world. If she liked someone else, I could just leave. I opened my eyes again, my mind suddenly clear. Chloe stepped out of the bathroom, wrapped in nothing but a towel. A drop of water trickled from the end of her hair, down her collarbone, and into her cleavage. I pushed open her door and walked right into this vision of beauty. My eyes went wide, and I quickly spun around. Unfazed, Chloe casually slipped on a robe. "It's late. What is it?" I shielded my eyes and held the phone out to her. "Explain this." She stepped closer, and a drop of water from her hair landed on my hand, making me jump. She took the phone, her frown deepening as she scrolled through the pictures. "Who sent you this?" "How should I know?" Chloe sat down on the sofa, now fully dressed. "We have a partnership with Chanel. Julian is the head of their Asia-Pacific division. We have to interact for work. If you don't believe me, I can have the hotel send over the security footage." I pressed my lips together, snuck a glance at her, then quickly looked away, my face burning. "That's not what I was asking. I just want to know. Do you like Julian?" She frowned. "Like who?" "Julian. Back in high school, everyone said you two would end up together." She stared at me. "And you? Did you think so too?" I licked my dry lips. "I don't know. I was busy studying. I didn't really pay attention to that stuff." She let out a short, humorless laugh. "Didn't pay attention? You seem to remember it pretty clearly." "Fine, forget it. I'm leaving," I said, my face burning with embarrassment. "I never liked him," she said, her voice stopping me before I could take a step. "Have you ever liked anyone else?" "No," she said without a moment's hesitation. "Not even in all the years we've been married? Not even during the years I was in love with someone else?" "No," she said, her dark eyes fixed on me, as if I was the only person in the world. "I see," I said, turning to go. "Ethan," she called after me. I turned. In the soft light of the lamp, her loose robe did little to hide her incredible figure. She opened her mouth to say something, then hesitated. "What is it?" I asked, her intense gaze making my skin crawl. "I got some photos too. Let me see," I said, crossing the room in a few strides. She handed me her unlocked phone. The photos were even more damning than the ones I'd received. In one, Luna and I were inches from kissing. In another, we were standing close together. I looked indifferent, but Luna was smirking, her eyes sparkling in that way that made it look like she was flirting with the camera. I looked at her, exasperated. "You can't tell this is a forced perspective shot? You didn't actually believe this, did you?" Seeing her calm expression, I checked the date on the photo. It was from the day she'd suddenly left on her business trip. "So you suddenly went cold on me because you saw this picture?" She looked away and cleared her throat. "It wasn't sudden. I was getting frustrated. Why is trying to win you over so full of obstacles?" She pressed her lips together. "Are you giving up?" Fresh from the shower, her eyes were still damp, making her look incredibly vulnerable. I gave a wicked grin and pretended to sigh. "It's not that I don't want to, but look at you. You don't trust me. You hear some rumor and you just run away without even asking me about it. It's a good thing I'm so thick-skinned. In any other marriage, that would be considered emotional abuse." "It's not that I don't trust you," she said, licking her dry lips and looking away. "It's just, you pursued her more intensely than you ever pursued me." I was speechless for a second. "See? You don't trust me. This is why things fall apart. It's all built on a lack of trust." She just looked at me, her lips pressed together. I went on, "Okay, look, next time something like this happens, don't just internalize it. Just ask me. I won't lie to you. A lot of problems start with simple misunderstandings, you know? You really won't lie to me?" "I won't," I said, though my voice lacked some conviction. "Have I ever lied to you before?" Her gaze was unreadable, and it was starting to make my skin crawl. I tried to look serious. "The most important thing in a relationship is honesty. If you don't pull out the thorn, it's just going to keep festering." I nodded, satisfied with my little speech, and stood up. "Well, it's getting late. You should get some rest. I'm going to bed." Chloe didn't move, just leaned back in her chair, lost in thought. I had just turned to leave when an idea struck me. I spun back around and leaned over her, a grin on my face. And to keep me motivated, a little bonus now and then wouldn't hurt, right? Before she could even process what I'd said, I leaned down and gave her a quick kiss, my hand accidentally brushing against her. I stood up straight, a triumphant grin on my face. "Heh!" I wasn't watching where I was going and stubbed my toe hard on the coffee table. I hopped around, clutching my foot. Chloe helped me over to the sofa, took off my slipper, and examined my toe with a frown. "Does it hurt?" It had just been a bump through my slipper. It couldn't be that bad. But I clung to her arm, putting on my best pitiful expression while secretly enjoying the contact. "It hurts so much. I don't think I can make it back to my room." She immediately bent down to help me up. "We're going to the hospital." I quickly pulled away. No, it's fine. I just need to lie down for a minute." "But you said it hurt a lot." I gave a weak laugh. "It did right when it happened, but it's much better now. Really, I'm fine." "Are you sure?" "You wait here," she said, leaving before I could ask where she was going. I lay back on the sofa. Her bedroom was a lot like mine, filled with the same collectibles and figurines. Traces of me were everywhere. A moment later, the door opened again. Chloe came in with an ice pack and a towel, sat down on the sofa, and placed the ice on my foot. "Chloe," I said, "let's take Lily camping next weekend." After a few minutes, she removed the ice pack. "Still hurt?" I wiggled my toes. "Nope, all better. Let me help you to bed." I looked down. "Isn't this a little fast?" She helped me out of her room and into my own. As the door closed behind her, I let out a helpless sigh and flopped onto the bed. This was going to be a long road. I knew things would be different after my identity was revealed, but I hadn't expected this much of a change. No one had told me I didn't have to move my own props, or that there would be a craft services table. The colleagues who used to gossip were now on their best behavior. David was the worst. He was practically bowing. I shot him a look. "That's enough. If you keep this up, I'm taking back that bag I gave you." David froze, then let out a shriek and ran to the makeup room. He'd thought it was just a nice designer bag, not a limited edition piece that was nearly impossible to get. He came back, clutching the bag. "Mr. Hayes." I cleared my throat, and he got the message. "Ethan, from this day forward, I am your loyal servant." I just smirked. "I know. Now get back to work." He hugged the bag to his chest, and I could hear the envious whispers of the people around him. The shoot didn't wrap until noon. Because of the last-minute change in talent, we had to rush to get the photos edited. I rubbed my sore neck, then glanced at the time and my eyes went wide. It was too late to go meet Chloe. Just as I was thinking that, the door opened and several men in suits, with corporate ID badges clipped to their lapels, walked in carrying insulated food containers. They spotted me in the crowd and came over. "Sir, Ms. Reed sent us." I was completely shocked. The man set the containers down. "To thank you all for taking such good care of Mr. Hayes, Ms. Reed has sent lunch. Knowing how tight your schedule is, there will be snacks and coffee later as well. Please, enjoy." "Sir, this is for you," he said, handing me a separate, smaller container. The crew was still in a state of shock long after the men had left. I set my container on the table. "Come on, everyone, dig in." David glanced at the logo on the containers. "This is from The Summit." The Summit was one of those ultra-exclusive restaurants you only ever saw on TikTok, where a single scoop of ice cream cost a four-figure sum. Just then, Luna walked in with another woman. It was Rachel Vance. She happened to look my way, and I could have sworn I saw a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. Luna's gaze fell on the food containers. "What's all this?" "Ms. Reed sent it over," someone said. Luna looked at me, a smirk on her face. "It seems we're all benefiting from your presence, Mr. Hayes." I forced a smile. With a guest present, I couldn't exactly call her out. "It's our last day. My wife just wanted to do something nice for the crew. Would you like to join us, Ms. Vance?" Luna's expression was unreadable. "No, thank you. You enjoy. Ms. Vance, shall we?" Rachel withdrew her appraising gaze from me and gave a slight nod, every inch the powerful executive. David sat down next to me. "Ethan, do you know her?" "Never seen her before in my life," I said, taking a bite of food. David shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe it's just a gut feeling, but something seems off. Anyway," he said, taking a bite, "this food from the Summit is on another level." He let out a contented sigh. After the final shoot, the only thing left on my contract was the Vance Jewelry Gala. Luna and Rachel came back from lunch, and Luna was in a passive-aggressive mood all afternoon. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her and just ignored her whenever she tried to talk to me. When elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. Especially after my connection to Chloe was revealed, everyone on set kept their heads down and their mouths shut. Luna appeared in the doorway. "Ethan," I kept my eyes on the photos on my iPad, pointedly ignoring her. "Mr. Lee, I don't think this shot is working. What do you think?" The other photographer, Mr. Lee, clearly sensing the tension, scratched the back of his head. "You're right. The lighting here is off. What do you think?" He was about to agree out of habit, but then he took a closer look and saw the problem. "You're right, let's scrap this one. I'll go through the rest of them carefully. They all have to be sent to the client by 8 tonight. Let's split it," I offered. "You take the first half and I'll go through the second." The earlier shots had already been reviewed multiple times. The real work was in the more recent photos. I took on the bulk of the work, and Mr. Lee gave me a surprised, grateful look. The first behind-the-scenes photo they released was one of mine, and it went viral. Surprisingly, I didn't let it go to my head and remained humble and professional. Luna had even offered to double my salary just to supervise, to basically get paid to do nothing and occasionally watch me put some entitled celebrity in their place. Luna sidled up to me again. "Ethan, have you reconsidered extending your contract?" "No," I said without looking up. "You like it here that much? You want me to beg you to stay?" She joked, but there was an undercurrent of tension in her voice. I multitasked, dealing with her while making notes on the photos. "What's not to like?" she asked, changing her position to lean against the table. "You have a beautiful boss who lets you yell at her whenever you want." I shot her a look. "You've listed the cons. What are the pros?" She was speechless for a second. "This is my job," I said, looking at her innocently. "I can't let irrelevant people ruin my professional reputation. Can I, Ms. Vance?" She forced a smile. "Irrelevant? After you chased me for so long." I raised an eyebrow. "So what? You're the one who's acting like a persistent leech now. Is it because Chloe isn't giving you enough attention, so you've gone back to chasing her?" she pressed. I turned to face her. "I'm the one doing the chasing. What about it?" She gave me a smirk. "Seeing you dote on another woman like that, it makes me angry." I scoffed. "Angry? So what? Why don't you go have a baby and then we'll talk? Chloe and I are a family. And as far as I'm concerned, you're the other woman." She let out a cold laugh. "That's not what you said when you were chasing me." "That was then," I said, turning to face her fully. "And now you're the one chasing me." Her words were like a physical blow, but she didn't let it show. Her usual Yonglan air replaced by a cool professionalism. "I apologize if I've made you uncomfortable." She turned to leave. "Luna," I called after her. She stopped. "About what happened before. I am truly sorry. I hope that after this project is over, we can go our separate ways," I said, my expression serious. "Getting involved with a married man. What people say is one thing, but the most important thing is that I don't want Chloe to be hurt by any of this." Baseless. Was he saying he'd never liked her? That the whole year of him chasing her was a lie? Luna didn't say another word, just gave a curt, "Okay," sign and walked away. Luna didn't show up for the rest of the day. I said my goodbyes to the crew and left. The air outside felt clean and fresh. Car was parked on the street. I started walking toward it, and as I got closer, two figures got out. Lily. She was holding a bouquet of flowers and came running toward me, stumbling a little. I knelt down just in time for her to launch herself into my arms like a little cannonball. The sweet smell of the flowers filled the air. "You came to pick me up?" I asked. She nodded excitedly and handed me the bouquet. "Thanks, sweetie," I said. Standing up, Chloe opened the car door, put Lily in her car seat, and buckled her in. Then she closed the back door. I stood there, holding the flowers, a little confused. I hadn't even gotten in the car yet. Chloe cleared her throat. "You can sit up front," she said, opening the passenger door for me. "We have to stop by my family's house today." "I'll drop you two off at home first," Chloe said, her hands on the steering wheel. I was surprised. "Why are you dropping us off?" She pressed her lips together. "You don't like them." I buckled my seatbelt. "You don't like them either. We're a family. Lily and I will go with you." Her brow twitched. "We're not going home. That's not my home." "Then wherever you're going, we'll go with you," I said, turning to look at Lily, who was sitting quietly in her car seat. "Right, sweetie?" Lily held up her stuffed pig and nodded enthusiastically. A warmth spread through Chloe's chest, and a small smile touched her lips. The car pulled up to the Reed family mansion. Chloe got out with Lily and rang the bell. A moment later, the door opened. The housekeeper looked surprised. "Miss Chloe, please come in." The whole family was in the living room. They looked up at the sound of the door. Leo was the first to speak. "Chloe." Isabel looked nervous, staring at us without a word. Her father frowned when he saw me. Suddenly, Chloe reached out and took my hand. I was surprised for a second, then squeezed her hand back. "Chloe," Isabel said, her voice small. Chloe didn't answer, just gave her a cool glance. Isabel looked away, her eyes filled with disappointment. Her father uncrossed his legs. "Been busy." I'd never experienced such a strange family dynamic. It felt less like a family gathering and more like a tense board meeting. "It's been fine," Chloe replied. The housekeeper brought a tray with a single cup of tea and set it in front of Chloe. Chloe's eyes narrowed. Can you not count? Before the housekeeper could answer, her stepmother spoke up. Your father brought back some new tea from his trip. I thought you'd like to try it. It's still steeping in the kitchen. I didn't want to bring it out where Lily might spill it. She gave a subtle look to the housekeeper, who quickly retreated to the kitchen. Chloe was relentless. Is this Lily's first time here? Or yours? When have you ever seen her run around grabbing things? Even the normally placid stepmother looked flustered. Her father's voice was sharp. Chloe, is that any way to speak to your stepmother? Hasn't it always been this way? Chloe asked, her voice laced with impatience. Is this your first day here, too? I couldn't help but let out a laugh. Her father shot me a death glare, and I immediately shut up. Why did you ask me to come here? Chloe asked. Her father just looked at her. Can't you come visit your family without being summoned? I made myself clear last time. I'll come back when you learn to respect my husband and my child. Chloe, I also made myself clear. If he could just behave himself, I wouldn't have to say anything, her father said, his voice flat. It's been years, and you're still the laughingstock of our circle. I spoke up calmly. Excuse me for interrupting, but what exactly is your definition of behaving himself? Does it mean giving up his career, his identity, and just staying home? Out of deference to Chloe, her father restrained his anger. After all these years of messing around, what have you actually accomplished? I gave him a tight, humorless smile. That's my business. You have no right to interfere. My own parents don't meddle in my life, so you should butt out. He sneered. People from common backgrounds just don't have what it takes. I couldn't help but raise my voice. You're so paranoid about people wanting your precious money. Who would even want it? I glanced over at the others. Isabel was silent, her expression unreadable. Leo looked terrified, avoiding my gaze as if he was afraid I'd turn on him next. Look at this wonderful husband you've married, her father seethed, his chest heaving. That's enough, Chloe said, her voice low and dangerous. I never asked for your approval before, and I don't need it now. She picked up Lily and pulled me toward the door. You just want to talk about the merger, and there's nothing to discuss. Chloe, her father shouted after her. Chloe spun around. You wanted me to marry some puppet you could control, didn't you? A deep sadness filled her eyes. You are so unbelievably selfish. You always assume I have some ulterior motive for everything I do. Her father stood up. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own young. At the end of the day, you're still my daughter. A strange, humorless smile touched Chloe's lips. And what if I was just average? If I'd never accomplished anything? He just stared at her, silent. See? You can't even be bothered to lie. Just like when you started your new family, the first thing you did was get rid of me. Stay out of my life. I don't want anything from you. She took my hand. Let's go. Outside, the sun was setting behind the hills. Chloe's face was a blank mask. She reached for the car door handle. Chloe. Her hand froze. She looked calmly at Isabel, who was standing on the steps. Isabel walked slowly toward her. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for, Chloe said, opening the car door. Isabel opened her mouth to say something, then closed it. She watched with a dejected air as the car disappeared down the street. When she turned, she saw her mother standing on the steps. Mom! Her mother gave her a cool look. Go inside. Why? There is no why, her mother said, adjusting her shawl. Everything I do for you. Isabel looked disappointed. When we were little, you made Dad think Chloe hated me, so he sent her away. Was that for my own good, too? Her mother looked at her in silence for a few moments. Yes. Isabel took a step back, her face filled with pain. Why does everything have to be a competition? Can't we just be a family? When they were children, Chloe had been quiet and withdrawn. Back then, she hadn't understood that her mother was the other woman. She had followed her older sister everywhere, and though Chloe was often annoyed, she had always looked out for her, made sure she didn't fall. Then, suddenly, Chloe was pushing her down, giving her snacks that made her sick enough to go to the hospital. If she had stayed with her talent, do you really think your father would have treated you both equally? Her mother said, her patience wearing thin. Your father has had plenty of affairs. Do you have any idea how much I've had to do over the years to make sure you didn't have a dozen more half-siblings running around? Mom, enough, her mother snapped. What do you want me to do? Go on, go tell your father what I've done all these years. Go, let him throw us out on the street. Then the entire Reed fortune will belong to Chloe, and we'll see if she still acknowledges you as her sister. Isabel gave a bitter laugh. I never wanted to compete for anything. I'm not even interested in the company. Isabel, everything I've done for you. For years, I fought to secure my place in this family, enduring the scorn of your grandparents, the whispers of everyone in our social circle. A flicker of sadness crossed her mother's face. You've never had to struggle. You have no idea how impossible the life you have now once seemed to me. She wiped a tear from her eye, a triumphant smile on her lips. But so what? Now, everyone has to call me Mrs. Reed. Isabel closed her eyes in pain. She is not your sister. You are destined to be rivals. Her composed mask was back in place. Now hurry inside. Don't keep your father waiting. Her father looked up as they entered. What took you so long? Her mother sat down beside him. Isabel hasn't seen Chloe in so long. She just wanted to catch up. He set his teacup down. What did they talk about? His wife let out a theatrical sigh. You know Chloe's temper. He was furious. After everything she said, as far as I'm concerned, I no longer have a daughter. His wife patted his arm. Now, let's just eat. You've had a long day. Don't work yourself up. Isabel looked down at her plate. You two go ahead. I'm not hungry. I'm going upstairs. Her mother gave a helpless smile. That child, she's too sensitive. Her father just sighed. After dinner, Chloe retreated to her study. Whenever she was upset, she threw herself into her work. I sat on the floor with Lily, building with blocks, but I was just staring into space, a block held forgotten in my hand. I sighed. Lily's arm was getting tired of being held out, but I didn't pass her the block. She mimicked my sigh. Humph. I couldn't help but smile, reaching out to pinch her chubby cheek. What are you sighing about? She pointed upstairs and used her fingers to pull the corners of her mouth down into a frown. She's sad, I asked, pulling Lily into my lap. She nodded. Should we go keep Mommy company? I asked. Lily tilted her head, looking at me quizzically. How about we make her some juice? She nodded obediently. I led Lily to the kitchen. I thought about trying to make a dessert, but I was a disaster in the kitchen. I managed to cut a watermelon, which split open with a satisfying crack, revealing the sweet, red fruit inside. I wasn't great with knives, so I just used a spoon to scoop out a piece for Lily and one for myself. Then I found the juicer in a corner and looked up a tutorial on my phone. Lily stood on a small stool, helping me put the watermelon chunks into the juicer. When it was done, I poured the juice into a cup with a straw. She took a few big gulps. All right, let's go upstairs, I said, carrying a large glass of juice and taking Lily's hand. At the study door, I handed her a smaller cup, which she held with both hands. I knocked on the door. Come in, Chloe's voice called. She glanced toward the door, her eyes dropping to see Lily toddling toward her, holding the cup. She stopped what she was doing. Lily held the juice up to her. Chloe took the cup, set it on her desk, and then lifted Lily into her lap. Why are you still awake? I sat down beside her. Lily thought you were sad, so we made you some juice. Lily nodded from her mother's lap. Chloe pinched her cheek gently. Thank you, Lily. Lily smiled shyly, then pointed at me. Chloe looked over, a small, genuine smile on her face. Thank you. I smiled back. Are you upset about what happened this afternoon? She just pressed her lips together and looked down. Her family was a deep wound for her. I shifted uncomfortably. Well, it's getting late. I'll take Lily to bed. You should get some rest when you're done. I started to get up to take Lily from her lap. Lily held out her arms for me, but Chloe suddenly grabbed my hand. I looked into her cool eyes. What are you doing? A profound sadness filled her eyes. Did you stop liking me because of my family? She couldn't bring herself to ask if I hated her, only if I liked her less. The thought alone seemed to be torture for her. In her eyes, I was perfect. From a good family, talented in my own right. I could have had anyone, yet I had chosen her, the girl who had been cast aside. She thought she had become numb to it all, but the kindness I'd shown her these past few days had reawakened a dangerous hope. I frowned. Why would you say that? Her lips parted, and she lowered her gaze. You said, if you had known about my family, you might not have married me. I thought back, and a vague memory surfaced. I think I had said something like that. That wasn't about you. When I get angry, I just say things. I looked at her seriously. You are you and they are them. If I really cared about that, I wouldn't have married you. She didn't say anything. After a long silence, she finally whispered, I'm sorry. I looked at her, confused. For what? I don't know, she said, a bitter smile on her lips. She felt like she had failed me in so many ways. She was quiet and serious, and besides money, she felt she had so little to offer, that even her love was a limited, guarded thing. Maybe it was inevitable that I would fall for someone else, someone better. Everyone knows that if you love someone, you should let them go. But she was selfish. She wanted to keep me even if it meant I would end up hating her. Her gaze wavered. I cupped her face in my hands. Chloe, I've chosen you. I may be impulsive when I'm angry, but I don't make big decisions lightly. Don't feel sorry, and don't be so insecure. The Chloe I'd met in 8th grade was always the center of attention. The golden girl, seemingly without a single flaw. Now, after this gap in my memory, she seemed shrouded in a constant melancholy, insecure and uncertain. She'd raised Lily so well on her own, and even though she said she didn't trust me, I could see the hope in her eyes. My heart ached for her. "Will you ever love me the way you loved her?" she asked, her gaze intense. I couldn't answer. I wanted to say I already do, but the actions of my 24-year-old self made that a laughable claim. She gave a self-mocking smile and started to pull away, but I cupped her face in my hands. "Chloe," I said, my eyes serious. "I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I know that right now, in this moment, I love you, just like I did when I was 18. She froze, staring at me. My eyes were clear and honest. It was the same look I'd given her the night I first told her I loved her. No matter how much time had passed, my words could still make her heart skip a beat. She came back to herself to find she was in my arms. "I haven't changed," I whispered. "I've never changed. I thought you were upset about this afternoon." At some point, Lily had fallen asleep in her lap, a contented little smile on her face. Chloe shook her head. "I stopped having expectations for him a long time ago. That way, I can't be disappointed. From now on," I said, "Lily and I will be with you." She closed her eyes, savoring the moment of peace. The ballroom was a sea of glittering gowns and expensive perfume, the women like exotic flowers vying for attention. I stood at the entrance in a black tracksuit and a baseball cap, a camera in my hand. 2 tall figures emerged from a stretched limousine. I raised my camera, but a bodyguard immediately stepped in my way. I took a closer look at the arrivals and broke into a grin. "Kevin," he had his arm around Rachel Vance. He looked over at the sound of my voice and whispered something to her. Her cool gaze swept over me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. She had a powerful presence. Rachel looked at me, her eyes filled with impatience. "There are too many people here. I'll go with you," Kevin said, subtly scanning the crowd. Even with the bodyguards, he knew his grandfather's spies were everywhere. She finally nodded, and he led her over to me. "Ethan, what are you wearing?" I just shrugged. "It's a long story. Let's just say I didn't read the fine print on a contract, and now I'm basically an indentured servant. We'd both been so busy we hadn't had a chance to catch up." Kevin laughed at my joke, and Rachel was so intrigued she forgot to look away. "What happened? I'll tell you later. I'm stuck here all night." As much as I wanted to catch up with him, the woman's intense presence was making me uncomfortable. "Is Lily coming?" Kevin asked, peering into the ballroom. "She is." "Okay, I'll bring her over to see you later." "Sounds good." With that, Kevin led Rachel into the gala. "Kevin," Rachel said as they walked down the long, opulent corridor that led to the ballroom. They looked like a couple straight out of a magazine. "You need to learn when to cut your losses. If you keep going back to him, you're the only one who's going to get hurt." Her voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. "It's time to move on." Kevin opened his mouth to speak. "Did my grandfather say something to you?" Rachel pressed her lips together, her eyes fixed straight ahead. "What does your grandfather have to do with it?" "Rachel," a man's voice called from behind them. They turned to see Mr. Blackwood striding toward them. He gave Kevin a curt nod, then turned a beaming smile on Rachel. "You're back in town and you didn't even tell me?" "I just got in," she said. "Did you bring me anything?" he asked, looking down at her expectantly. She glanced at Kevin, but his expression was unreadable. She reached into her purse. "I did." The hand that had been resting on her shoulder dropped. "I'm going to go inside," Kevin said. Before Rachel could respond, Blackwood took her hand. "Is it that watch I told you about? Did you get the shot?" Rachel asked, pulling her hand away, her eyes still fixed on the spot where Kevin had disappeared, completely ignoring Blackwood's question. "Rachel," he said, following her gaze but seeing nothing. "I'll have my assistant send the gift over," she said, then turned and walked quickly toward the ballroom, leaving him standing there, the smile frozen on his face. Miles was about to lead Nora inside when he spotted a photographer in a baseball cap who looked vaguely familiar. He took a step back. "Ethan?" I looked up. "Miles." "Nora." Nora tilted her head back to look at me. "Hi, mister." I gently pinched her cheek. "I'm the lead photographer for the Summer Bloom campaign." Miles nodded. "I saw the official photos. They're beautiful. I had no idea you shot them." I felt a thrill of pride. You really think so? Definitely. I sighed. I had high hopes for the final campaign, but the response has been pretty lukewarm. Well, you two should get inside. Lily will be here soon. Okay. Speak of the devil. I saw the familiar license plate pull up and raised my camera. A bodyguard started to move toward me, then stopped, recognizing my face, and stepped aside. Chloe got out of the car, holding Lily, and walked straight toward me. Lily held her arms out, and I expertly handed my camera to Chloe before taking her. What are you guys doing here so early? I asked. Have you eaten? Chloe countered. I pouted. No, I've been here since this afternoon getting set up. I haven't had time. Chloe was about to say something when a man's voice called out, Ms. Reed. We both turned. It was Julian, looking sharp in a tailored suit that made his legs look a mile long. He was surprised to see me, then gave me a polite nod and a smile. I smiled back, then snuck a glance at Chloe and found her watching me. I'm going to head inside, she said, reaching for Lily. Lily waved goodbye over Chloe's shoulder. Julian turned his attention back to me. I saw you shot the new Vance campaign this season. Very impressive. Thanks, I said. He looked me up and down. I haven't heard anything about you lately. I thought you decided to become a stay-at-home dad. He raised an eyebrow. Of course, with a wife as amazing as Chloe and a daughter as adorable as Lily, if I were in your shoes. He gave me a pointed look, then laughed. Who knows what I'd do? I just smiled. You're the one who's been making headlines. I've seen your name everywhere. Very impressive. I wasn't lying. After all these years, Julian still had that same captivating self-assurance. Chanel was a huge luxury brand, and for him to have reached his position at such a young age was a testament to his talent. The smile on his face faded, his eyes becoming unreadable as he looked at me. After a long moment, he looked away. When I want something, I do whatever it takes to get it. There's nothing I can't achieve. I was taken aback for a second, then nodded in agreement. I could use some of that determination. He watched me silently for a few moments. Ethan, he said, don't be so quick to trust people. Before I could respond, he walked away. I watched him go, a strange feeling in my gut. That's Chloe's rumored boyfriend, Luna's voice said from beside me. I hadn't even noticed her approach. I jumped. Why are you so interested in other people's love lives? It depends on whose love life it is, she said, holding up a food container. And this one involves you, doesn't it? Seeing I was about to argue, she quickly held up the container. You've been working so hard all afternoon. I brought you something to eat. A good boss takes care of her employees, right? Aren't you touched? I'm working, I said flatly. I'm giving you a break. I'm the boss, I make the rules. Besides, everyone's pretty much here. You can just wing it tonight. The celebrities all arrived early, so the essential shots are already done. Who's going to make the money wait? Before I could reply, an arm linked through mine. I looked down and saw Chloe's beautiful face. In that case, she said, I'll be taking him with me. She was holding a plate piled high with food, which she held out to me. My eyes lit up, and I started to follow her inside. You can carry it yourself, she said, a hint of a smile on her lips. I took a bite of a mini cupcake and stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. This is so good. I was starving. Don't eat too much, Chloe said. I made a reservation. We'll go as soon as you're done here. Wow, the summit? I asked excitedly, my voice trailing off as we walked away. Luna stood frozen for a moment, still holding out the food container. Then she let out a strange laugh and tossed the container to her assistant. The assistant, who had witnessed the entire exchange, was at a loss. Ms. Vance, should I still take this to Mr. Hayes? Luna shot her a cool look. Eat it yourself. Do I have to tell you how to do everything? The assistant flinched. Understood, Ms. Vance. Where's Lily? I asked, hiding in a corner and stuffing my face. She went to play, Chloe said, casually brushing a crumb from the corner of my mouth. Don't worry, the bodyguards are with her. I nodded. You want some? I'm not hungry, she said. Do you want something else? I can have my assistant bring it. I shook my head. No, I'll wait until we go to dinner. The gala is about to start, I said, setting down my plate and putting on my baseball cap. I should get back to work. Wait, Chloe said, grabbing my wrist. When she didn't say anything, I leaned down to her level. What is it? What are you doing here? A voice interrupted before she could answer. My cap was pulled down low, and in the dim light, the newcomer couldn't get a good look at me. Feeling mischievous, I gave Chloe's hand a little squeeze. Ms. Reed, don't you think your husband would be upset if he saw you like this? Before anyone could react, I grabbed my camera and took off. The other person looked completely stunned, clearly not expecting this kind of behavior from the famously icy Chloe Reed. Chloe, however, was completely unfazed. She simply straightened her dress and gave the other woman a polite nod. The gala was in full swing, with all the big names in business and society mingling and making deals. I slipped away to the restroom. On my way back, I heard arguing in the hallway. "Mr. Zhou, a deal this important requires a personal touch. You're so highly recommended. I'd love to see your skills for myself." "Ms. Zhang, tonight isn't the right time. We can schedule a meeting later," Julian's voice replied. The woman was persistent. "I'm free tonight. I can find us a quiet place. We can discuss the details. While I'm not the lead on this project, I will be working closely with Ms. Lola to follow up. Tonight is just not a good time. Another day, I promise we can have a drink. I've heard you're the best in the business. Let's not waste this opportunity." I shook the water from my hands and stepped out of the restroom. I saw Julian backed into a corner, an older woman practically pawing at him, her hand inching toward his stomach. They both looked up. "Ms. Reed is looking for you, Mr. Zhou," I said, putting my cap back on. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw me, a flicker of recognition in them. Julian maintained his professional smile. "Thank you. I'll be right there." He turned to the woman. "I'm so sorry, Ms. Zhang, but I have a prior engagement with Ms. Reed." Ms. Zhang snorted. "This gentleman looks familiar as well. So, you're both Ms. Reed's men, are you?" Her tone was dripping with insinuation. "Ms. Zhang," Julian said smoothly, "Chanel has been working with Ms. Reed for years. Of course we have a good relationship. And besides, everyone knows how devoted Ms. Reed is to her husband. I'm sure you wouldn't want her to get the wrong impression, would you?" The woman looked me up and down, her eyes filled with malice. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the one who was with Ms. Reed earlier. And Ms. Vance seems to have a soft spot for you as well. You're quite the operator. Why don't you name your price and come with me? I can get you into the main ballroom, no questions asked." I looked her up and down, mimicking her earlier appraisal, then raised an eyebrow. "I was just outside taking pictures. I must have a blood type that attracts mosquitoes. I didn't realize it also attracted flies." Her face contorted in an ugly sneer. "Don't push your luck. You think just because a few rich girls have looked your way, you can actually climb into their world looking like that." I lifted my chin. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm already at the top of the tree." Her face turned purple with rage. "In this city, everyone shows me respect. You think a little hired hand like you can intimidate me? Is that so?" A cool female voice cut in. The commotion had started to attract the attention of people near the ballroom entrance. Luna, noticing the growing crowd, signaled to an assistant to turn up the music in the ballroom, successfully diverting most of the attention. Ms. Zhang's face went pale. Ms. Reed. She couldn't quite figure out the dynamic between us, but she was confident that Chloe wouldn't risk a business relationship over some man. "Ms. Reed, this gentleman was being inappropriate with me. He's just a man, and a faithless one at that." She looked at Julian, who had remained silent. "Mr. Zhou was here. He saw the whole thing, didn't you?" All eyes turned to Julian. At some point, Kevin had appeared with a couple of bodyguards in tow. Julian lifted his chin. "Of course." The smug look on Ms. Zhang's face grew. "Not," Julian finished. "Ms. Zhang was propositioning me for a private meeting to discuss our partnership. She seemed to think I was rejecting her because of Ms. Reed. After Mr. Hayes arrived, her comments became inappropriate." The smile on Ms. Zhang's face vanished. The ice in Chloe's voice could have frozen hell over. "Who do you think you are?" "Ms. Reed," the woman said, unafraid. "Surely you wouldn't jeopardize the partnership between our companies over a man. It's just good business. Your company is insignificant. There are a dozen others lining up to work with me," Chloe said, her voice dripping with contempt. The woman's face trembled. "I was just joking, Ms. Reed. Our project is almost complete. You can't just..." Her family's company had been struggling ever since she took over. This deal was her last hope. Chloe ignored her and turned to me. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," I said, putting an arm around her and turning to leave. "Ms. Reed," the woman cried, trying to follow, but the bodyguards blocked her path. The little drama was over. Julian had no reason to linger. He walked past the woman with a cold smile. "Ms. Zhang, it seems your deal has fallen through, and your boy toy has run off with someone else. Not your lucky night, is it?" The polite mask was gone, his eyes filled with contempt. "Didn't you know Ms. Reed's husband's last name is Hayes?" The woman's face went white. She remembered now. Julian had called me Mr. Hayes. She stumbled backward, her face ashen. It was over. As we walked down the hall, I glanced at her. What were you doing back there? She just looked at me, her lips pressed together. Why do you think I was there? I have no idea, I said, resisting the urge to do a little victory dance. You just swooped in on a rainbow cloud with your entire empire to save me. I didn't know why she suddenly seemed upset, but I figured a little flattery couldn't hurt. Chloe was hard to read. She said one thing, but I never knew what she was really thinking. Like right now, my comments seemed to improve her mood, but only slightly. It was amazing. It was like you knew I was in trouble and just appeared out of nowhere. We're a perfect match. We must have telepathy or something. Ethan, a voice interrupted us. It was Kevin, his eyes scanning me with concern. Are you okay? I waved a hand dismissively. I'm fine. The other person is the one who almost had a problem. Chloe suddenly let go of my arm. You two talk. I have to go. I watched her walk away, completely baffled. Why was she upset again? What happened? Nothing. I came as soon as I got your text. But Chloe was already here. I slung an arm around his shoulder. I knew I could count on you. Kevin looked shaken. He clapped me on the shoulder. Don't be so reckless. Next time, wait for me to get there, okay? I nodded. I know. You're my ultimate backup. I grinned. Suddenly, I felt a chill run down my spine. I scanned the room and saw her, Rachel Vance, swirling a glass of red wine. She had an air of command that made her stand out in any crowd. I narrowed my eyes and deliberately slung an arm around Kevin's shoulders. The icy feeling intensified. At the end of the night, I had to do a final handover with Luna's team. She was leaning in the doorway. Take one last look. Is there anything else that needs to be adjusted? I reviewed the final images. Everything looks good. Mr. Hayes, the project manager said politely. I tried to correct them countless times, but things were never going to be as casual as they were before. I finally just gave up. Anyway, the job was done. David came over. It's so rare to find someone I actually like working with, and now you're leaving. He nodded toward the door. Is the boss giving you a hard time? I glanced at Luna, who was standing by the door like a statue. No, this just isn't for me. But Ms. Vance has made it so obvious. You're really not going to give her anything. David nudged me. A woman like her, a total bombshell, you're really not interested? Don't you find that whole lazy, seductive thing she does captivating? I shot him a look. That's not what you were saying the other day. David froze. I repeated his own words back to him. I think Ms. Reed is way more reliable than our boss. If he really ends up with the boss, I'll be heartbroken. The boss is fine for a fling, but that's it. David felt a sudden chill run down his spine. I don't remember saying that. It was the day after Chloe picked me up from the studio. Really? He said, scratching his head. Weird. My memory's been so bad lately. I clapped him on the shoulder. Probably all the late nights. Get some sleep. I'm out of here. See you around. I said my goodbyes to the crew and walked right past Luna. She hesitated for a second, then hurried after me. Just as the elevator doors were closing, a hand shot out and stopped them. I saw who it was and gave a nod. Luna stepped in beside me, her eyes averted. Are you interested in shooting the other core product for this campaign? Took me a second to process. Not really. She paused, then laughed. What's wrong? Is Chloe unhappy? You're talented enough to stand on your own, you know? I said coolly, I've never needed to depend on anyone. I prefer shooting landscapes or subjects that have a story to tell. She raised an eyebrow. And how are you so sure my jewelry doesn't have a story? I matched her expression. These days, no one cares about the story behind the product. It's all about making things look pretty. And then you have to spend hours in post-production retouching the celebrity's face. I've worked with enough of them lately to know how high maintenance they are. Luna was quiet for a moment. The first day you were here, the talent was a nightmare, but you still stayed. Why? It's not like you couldn't afford the 100 million. The first day I was there, the celebrity they'd hired was a monster, constantly screaming at her assistant. A simple shoot dragged on for hours. The contract said I could say whatever I wanted, but Luna hadn't done anything to deserve me trashing her production. And with the way fans are these days, any drama could blow up into a huge, messy situation. Part of it was to get a little more exposure, I admitted. Is that the only reason? The other reason was you. The elevator doors opened. What do you mean? She asked, following me out, her eyes fixed on my face. I stopped and turned to her, my expression serious. You said I used to be obsessed with you. I wanted to see if, after all this time working together, I could figure out why. To see if there was anything about you I could actually like. And nothing, I said, shaking my head and starting to walk away. So you're leaving because you have your answer? There's no reason for us to see each other anymore, is that it? A strange emotion stirred within her, one she couldn't quite name. I pushed through the revolving door. Partly. The other reason is Chloe. She's not comfortable with you being around, and there's no reason for us to be friends. She had never really known me. She'd never seen this side of me, the side that could be so sharp-tongued, so resolute. I suddenly turned back to her and laughed. You want me to stay so badly? Is it because you've finally realized that my good looks are nothing compared to my actual talent? It was as if she'd never truly seen me before. She struggled to tear her eyes away, swallowing hard. What if I said? What? I asked, stopping at the crosswalk. The streetlight cast our long shadows on the pavement, two parallel lines that never touched. She frowned and took a step closer. What if I said, I'm starting to like. Just as our shadows were about to touch, mine suddenly vanished. Chloe. When Luna looked up, I was already running across the street toward the woman waiting there. She watched, stunned, as I ran to Chloe, who was looking right at her. Their eyes met across the street, and the air crackled with tension. What are you doing here? I told you to go home, I said, but my voice was filled with delight. Chloe coolly broke her gaze with Luna. I was waiting for you. Where's Lily? I asked, peering into the car. The back window rolled down, and Lily's smiling face appeared, her head tilted to one side. There was a big mosquito bite on the little hand she had resting on the window frame. Lily, were you waiting for me to get off work too? She nodded. I noticed the bite. Roll up the window, sweetie, before more mosquitoes get in. She obediently rolled it up. Get in, let's go home, Chloe said. I reached for the back door handle, but she stopped me. Sit up front. I tried to act casual, but I couldn't hide my smile. As I bent to get in, that sharp pain shot through my temple again. It usually only lasted a second, but this time it lingered. Chloe immediately leaned over me. What's wrong? We were so close I could feel her breath on my face. I waited for the pain to subside, then took a deep breath. It's nothing. I've probably just been pulling too many late nights. We're going to the hospital, she said, frowning as she helped me into the seat. I gave her my best puppy dog eyes. No, I don't want to go to the hospital. It's nothing. I'm just tired. Are you feeling sick anywhere else? No, I said, shaking my head. It was just a sudden pain. It's gone now. If you're not feeling well, you have to tell me. I'll take you to the doctor tomorrow. Okay. Chloe closed my door, then went around to check on Lily. Luna watched the car disappear down the street, then let out a cold, bitter laugh. I must be insane. How could I possibly be falling for Ethan Hayes? The one I've always loved is. She stopped abruptly, her hand flying to her chest, where she felt a sudden, hollow ache. After putting Lily to bed, I tiptoed out of her room and closed the door. I took a shower, finally able to relax after a long night. I tried to piece together Chloe's strange behavior all evening. I changed into my pajamas and went to the study, knocking on the door. Come in, she said without looking up. What is it? It's late. Her voice was cold and flat. I gently closed the door and walked over to her desk. Still working? So late. Chloe, do you know what the most important thing is in a marriage? She finally looked up at me. Fresh from my shower, I said one word, honesty. You don't believe that I've really changed, do you? And you're bothered by Luna, right? I love you like a partner should, because every single thing about you captivates me. She didn't speak, just pressed her lips together. I waited for her to process what I'd said. It was clear she didn't believe me. I knew she was doubting my love for her. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Tonight, why didn't you text me first? I hadn't expected that. I sighed. You've been upset all night because of that? She looked away, her lips pressed together. You were busy at the gala. I didn't know if you'd even see my message. Kevin was right outside. It was just easier to text him, I explained patiently. She opened her mouth, then hesitated. I would have seen it immediately. I paused. I didn't know that before, but I do now. So, from now on, I'll come to you first for everything, okay? Do what you want, she said. I couldn't help but laugh. You're so stubborn. My laugh was warm, and she looked away, a faint blush on her cheeks. I'm not. I leaned in closer. No? Really? Our noses were almost touching, and I gave her a mischievous look. Her body went rigid, but she tried to act calm, her cool expression failing to hide the panic in her eyes as she gently pushed me away. She barely used any force, but I let her create some distance between us. To my surprise, she looked a little disappointed. Just then, there was a sound from the doorway. We both turned to see a little head peeking around the frame. Lily. I stepped away from the desk, went to the door, and scooped her up. Why are you still awake? She snuggled against my neck, and my heart melted. You want me to tuck you in? She hesitated, then nodded, and then pointed to Chloe, who was still standing by the desk, looking a little dazed. Sweetie, Daddy will put you to bed. Mommy's busy. I'm done, Chloe said suddenly, closing her laptop. She strode over and took Lily from my arms. Let's go. We'll both put you to bed. I watched her elegant back as she walked away and just shook my head. In Lily's room, even the nightlight was off, plunging the room into darkness. The three of us were tucked into Lily's princess bed. Lily, want Daddy to tell you a story? She folded her little hands on her chest and nodded sweetly. I pulled the blanket up to her chin. First thing in the morning, Chloe dragged me to the hospital for a checkup. I had to fast, so I was starving. I peered at the report in her hand as she read it over carefully. Are you hungry? She asked. I nodded. Starving. I can barely stand up. Let's go get some food, she said, putting the papers away. Okay, are we still taking Lily camping today? Before she could answer, I heard a familiar voice. Thank you so much, Olivia. I don't know what I would have done without you today. It was Leo in the hospital hallway with a woman beside him. It was nothing, she replied. We're from the same town, after all. It was a rare overcast day for early summer. I watched the scenery blur past the car window. We weren't heading to Chloe's office and we weren't heading home. I turned to her. Where are we going? She cleared her throat. Do you want to go to a photography exhibit? My eyes lit up. An exhibit? She pulled 2 tickets from her purse and handed them to me. As we merged onto the freeway, I saw the name on the tickets. It's Josephine Johnson. I didn't even know she had an exhibit in NYC. Tickets to her shows were impossible to get. A business associate knew you liked photography and sent them over, she explained. I ran my thumb over the ticket, thrilled. Thank you, Chloe. She pressed her lips together. I know I've been busy with work, that I've neglected you. I'm gonna make more time for you and Lily now. I was taken aback for a second, then I nodded. I'll work hard to be a good partner to you too. She looked genuinely moved and gave a small nod. I narrowed my eyes playfully. Do you know the secret to a happy marriage? She glanced over at me. What is it? Novelty. For example? I gave her a sly look. For example, when I'm trying to win you over, you have to give me a little encouragement. It'll keep me motivated. And how should I do that? Let me appreciate your charm, I said, stumbling over my words. You'll figure it out. She nodded thoughtfully. Sarah gave me 2 movie tickets. Do you want to go later? When would we get Lily? Should we take her with us? I checked the time. We could pick her up right after the movie. But, Chloe cut me off. We can have some time to ourselves too, you know? I turned to look at her. You're finally learning to just say what you want? Her ears turned red, but she kept her eyes on the road. You're the one who said we should be honest with each other. I nodded. So, you want to go on a date with me today? Just the 2 of us, she added. Her directness made my own ears burn. We drove the rest of the way in silence, until we pulled up in front of a large mansion. A guard at the gate opened the car door for us. I handed him our tickets, and he gestured for us to enter. We walked through a beautiful garden to the main gallery. It wasn't very crowded. I was a little surprised. For an artist as famous as Josephine Johnson, I would have expected the place to be packed. But I didn't have time to dwell on it. The moment I stepped inside, I was completely captivated. Majestic landscapes, a full moon hanging low over a branch, a bamboo forest shrouded in mist. Each piece was more breathtaking than the last. My eyes were wide with admiration as I took in every detail. A truly great work of art transports you. It's an experience for the soul as much as for the eyes. A soft cough broke the spell. I looked up and saw Luna Vance, a complicated expression on her face. Long time no see, Ethan, she said, her arms crossed, a smirk playing on her lips. A shiver went down my spine. Long time no see? Did I imagine seeing you yesterday? Didn't you once tell me that a day without me feels like 3 years? It's been a whole night. That's at least a year and a half, right? She shot a subtle glance at Chloe. You said you were confident you could help me land that downtown project. She feigned a look of shock. You weren't just leading me on, were you? I wanted to strangle her. I could feel the temperature in the room drop 20 degrees. It was June, but it suddenly felt like the middle of winter. I'll go get you a drink, Chloe said, her icy mask firmly back in place. With just a few words, Luna had undone a week's worth of progress. Before I could say anything, Chloe turned and walked away. Were you dropped on your head as a child? I hissed at Luna, my teeth clenched. Was I not clear enough yesterday? Or do you just enjoy it when I yell at you? Does it make you feel special? Will you die if you don't follow me around? Why are you everywhere? Luna's eyes darkened, but she kept her playful tone. Are you really that touched that Chloe arranged a private exhibition with Josephine Johnson just for you? I froze. Chloe had arranged this. No wonder I hadn't heard anything about it. Are you in love with my wife or something? You're always watching her. Luna laughed. I'd say the odds are better that I'm into you. The moment she said it, that sharp pain shot through my head again. Are you okay? She asked, starting toward me, but she was suddenly shoved aside. She stumbled but caught her balance. I'm taking you out of here, a voice said. I finally focused and saw who it was. Chloe, don't talk, she said in a low voice. But if I ever did what I was told, I wouldn't be me. Didn't I tell you to get lost? I snapped, thinking she was talking to Luna. Luna flinched. Chloe ignored me and just kept leading me outside. My head was hurting, I said, my voice rising. It really hurt. Are you yelling at me now? You're going to believe her over me? Are you that disappointed in me? She stopped and looked up at me, at my wide, innocent eyes. Ethan, you're giving me a headache. So this is how it is, I said dramatically. When you were chasing me, I was a treasure. Now that you've got me, I'm just dirt. I never said that, she protested. You were thinking it. I heard you, I insisted, giving her my best. I will end you, glare. You're always a treasure, whether I'm chasing you or not, she said unexpectedly. I wrapped an arm around her neck. Oh, really? Leaving me to face that monster all by myself. Is that how you treat your treasure? I narrowed my eyes. It seems to me you were trying to push me right into her arms. I wasn't, she mumbled into my chest. I was just around the corner. I burst out laughing. The image of Chloe hiding around the corner, spying on me, was just too funny. My laughter seemed to annoy her. What are you laughing at? Nothing, I said, still laughing. You're hilarious, Chloe. A flicker of hurt crossed her face as she opened the car door and helped me in. Seeing her expression, I quickly sobered up. I didn't mean it in a bad way. It's so out of character. You're always so poised and elegant. I can't picture you. Before I could finish, she buried her face in my neck. Ethan, it's up to you. Whoever you want me to give that project to, I'll do it. As long as you're happy, I don't care. Everything I have is yours. Just tell me what you want. Her warm breath on my neck sent a shiver down my spine. I stood frozen, listening to her hoarse whisper. Chloe, when I said I wanted to win you over again, I meant it. There were no ulterior motives. You just don't believe me. I don't like Luna. I've been working with her for 2 weeks, and being near her just gives me a headache. But you know me. I'm competitive with myself, not with other people. Even if it wasn't her, I'd still give this job my all. I'm as passionate about my photography as I was about chasing you. I give it everything I have, and I want to be able to stand beside you as an equal. I don't want to just be known as Mr. Chloe Reed. She lifted her head from my shoulder, her eyes red-rimmed. She looked so fragile it made my heart ache. No one would dare say that, she whispered. Everything I have has been yours since the day we got married. I was stunned. Then why did you walk away? She shook her head. I didn't want to put you in a difficult position. What do you mean? If you're going to lie to me, then just keep lying. I could practically feel a cartoon anvil about to drop on my head. So, after all this time, she still didn't believe me. You're so magnanimous. In another life, you would have been the perfect, understanding concubine. She shot back. And would you have made Luna your empress? All my hard work down the drain. So what will it take to make you believe me? I asked, exasperated. I do believe you, she said, looking up at me. You don't act like it. If we run into Luna again, are you just going to run away and leave me to deal with her? I sighed. Chloe, this isn't how a marriage is supposed to work. You're pushing me away, you know that? I know what you're afraid of, but you have to try to trust me. Just talk to me, okay? I can't avoid upsetting you if I don't know what bothers you. I was trying to be as gentle as I could. She watched me for a long moment, her lips pressed together. Okay, and? I asked, my gaze steady. She hesitated. I don't like Luna Vance. I nodded. I don't like her either. I don't like you being with her, she added. She's the one who keeps showing up, I explained. I didn't even know she'd be here. And that contract, I signed it before I knew she was involved. I don't like you looking at her either, she continued. I nodded, pleased. And before she could finish, I cupped her face in my hands and kissed her. Her eyes flew open. It was just a quick, soft kiss. I pulled back. Is it okay if I only look at you? I was actually blushing, but I tried to play it cool. Her face was tense, her eyes fixed on mine, filled with an emotion I couldn't quite decipher. Let's go, I said, giving her a little push to break the tension. The wind rippled across the green lawn. Behind us stood a large country house. The moment Chloe set Lily down, she took off running. The wind blowing through the grass looked like something out of a painting. I raised my camera and snapped a picture of Lily as she ran. This place is beautiful. How did you find it? Chloe's eyes flickered. That movie theater I took you to this morning, do you remember it? My hand froze. Yeah, you used to take me there all the time. Did I? She asked, her eyes searching my face. Yeah, I said, then took off after Lily. Come on. That strange feeling of familiarity washed over me again. Chloe seemed to be in a trance as she walked toward me. The moment she was close enough, I grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Lily! She glanced back at us, her grin widening, and kept running. A cream-colored picnic blanket was spread out on the grass. Lily was already there, holding a cupcake and licking the frosting off, getting it all over her face. Chloe pulled out a napkin to clean her up. I held a container of watermelon, taking in the almost surreal beauty of the scene. I speared a piece with a fork and offered it to her. Want some? She opened her mouth and took it. Are we camping here tonight? Did you bring a tent? I did. I'm hungry, I said, setting down the watermelon. We only brought fruit and cake. What are we going to eat for dinner? Let's go eat, Chloe said, taking the half-eaten cupcake from Lily. Lily watched as she threw it into the trash bag. I pinched her cheek. Are you hungry too? She nodded. I stood up and took Lily's hand. Where are we going to eat? Let's go. We'll come back later. I followed Chloe to the house, and she unlocked the door with her fingerprint. Is this your place? I asked curiously. Her expression grew complicated, and she didn't answer. I just winked at her. It's probably been a while. I must have forgotten. I pushed the door open and led Lily inside. The shoes in the entryway were covered in dust bags, and on a shelf sat a lopsided, handmade doll. The decor was warm and inviting, and everything looked brand new, as if no one had lived here in a long time, but it was impeccably clean. Felt so familiar. An image flashed in my mind, too quick to catch. On the wall behind a large sofa hung a massive wedding photo. In it, I was grinning, and even Chloe's normally serious face was curved into a soft smile. The background of the photo was the same lawn we were just on. The frame was spotless, not a speck of dust on it. I'm going to make dinner, Chloe said, hanging her jacket on a hook by the door. You cook? I asked, surprised for the second time that day. She just pressed her lips together and walked into the kitchen. I knelt in front of Lily. Should we go help? She threw her hands in the air and nodded enthusiastically. In the kitchen, Chloe was wearing a simple white sundress, her hair pulled back, an apron tied loosely around her slender waist. She turned from the stove and saw us standing in the doorway. Hungry? It'll be ready soon. No, I said. We came to help. It's smoky in here, she said, rinsing vegetables at the sink. It must be boring being in here all by yourself. Lily and I will keep you company. I opened the fridge. It was fully stocked. What are you making? She was staring at my profile, and for a long moment, she didn't speak. I turned to look at her. Short ribs, she said finally, and steamed crab. I nodded. Ribs and crab were my favorites. Anything else? There's shrimp. What should I cook it with? Asparagus or broccoli? I thought for a second. Asparagus. She nodded. Okay, and I'll make some stir-fried vegetables. All my favorites. I took out the ingredients and closed the fridge. I found a little stool, set it by the sink, and lifted Lily onto it so we could wash the vegetables together. Lily meticulously washed each leaf. I was peeling garlic. Chloe took the cloves from me. Go wash your hands. Okay. After she finished with the vegetables, Lily got down to wash her hands. Her rolled-up sleeve slipped down and brushed against one of the live crabs in the sink. His claw shot out and latched onto her sleeve. Lily was a timid child. She tried to shake it off gently, then more forcefully. I heard the splashing and looked over. I used a pair of tongs to pry the crab off. Sweetie, are you picking a fight with the crab? She pouted and pointed at the crab, then showed me the little pinch mark on her sleeve. Don't worry, I said, pinching her chubby cheek. Mommy's going to steam him for dinner. The prep work was almost done, and the kitchen was getting smoky, so Chloe shooed us out. I shook the water from my hands and suddenly yelped. What is it? She asked, cupping my face in her hands. Did you get water in your eye? I blinked rapidly. As she leaned in to look, I took the opportunity to give her a quick peck on the cheek. "Ha, got you," I laughed, scooping up Lily and running out of the kitchen while she was still stunned. She stood there for a moment, then slowly raised a hand to touch her cheek. Soon, a familiar, delicious smell wafted from the kitchen, making my stomach growl. The food was on the table in no time. I took Lily to wash her hands. At the table, I took a bite of the short ribs and gasped. "This tastes exactly like my dad's. It's amazing. Is there anything you can't do?" I was secretly thrilled. Chloe said, "Do you want to have a barbecue tonight?" I looked at her, surprised. "Here? Just the three of us?" "Maybe next time," she said. "We can bring Kevin." "Okay." After dinner, she told me not to worry about the dishes. Someone would come by to clean up later. "You go put Lily to bed," she said. "I have a little work to finish." I nodded. Lily was too excited to sleep. She burrowed into my arms, cuddling and whining playfully. "What's all this?" I asked, setting down the Lego I was holding. "If you don't take a nap, you won't have any energy to play later." She just blinked her big eyes at me. "You don't want to sleep?" I asked, stroking her hair. She nodded. I thought for a moment, "How about we go make some juice?" Her eyes lit up with surprise. "All right, let's go," I said, scooping her up with a sigh. I found some oranges in the fridge and the juicer in a cabinet. I was clueless when it came to kitchen gadgets, so I had to carefully read the instructions. Lily rested her hands on the counter, standing on her tiptoes to watch me. I put down the instruction manual, scored an orange with a knife, and handed it to her. She was happy to help. She set her stuffed pig on the sofa, took the orange and started peeling, glancing over at her toy every so often. Once I had it figured out, I put the peeled oranges in and made a big pitcher of juice. I poured a small cup for Lily and added a few ice cubes from the freezer. "Should we make iced tea later?" I asked, pouring a glass for myself and another for Chloe. Lily made a small, affirmative sound, and I was pleasantly surprised. "We'll have to ask Mommy where the honey is. I can't find it." I took a sip of my own juice, then picked up the other glass. "Come on, let's go find Mommy." Lily carried her own cup, tugging on my shirt with her free hand. After a few steps, she let go and ran back to the sofa to grab her nearly forgotten stuffed pig. I was puzzled. That stuffed pig was clearly her most prized possession, even though it was made of cheap material. "You really love that little pig, huh, Lily?" She reached out and took my arm, since my hands were full with the juice glasses. She walked ahead of me then. "Next time we go out, I'll buy you an even nicer piggy, okay?" She shook her head, looking upset. I'd bought her so many stuffed animals, but she only ever wanted this one. The others just sat on the sofa in her room. The person who gave her that pig must have been very important to her. "Not even one that looks exactly the same?" She shook her head. "Okay, we won't replace him, but I'll still buy you lots of other pretty toys to play with. How about that?" I knocked on the study door. "Come in," Chloe called. I pushed the door open. Her eyes dropped to the wide-awake Lily, and she frowned. I set her glass down on the desk with a soft thud. "Lily made you some juice." Chloe's expression didn't soften as she looked at our daughter, whose head barely cleared the top of the desk. "Lily Chloe Hayes, why aren't you in bed?" No kid can escape the terror of the full name treatment. Lily's lip trembled, and she clutched her stuffed pig. "Are children allowed to skip their naps?" Her voice was stern. "Chloe," I said, my lips tightening. Lily gave her a hurt look, then turned and slowly walked toward the door. Her tiny figure looked so dejected and sad. I shot Chloe a reproachful look and went to scoop Lily up. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and the moment I lifted her, they spilled over. She silently wiped the tears from her face. "It's okay, sweetie. I'll take you out of here." The door slammed shut behind us. Chloe's heart clenched, and her fingers curled into a fist. The glass of orange juice on her desk was sweating from the ice inside. She reached for it, her fingertips brushing against the cold, damp glass. The house fell silent. Outside, the sun shone on the perfect green lawn under a blue sky with fluffy white clouds. It looked like a scene from a cartoon. A figure stood on the small wooden bridge in the middle of the lawn. I raised my camera, capturing the moment the wind rustled through the grass. Chloe stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, the bitter aroma of coffee rising from the mug in her hands. After a long moment, she set the mug down and headed upstairs. She gently pushed open the bedroom door. A small figure was curled up in the corner of the large bed. Chloe stood beside it, looking down at Lily. She was facing the window, her hands tucked under her cheek, her little mouth still set in a pout even as she slept. Her stuffed pig was tucked into the crook of her arm. Her long lashes fluttered, She smacked her lips, her eyes opening groggily to see the elegant figure standing over her. Chloe sat on the edge of the bed and held out her hand. "Come here, Lily." She rubbed her eyes, still half asleep. She started to crawl over, then stopped, sat up, and looked at her mother with a hurt expression. "Come on, come to mommy," Chloe said, her voice soft. Lily looked around anxiously, found her stuffed pig, and clutched it to her chest, her head bowed. "Lily, are you still mad at mommy?" Chloe asked, her hands still outstretched. Lily looked up at her, then slowly crawled over and sat beside her, shaking her head without looking up. Chloe gently lifted her into her lap. "Lily, I'm sorry. Mommy didn't mean to yell at you. Do you remember Dr. Kane? The doctor you see all the time?" Lily looked up at her, her eyes wide with fear. "Don't be scared," Chloe said, patting her back soothingly. "Dr. Kane says that little kids have to take naps. If they don't, their immune systems get weak. Do you know what an immune system is?" Lily calmed down and looked up at her. "If your immune system is weak, you'll get sick very easily, and mommy would feel terrible if she didn't take good care of you." Chloe stroked her cheek. "Lily, I'm sorry I used a mean voice. Next time, I'll talk to you nicely, okay?" Lily's lip trembled, and she buried her face in her mother's shoulder, silent tears starting to fall. "I'm sorry, sweetie. Mommy doesn't always know the right thing to do. I just do what the doctor tells me. Every time you get sick, I get so scared." She gently rubbed her back. "I'm so sorry." Lily cried silently, tears streaming down her face. Sensing her mother's sadness, she looked up, her eyes red and puffy, and cupped Chloe's face in her small, chubby hands, giving her a little nuzzle. A warmth spread through Chloe's chest, and a rare, genuine smile touched her lips. My own face was flushed from the sun. I stood outside the door, watching the tender scene, a lump in my throat, unable to bring myself to interrupt. "No, that's not right. This piece should go here," I said, sitting on the floor with Lily, playing with her Legos. "Wait, that doesn't look right either." "Here," a voice said. There were more of Lily's Lego sets here, more complex ones with smaller, more numerous pieces than the ones at the other house. I was a hyperactive kid, so I never had the patience for toys that required sitting still. For a 3-year-old to be able to handle such complex sets, Lily was a little genius. You could give her a set of Legos, and she'd happily play by herself in a corner all day. If no one was there to see it when she was done, she'd just take it apart and start over. At first, I thought she had some kind of obsessive-compulsive tendency, because if one piece was even slightly crooked, she'd dismantle the whole thing and start again. But that wasn't it. The truth was, she had no one to play with, so she played by herself. Her preschool teacher had mentioned that she seemed a bit withdrawn. She actually loved making friends. After playing with Nora on the slide that one time, she'd followed her around like a little shadow. But the other kids at preschool always looked at her strangely. Kids are the most sensitive to kindness and cruelty, so she would retreat into her own little world, hiding in the corner. "Put it here," a cool voice said, snapping me out of my thoughts. I turned. I hadn't even noticed Chloe sit down beside me with a plate of fruit. "Are you done with work?" I asked. She handed me a piece of sliced apple. As I took it, I noticed a cut on her finger. I grabbed her hand just as she was pulling it away. "What happened to your hand?" "It's nothing," she said, trying to pull her hand back. "I wasn't paying attention and cut myself." "You cut yourself?" I frowned. "Let me see." I took her hand and examined the cut. "It's so deep. Wait here." I stood up and left the room. Lily put down her Legos, walked over to her mother, and took her hand. She frowned at the cut, her expression a perfect mirror of my own, and gently blew on it. Chloe gently stroked her hair. "It doesn't hurt." I returned a moment later with a small, cartoon-themed first aid kit. "Give me your hand," I said, holding out my own. Chloe had a strange expression on her face as she held out her hand. Lily, who had never seen the first aid kit before, thought it was adorable and started poking at it curiously. "Did you get it wet?" I asked, noticing the skin around the cut was pale. Her eyes met mine. "I rinsed it with water." I frowned. "That's not how you're supposed to treat a cut." She didn't say anything. After I'd applied the antiseptic, I tossed the used cotton swab. "I'm not going to put a bandage on it. It needs to breathe. We'll put one on if you need to get it wet." She just hummed in acknowledgement. I went downstairs to put the first aid kit away, and as I turned, I nearly ran into Chloe coming down the stairs. I jumped. "You're so quiet." "Sorry," she said quietly. "It's fine," I said, my eyes on her injured hand. "Try not to get it wet." As I passed her on the stairs, she suddenly said, "I'm sorry." I paused, guessing she was talking about what had happened at lunch. I turned back. You don't have to apologize. I don't really know much about kids' schedules. I'll be more careful in the future. I added softly, Chloe, from now on, let's take care of Lily together. She was silent for a moment, then just hummed in agreement. I'll have my assistant arrange for Lily to take a leave of absence from school. I looked up at her, surprised. But you said, I'll make more time, she said. Okay. I nodded. I'm going to go play with Lily. She didn't say anything, just watched me disappear up the stairs before turning away. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the entire meadow. It was the perfect spot to watch the sunset. I checked my camera. Every shot was perfect. Look over there, sweetie, I said, lifting Lily up and pointing to the setting sun. Doesn't it look like a big orange? She didn't know what I meant and just looked at me, confused. It's a yummy snack. I'll get you one next time, okay? She nodded, then pretended to take a big bite out of the air, her eyes squeezed shut. I got it and laughed. It does look like a slice of watermelon. I heard a rustling sound behind me and set Lily down. Do you know how to set this up? I asked. Chloe opened the bag and pulled out the tent poles. I'll give it a try. Lily copied me, squatting on the ground, and we both watched Chloe with wide, curious eyes. Chloe put down the instructions. All done. My eyes went wide with surprise. She then pulled a can of bug spray from her bag, and Lily immediately walked over to her. Next time we come out, we have to remember to put on bug spray first, okay? Lily and I both nodded. I forgot, I said, scratching my head. I hadn't even realized it was mosquito season already. A large, red welt had already appeared on the back of Lily's hand. Chloe frowned. Don't scratch it. There were already faint scratch marks around the bite. Lily was a good girl and immediately stopped scratching. She held out her stuffed pig, and Chloe gave it a couple of sprays too. Then she waved me over. You're next. She meticulously sprayed me from head to toe. Mosquitoes never bite me, I said. They always go for Lily. They'll be out in full force tonight, she replied. After she was done, she went back to the tent instructions. She was a natural at this stuff. She just glanced at the diagram and had it figured out. She had the frame up in no time and even sprayed the outside of the tent with bug spray. She even hung a small lantern from the top of the tent. I was impressed by her thoroughness. As a mosquito magnet, I usually had to be covered from head to toe when I was outdoors, but I was always forgetting to prepare until it was too late. It was peaceful and quiet, a welcome escape from the city. When I was a kid, I'd gone with my dad on a charity trip to a rural village, and the nights there had sounded just like this. The sky was filled with stars, a sight you could never see in the city. I'd seen kids there who were desperate to learn, kids my age with hands calloused from hard labor. It had always pushed me to work harder. Even though my results were never quite what I hoped for, I always had that stubborn refusal to give up. But it felt like fate was always working against me. No matter how hard I tried, I was always just falling short. Why the sigh? A voice beside me asked, pulling me from my thoughts. Nothing, I said, looking up at the vast, dark sky. Just thinking it would be nice if things could always be like this. If you like it here, we could move here, she said. No way. I still have too much I want to do. We can come back when we're old. We could even have a garden, I added. You can have a garden, I corrected myself. I don't know the first thing about growing vegetables. When I was a kid, I tried to grow things, but I killed every single plant. The only thing that survived for any length of time was a cactus. I let out a small sigh, and even that, my dad threw out after it turned completely yellow. Chloe just hummed in response. I turned to look at her. What was that? I'll do the planting, she said. I turned away, hiding a smile. You're so busy all the time, I said with a lazy yawn. You're amazing. You work so hard, and you still take such good care of Lily. I was already half asleep, struggling to keep my eyes open. I'm so tired. There's so much I want to do, but I'm always exhausted. Did I use up all my energy before I turned 18? I laughed. Probably. Go to sleep, she said, her voice like a soothing balm. Chloe lay on her back, her head pillowed on her arm, listening to the soft breathing of me and our daughter beside her. She wished this moment could last forever. Maybe the scary movie from earlier had gotten to me, because I slept fitfully. I woke from a nightmare, my forehead slick with cold sweat. I opened my eyes to complete darkness. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. The peaceful sounds of the night now seemed sinister and strange. A dark and stormy night, a shadowy figure. The more I thought about it, the more awake and terrified I became. I reached out a hand into the darkness and felt a source of warmth. I scooted closer. In the dark, a woman's voice murmured, "What are you touching?" I snatched my hand back as if burned. "Where's Lily?" Before I could panic, she took my hand and guided it behind her, where I felt a small, soft arm. I relaxed and wrapped my arms around Chloe. "I had a nightmare." Her voice was soft. "What was it about?" "I don't remember. Just fragments. It was scary, and it's all your fault. Who takes someone to a horror movie on a date?" "Ethan, are you just now getting scared?" "I'm scared," I insisted. She suddenly went quiet. "Why aren't you saying anything? Just listen." My internal alarm bells started ringing. "Listen to what?" "I must have misheard," she said. "Chloe," I whispered, my voice trembling. She let out a soft laugh in the darkness, the sound sending a shiver down my spine. "Stop messing with me. I'm really scared." Even the wind outside sounded menacing now. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around my waist. "How about now? Still scared?" "Not anymore," I mumbled. She shifted slightly. "Go to sleep." I woke to the sound of birdsong. Lily was snuggled against me, playing with her stuffed pig. When she saw I was awake, she looked up at me with her big, round eyes. "Morning, sweetie," I said, pulling her closer. She snuggled against me. The tent flap opened, and Chloe's elegant figure stood in the entrance. "Breakfast is ready." "Okay." After breakfast, Chloe drove us away from the house. "Are we going to an orchard?" I asked. "Is it okay for you to miss work today?" She'd already missed 2 days. "I'm spending the day with you," she said. The SUV navigated a winding mountain road, the lush greenery a blur outside the window as the path grew narrower. Lily leaned against her seat, looking around with curiosity. The car stopped in front of an orchard that stretched as far as the eye could see, covering almost the entire mountainside. Chloe was holding Lily. "Ms. Reed, Mr. Hayes," an old, raspy voice called out. I turned to see an elderly man approaching. "Mr. Zhang," Chloe said with a nod. I echoed her greeting. The old man chuckled. "It's been a long time. Is this your little one? She's gotten so big." Chloe nodded. "We've been busy." He waved a dismissive hand. I know. I see you on the news. So young and successful." Chloe gave him a polite smile. "We planted some mulberries over there," Mr. Zhang said, pointing into the orchard. "The little one might like them." "Okay." After saying goodbye, we followed Chloe into the orchard. She seemed to know the place well. "Is he the owner?" I asked. The look on her face was unreadable. "You don't remember?" "Remember what?" "This orchard is yours." My jaw nearly hit the floor. "You're telling me this entire orchard is mine?" She just looked at me, her lips pressed together, not saying a word. I was still reeling from the shock. "Didn't I tell you yesterday there was something I needed to tell you?" But she cut me off. "Let's talk about it later." Before I could react, she had turned and walked away, leaving me staring at her back. Her eyes had been evasive, like she was running from something. I hurried to catch up. Before I could say anything, I heard a series of excited noises. I turned to see one of the orchard workers. His face lit up at the sight of Chloe, signing rapidly. Chloe nodded to him. "Are they deaf?" I asked. The questions were piling up, but before I could ask another, I was distracted by the sight of peach trees, their branches heavy with ripe fruit. The donut peaches looked delicious. "Chloe peaches." She stopped, set Lily down, and easily reached up to pick one. She rinsed it with a bottle of water, then handed one to me and one to Lily. A man who was tending the trees nearby handed me a basket. "Thanks," I said. He just waved, his eyes filled with a strange gratitude. "Is it good?" Chloe asked. "It's so sweet." Chloe picked another one from a high branch and handed it to me. I was about to put it in the basket when the man made a noise and waved his hands at me. I froze, confused. He then picked a handful of peach leaves and lined the bottom of the basket with them. "Oh," I said, finally understanding. "You mean the basket will scratch the fruit?" He nodded. "Thanks." He waved shyly, made a welcoming gesture, and then went back to his work. "Are all the workers here disabled?" I asked. On our way in, several people had greeted us, some nonverbal, some deaf, all with some form of disability. "And I'm the one who hired them?" "Yes," Chloe said, taking Lily's hand. "Most of the employees here were abandoned by their families, or were homeless before." I was stunned. A cheesy, heroic phrase popped into my head. If I could, I would save the world. "So I'm really saving the world?" I asked, half joking. The confusion in her eyes deepened. "Ethan," she said, her expression unreadable. "Have you really forgotten everything?" I looked at her. "Do you believe me?" Lily tugged on my hand. I looked down. She was holding up her hands, which were sticky with peach juice. I pulled out a wipe and knelt down to clean them. "Actually, she started, then stopped. Never mind, this is fine. She looked away. I said seriously, today is for Lily, but I'll tell you later. Since we're being honest with each other, I'll tell you everything. Okay. She just hummed in agreement. Satisfied, I wiped my hands. Want some more? Lily nodded. All right then, let's fill this whole basket. Yay! She cheered. The peaches on the higher branches always looked more tempting. Lily sat on a nearby stone, happily munching on her peach. I reached up, picked a peach and handed it to Chloe. Seeing this, Lily set her stuffed pig down on the grass, toddled over to her mother, took the peach and placed it in the basket. We filled about half the basket that way. Didn't you say there were mulberries? I asked. Chloe picked up the basket. Come with me. The mulberry bushes were in a small patch, the berries a deep, dark purple. I couldn't resist picking one, but before I could pop it in my mouth, she took it from me. We have to wash them first. Fine, I grumbled. I picked some mulberry leaves to cushion the peaches, filled a corner of the basket with the berries, and then covered them with more leaves. Are we done? I asked, lifting the basket. There are blueberries up ahead. How many more surprises did this place hold? All right, let's pick some and then head back. The sun's getting strong. It was a beautiful, sunny day, and the heat was starting to build. The blueberry bushes were low to the ground, and Lily picked them with intense concentration, carefully carrying each handful to the basket. Lily's going to be a straight-A student, I remarked. She's so focused. The tiny girl stood beside the bushes, dutifully picking the berries without sneaking a single one. By noon, the sun was high and hot, and Lily's cheeks were flushed. It's getting hot, Lily, I said, holding out my hand. She obediently took my hand and followed me, though she looked a little sad to leave. We'll come back another time, I promised. She finally nodded, satisfied. We left the orchard and Chloe led us to a small, two-story log cabin. Inside, she took the basket to the sink, where she soaked the berries in salt water and scrubbed the peaches clean before arranging them in a large, frog-shaped fruit bowl. The bowl was indescribably ugly. My lip twitched. Lily, come on, let's go wash your hands. Whoever built this place was a genius. I sank into an armchair, enjoying the breeze that drifted through the open windows, carrying the sweet smell of fruit. A basket of fresh vegetables sat on the counter, clearly prepared for us that morning. Chloe started getting busy in the kitchen. Lily had juice all over her face and hands, and every time she ate a sour blueberry, her face would scrunch up into an adorable pucker. Ms. Reed, Mr. Zhang called from outside. I poked my head out the door. Mr. Zhang, come on in. Mr. Hayes, he said, holding a small bowl. Mr. Yu was just checking on the berries and picked some for the little one. He insisted I bring them over. Behind him was the same kind-looking man who had given me the basket earlier. Lily's fingers were stained purple, and she was trying to quietly wipe them clean. Hearing them, she looked up, pushed herself up from the table, and took 2 peaches from the fruit bowl. She walked over to Mr. Zhang and stood on her tiptoes to offer them to him. He chuckled. Oh, my hands are all dirty. He wiped them on his pants before taking the fruit. Lily then ran over to the other man and offered him the second peach. He also quickly wiped his hands on his pants before accepting it. He made a gesture in sign language that Lily didn't understand, but she just beamed at him. The sun was bright, and she had to squint, but she just kept smiling, looking like a little angel. I took the bowl from Mr. Zhang, my voice filled with excitement. Wild berries. I haven't had these since I was a kid. You can only find them in the mountains. You probably don't see them very often, Mr. Hayes. Mr. Zhang then held up a string of fish. Mr. Yu just caught these in the river. Since Ms. Reed is cooking, I thought I'd bring them over. Thank you so much, I said. You really didn't have to. The man scratched his head and signed something to Mr. Zhang. He says, he hopes you'll accept this small gift, Mr. Hayes. How could I possibly mind? As I spoke, my hands moved on their own, forming signs before my brain even caught up. The gesture meant, thank you, I love it. Mr. Yu blushed and waved his hands dismissively. These fish look great. I'll just take them inside. Please, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Yu, make yourselves at home. Outside, Lily was offering her little bowl of mulberries to Mr. Zhang. He waved his hands. Oh no, sweetie, you eat them. She just held the bowl up higher, her little arms straining, until he finally took one. Then she went over to Mr. Yu, who also took one, not wanting to refuse her sweet gesture. I came back out just as Lily was offering me a berry. I reached for it, but she pulled it back, then held it up to my mouth. After I'd eaten it, she showed me her stained fingers. Seeing this, Mr. Yu pointed to the basket. I looked, but I didn't understand what he meant. He then suddenly turned and walked out, leaving me completely baffled. Mr. Zhang chuckled as he watched him go. Mr. Hayes, the harvest is much better this year, isn't it? The peaches are much sweeter than last year. He looked out at the orchard. That hailstorm last year, sigh. This year has been better, thank heavens. It has, I agreed. Mr. Yu came running back, out of breath, and handed me a handful of unripe mulberries. Confused, I took them. He then took one of the green berries and rubbed it between his hands, and the purple stain vanished. Wow, I said, finally understanding. That's amazing. I copied him, crushing a few of the unripe berries and using the juice to clean Lily's hands. Her little hands were so stained that it didn't get all of it, but it faded the color significantly. Just rub it a few more times, Mr. Zhang said. Once her hands were clean, Lily offered the rest of the green berries to him, then demonstrated by rubbing her own hands together. Mr. Zhang rinsed his hands. See? All clean. Lily grinned, then looked at Mr. Yu, who looked a little flustered, a blush creeping up his dark cheeks. Before I could say anything, Mr. Yu held out his hand to her. His large, rough palm was covered in scratches and ingrained dirt that would never wash out. Lily took his hand, her delicate brow furrowed as she looked up at him. Before he could react to the soft touch of her hand, the little girl stood on her tiptoes and gently blew on his calloused palm. He froze, his eyes wide as he stared at her. Mr. Zhang's old eyes filled with a gentle warmth. Mr. Hayes, back when Mr. Yu was being tormented by those kids, you were the one who gave him a chance. And now your daughter is healing his spirit. I don't know what to say. Mr. Yu had lost his hearing and his ability to speak after a high fever as a child. After his parents died, his brother and sister-in-law threw him out. Before I met him, he was homeless, sleeping wherever he could, under bridges or on the streets. Some cruel kids would throw rocks at him, and he, thinking they were playing, would just smile. Then they escalated, throwing the cans he'd collected into the river, even burning his only blanket. Unable to speak, all he could do was kneel and cry out in anguish. They just found it funny and became even crueler. I used to love sneaking out for street food, the kind of delicious, unhealthy stuff Chloe would never let me eat. That day, Mr. Yu was digging through a dumpster for something to eat. I felt a mixture of pity and fear and was about to give him a wide berth when a stray dog, one of the banned, aggressive breeds, came charging out of an alley, straight for me. In a terrifying instant, Mr. Yu beat the dog off with a stick he was carrying, getting bitten in the process. The dog's owner was furious and demanded that Mr. Yu get on his knees and apologize, clearly just trying to humiliate him. Luckily for him, I was there. After I learned his story, I was so moved that I offered him a job and brought him here to the orchard. Mr. Yu was incredibly dedicated. They say that during that hailstorm, he ran out into the storm, trying to shield the trees with his own body to minimize the damage. Mr. Zhang had to drag him back inside. The losses were so devastating he couldn't even eat. This orchard had become his life's purpose. No matter the weather, you could always find him out among the trees. And all the other workers here had their own struggles, their own disabilities. I never intended for the orchard to make money. It was more of a sanctuary. But the workers themselves were the ones who worried about the orchard's profitability, afraid they weren't earning their keep. The truth was, most of the fruit wasn't sold. Between the employees at Chloe's company, my dad's company, my mom's students, and all our friends and family, there was hardly any left over. Chloe was always so busy, so I handled the distribution myself, not wanting to add to her workload. For whatever reason, I just wasn't cut out for business. The orchard had a deal with a cannery at first, but that year all our fruit was small and sour, or the sweet ones were all cracked. Nothing grew right. The deal fell through and I lost a fortune. I even brought in specialists. They said everything was perfect, but we still couldn't grow good fruit. Mr. Zhang was a retired agriculture professor from NYU. He was an expert, but he was getting old, and his kids didn't want him working. He gave me some advice on a forum, and I basically begged him to come help. Now he just putters around, keeping an eye on things. Last year, things were finally looking up, but then a hailstorm destroyed the entire crop. This year has been better. The mulberries and blueberries are doing great. At first, I thought we should just keep it simple, not take on too much so as not to overwhelm the workers. But they wouldn't have it. They didn't want to waste a single inch of land, and they all wanted me to lose less money. Mr. Zhang was a man of the earth. He loved the land and wanted to see it reach its full potential. So, with a half-assed boss and a crew of novice farmers, the orchard was born. Of course, I didn't learn any of this until much, much later. They didn't stay long. I tried to get them to stay for lunch, but they politely declined. After I got Lily settled for her nap, I quietly closed the door. Chloe was on the phone in the hall. When she saw me, she said into the phone, "You handle it for now. I'll be there in a bit." I walked over to her. "Are you going out this late?" "There's a problem with one of the projects," she said, draping a jacket over her arm. I glanced out the window. "It looks like it's going to rain. Drive safe." She nodded. "You get some rest." I was about to head back to my room. "Ethan," I turned. She was standing at the top of the stairs, her eyes shimmering in the dim light. "I'm meeting with Julian. He's the head of Chanel's Asia-Pacific division." It took me a second to realize she was telling me her plans. "Okay, come home soon. Didn't we say we needed to talk? I'll wait up for you." She just hummed in acknowledgement. "I'm leaving now." "Okay." I didn't sleep well that night. I kept feeling like someone was watching me. I snapped awake. Sure enough, there was someone sitting on the edge of my bed. I rubbed my eyes, sat up, and turned on the lamp, the dim light illuminating the figure beside me. "Chloe," I asked, leaning against the headboard, "what are you doing sitting here?" "It's the middle of the night." She was sitting on the edge of the bed, her head bowed, her wet hair dripping onto her silk pajamas. I got out of bed. "Why didn't you dry your hair? I'll get you a towel." Before I could even get my balance, she threw her arms around me, catching me completely by surprise. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten everything?" she asked, her voice hoarse. I froze. She continued, "You don't remember anything, do you?" I pressed my lips together. "Chloe, do you believe me?" I'd asked her this so many times. She nodded. "If you say it, I'll believe it. Do you remember the day I asked you out? After you said yes, I went out drinking with Kevin to celebrate. When I woke up, I was here. Chloe, I'm from 6 years in the past. I'm 18. She was silent for a long time, then let out a bitter laugh. "No wonder. I thought I was the one going crazy. Why are you only telling me now?" "Because you believe me now." Her arms tightened around me. "And you've been waiting all this time to be sure of that, haven't you?" I knew what she was really asking. "Chloe, it doesn't matter if you're 18 or 24. I would have fallen in love with you either way. Even with my memory gone, it was only a matter of time." She shook her head against my chest. "No, the 24-year-old you doesn't love me. He hates me. He regrets marrying me." I felt a damp spot spreading on my shirt. She was crying again. "He doesn't love me. He loves someone else." I cupped her face in my hands. Her eyes were red and she looked so broken, like a lost puppy in the rain, helpless and alone. A sharp pain shot through my chest. My soul might be 18, but my body was 24. I leaned in and gently kissed her. "The one kissing you is 18-year-old me," I whispered, "but the 24-year-old me isn't fighting it." She froze. "You say I love someone else, but you're the only one who makes my heart race." "What about Luna?" she asked, her eyes searching mine. "What do you feel when you're with her?" I said with a completely straight face, "A headache. I literally get a headache when I see her." She pressed her lips together. "Let's not talk about that right now. I have so many questions for you." All my sleepiness had vanished. "So, that orchard is really mine?" She nodded. "It used to be very productive. The original owner was immigrating, so my dad bought it for you. I heard the harvests haven't been as good since then." "After I took over?" I asked. She nodded. "You never intended to make money from it, though. And Mr. Zhang and Mr. Yu?" "Mr. Zhang is a retired botany professor from NYU. He saw you complaining about the orchard online, gave you some advice, and you hired him. Mr. Yu was homeless. You were attacked by a dog once, and he saved you. The other workers are all people who were homeless, who had nowhere else to go." My face lit up. "So I really am helping people. I'm really a force for good in their lives." I was happy. At least my future self had done one thing right. The orchard had been losing money ever since I took over, but maybe making a profit was never the point. When I first heard I owned the orchard, I was worried my future self had been exploiting them, especially someone as kind and simple as Mr. Yu. He was the type of person who would be grateful even if you were taking advantage of him. I was relieved to find out that wasn't the case. Her gaze softened as she looked at me. "You've always been a light in other people's lives." I reached up and gently touched the corner of her eye. "Chloe, let's not worry about anything else right now, okay? All that matters is that, in this moment, I love you. Only you." She gave a pale, weak smile. "Is that so? But I want more than just this moment with you." "Chloe," I began, but she turned her head away, and my hand froze in midair. She pushed me away gently and let out a long breath. "You should get some sleep. I still have some work to do." I opened my mouth to protest, but then closed it, deciding to give her some space. I didn't collapse onto the bed until the door had closed behind her. I was the one who'd said we needed to be honest with each other. I didn't want to hide anything from her. But where had it all gone so wrong? Had my future self really cheated on her? A long sigh echoed in the dark room. In the study, Chloe held the medical report. All the tests had come back normal. Her long fingers traced the words on the page, her eyes unfocused, a deep sadness etched on her face. I came to, the sky outside already bright. I sat up and yawned. How had I been sleeping so well lately? I slipped on my slippers, washed my face, and then went to Lily's room. I opened the door to find her already awake, sitting up in bed and rubbing her eyes. When she saw me, she gave me a soft smile. I walked over to the bed, and she immediately crawled into my arms. "Good morning, my little munchkin." She snuggled against me. "Come on, let's go get ready for breakfast." As we passed Chloe's room, I looked down at the little girl in my arms. "Should we go see if mommy's awake?" She nodded cutely. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. I opened it just as the shower turned off. Chloe came out, toweling her hair, wrapped in nothing but a towel. She froze when she saw the two of us in the doorway, then quickly grabbed a robe and slipped it on. I clicked my tongue, a little disappointed. "Want to come down for breakfast with us? You two go ahead. I'll be down in a minute," she said, her cool mask back in place. After breakfast, Chloe left for the office. Lily wasn't going to preschool, so I took her to my parents' house. I was in the middle of submitting some photos to a contest when my mom sat down beside me with a plate of fruit. "Ethan, you and Chloe didn't have a fight, did you?" I put my phone away and speared a piece of watermelon. "No, why?" Mom let out a sigh of relief. "Nothing. It's just, with Ms. Vance showing up at the house like that, we couldn't be rude to her. We're all in the same social circles. A public falling out would be difficult for both Chloe and your father. It's not just about the two of you." "I know, Mom. I'm not an idiot. Have Chloe come over later," she added. I just grunted and opened my iMessage conversation with Chloe. When I told her the truth, I could feel the pain and repression radiating from her. How could she possibly accept it? My future self had hated her, and this strong, capable woman had been reduced to tears. It was heartbreaking to think about. My phone buzzed with a new message. I turned to my mom. "Mom, she's not coming tonight. She says she has a work dinner." Mom lifted the lid on a pot on the stove. "I heard." I texted Chloe back. "Work dinner tonight?" She replied, "No, there's a problem with one of the projects." I wrote back, "Can Lily and I bring you dinner?" She replied, "I'll have my assistant pick you up later." I sent back a thumbs up emoji. As the sun set, taking the heat of the day with it, Chloe's assistant opened the car door for us. It was after business hours, so the office building was mostly empty. The elevator stopped at the executive floor, and the assistant led me to Chloe's office. "Sir, Ms. Reed is still in a meeting. If you'll just wait here." I nodded. "Thank you." The assistant closed the door quietly behind her. I hadn't been waiting long when the door opened again. Chloe walked in, looking exhausted, flipping through a file as she closed the door behind her. Her brow smoothed slightly when she saw me on the sofa. "Have you been waiting long?" "No, we just got here," I replied. I opened the food container. "Are you going to eat now?" "My mom said you have to drink this soup first." She came and sat down beside me. "Have you two eaten already?" I leaned back and watched her eat. "We already ate." "Busy day." She nodded. "A problem with one of the projects." She'd barely taken 2 bites when there was another knock on the door. A manager came in. "Ms. Reed, here's the new proposal from the other team. Just leave it on the desk," Chloe said. "You can go home." The manager hesitated. "Also, Ms. Reed, we lost the bid for the downtown project. The developer signed with Vance Industries." Chloe's hand froze midair. "I know. The downtown project?" I suddenly remembered what she'd asked me before. "Are you doing this for the downtown project?" After the door closed, I asked, "You thought I came back to you because of that project? Is that the same one he was just talking about?" A rare flicker of guilt crossed her face. "I don't think that anymore." Knowing my track record, I didn't press the issue. "Was that project important to you?" I'd invested some time in it, but there have been issues with other projects lately, so I haven't been able to focus on it. She said it casually, but I knew she'd been working late every night. The exhaustion was written all over her face. "I thought you were just using work as an excuse to avoid me." She looked away. "I wasn't." After she finished eating, she took a call. She frowned, staring at her phone with a complicated expression. "What's wrong?" I asked. She put her phone away. "Nothing. Let's go home." She took Lily's hand. You don't have to work anymore? It's all taken care of, she said with a nod. That was fast, I said. A strange feeling crept over me. All these problems seemed a little too convenient. The night was dark, and the atmosphere in the bedroom was strange. I can't sleep in here? I asked, my face flushing. She pressed her lips together. You can. Then where are you going? I asked, staring at her. She looked down, a sudden air of loneliness surrounding her. I'm going to the study. I still have work to do. I pounded the mattress in frustration. Do you think this is about the bed? She looked up, her expression unreadable. You want to sleep with me? It was a question, but she said it like a statement. I was speechless for a second, then said, my voice louder than I intended, aren't married couples supposed to sleep together? Her expression was complicated. But you said you're 18. I straightened my spine. Yeah, so what? You don't have faith in an 18-year-old's abilities. A sudden thought struck me and I narrowed my eyes. Are you seeing someone else? She gave a bitter laugh. Is that what you think of me? I realized I might have gone too far. Her voice was hoarse. Ethan, from the very beginning, I'm the one who's been afraid. I'm trying to give you security, but you're the one who keeps pushing me away. Do you even love me? What did you love about me when you were 18? My body? My face? I fell silent. I had been attracted to her looks first. She saw my hesitation and gave a weak, humorless smile. It's not your fault. I'm already in love with you. You loved me for 5 years, and then you fell in love with someone else just as intensely. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have. Her voice choked. Would you have given her that same sense of security? My eyes went wide. Chloe, is that really what you think of me? I had no memory of any of it, but everyone was blaming me. I knew my future self had been a monster, but that wasn't me. I got off the bed. Whatever, I said, then stormed out, slamming the door behind me. At the sound of the slam, she sank onto the edge of the bed, a bitter, self-mocking smile on her face. She had almost said yes. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a pillow on the floor beside the bed, a different color from her own bedding, as out of place as he was in her carefully constructed life. The door opened again. I walked in without a word, grabbed the pillow, and left. The door closed, and the room was as it was before, as if I had never been there. Sigh. After my 36th sigh, Kevin finally broke. What is it? You've been sighing all morning. Lily took a bite of her cake, then propped her head on her hand, mimicking my gloomy expression. We looked so much alike, a pair of sad sacks, one big and one small. I told Chloe, I said. And? Kevin asked. I told her everything. I said we needed to be honest with each other. I thought it would either be a one-way trip to the psych ward, or we'd finally clear the air and be a real couple again. I didn't expect her to shut down even more. I thought we could finally sit down and talk, but she won't tell me anything. She just hides from me, especially at home. The second I walk into a room, she clams up, like she's guarding against a thief. Kevin listened patiently, stirring his coffee. Ethan, he said, choosing his words carefully with Lily there. What if, one day, she fell for someone else? What would you do? I answered without hesitation. I could never accept cheating, emotional or physical. Kevin spoke slowly. For over a year, you were in love with someone else. Even more intensely than you ever were with Chloe. I pressed my lips together. But she still stubbornly held on to you, Kevin continued, seeing my silence. Ethan, I don't know what happened between you two, but I know you. You would never do anything immoral. Even after everything that happened between us, I'm still on your side. But I still feel so wronged, I said quietly. I didn't do anything, but I'm the one who has to deal with the consequences. Lily, sensing my sadness, offered me a bite of her cupcake. Thanks, sweetie. So what if it was her? Kevin asked. What if she was the one who fell for someone else? What if she suddenly told you she was her 20-year-old self? You know she loved you then, but what would you do? How would you choose? I was silent. If Chloe had chased after another man the way my future self had chased Luna, I wouldn't have been able to look at her, no matter how young or in love she claimed to be. It would have been disgusting. Kevin continued, Ethan, I can't defend her actions, but you love her, and I don't want you to have any regrets. The one thing I am sure of is that Chloe loves you very much. I looked at him. You're a good friend, Kevin. I'm so grateful. I'd done something terrible to him, and he'd forgiven me so easily. He just smiled gently. You're a good person, Ethan. There's something I've always wondered, I said. Was my wedding with Chloe a big deal? Kevin nodded. Every taxi in NYC had a scrolling message with a different wedding blessing for you two. Every digital billboard in Times Square just said, "Congratulations." There were holographic fireworks for 3 days straight. I was stunned and even more confused. If that's the case, how come when I was chasing Luna, even showing up at her office, there was no news about our marriage falling apart? The Vance family, Chloe, they're all public figures. Kevin seemed to be considering this for the first time. It's possible Chloe suppressed the story. And your wedding was a very private affair, only close friends and family. As for the people at Luna's company, you didn't go inside the building to see her very often, but it's hard to believe no one knew who you were. I nodded. It's weird. I can't put my finger on it, but something is definitely weird. Was Luna's subsidiary staffed entirely with new people? Everyone there acted like they'd never seen me before. Kevin took a sip of his coffee. It's possible. So how are things with you and Chloe? She's buried herself in work, I said with a sigh. She's completely unreachable. Hey, you think Miles is free tonight? We should go get a drink. Kevin glanced at Lily. What about Lily? Lily looked up and raised her hand. Lily's right here, Kevin said with a smile. I took another bite of cake and felt a wave of nausea. We can drop her off with my mom at the university. She doesn't have many classes today. I was going to take her there this morning, but I came to see you instead. The NYU campus was quiet on a Monday morning. My mom, Helen, looked up at the knock on her office door and saw me and Kevin standing there, holding Lily's hands. She quickly got up and scooped the sweetly dressed little girl into her arms. Grandma's baby. Hi, Helen, Kevin said. Well, what are you two doing here? You said you weren't busy today, I said with a charming smile. So I brought your favorite little person to see you. Mom shot me a look and a smirk. All right, go on. Get out of here. Yes, Your Majesty. And don't worry about picking her up tonight. Dad had a custom bed made for her, so our little munchkin is going to test it out. Mom poked her cheek. How come I never got a custom bed? I grumbled. Mom just gave me a look. Did a dog sleep in the custom bed your father had made for you when you were a baby? I pouted. How am I supposed to remember that? All right, you ungrateful child, go on. And Kevin, you should come over for dinner sometime. Your uncle can make you that crab you like. I'd love that, Helen, Kevin said. I haven't had Robert's crab in ages. Well, you just come by whenever you have a craving. He was just talking about you the other day. I will. Lily, say bye-bye, Mom said, watching us leave with a reluctant air. Daddy's going to go play now, sweetie. How about Grandma takes you to go see all the college students? Lily nodded. Unsurprisingly, the adorable little girl was an instant hit on campus. We took a shortcut on our way out. I took a deep breath of the familiar air. It's been a long time. The gardenias were in full bloom. The sun was bright when we emerged from the shaded path. I pulled Kevin along. This way, I muttered under my breath. Having a professor for a mom, I never even got to experience skipping a class. The person beside me went quiet. I turned. Kevin? He was frozen, staring straight ahead. I followed his gaze. A woman in a couture suit stood a short distance away, radiating an aura of power. She met his gaze and froze for a second. The man beside her, wearing a mask and sunglasses, kept talking, oblivious. Kevin forced a smile. Ethan, what were you saying? As we walked past them, he acted as if he didn't even see her. Rachel opened her mouth to say something, but he was already gone. I deliberately raised my voice. Miles was just saying he's bringing some girls out with us tonight. I saw a picture. They're all gorgeous. I felt the temperature around us drop. Rachel couldn't hear Kevin's reply. Rachel, what do you think? Blackwood asked. Rachel sounded impatient. Just do what your agent says. He knows what's best for your career. But, she rubbed her temples. I can get you a new agent if you want. Blackwood fidgeted. His agent was the best in the business. He didn't want a new one. He just wished the man wasn't so rigid and by the book. The director was a no-name, and the show didn't look like it was going anywhere. He was even starting to think his agent had sent him to this set specifically so Kevin could torment him. No, that's okay, Rachel. Fine. I'll have my assistant drive you home later. She didn't even look at him as she spoke. He had no idea why she was suddenly so angry. He'd gone to so much trouble to find out her schedule. He was about to go after her when he saw someone in the distance taking his picture. He quickly pulled up his mask and slipped out a back exit into a waiting car. I looked at Kevin, concerned. Kevin, he just smiled at me. I'm fine, Ethan. She's just my wife. It sounded like he was trying to convince himself as much as me. If you get tired of her, just dump her, I said. You can both do your own thing. No harm, no foul. He laughed. I know. I won't drink, I promise. I'll be home late. You and Nora wait up for me. I know. I'll make it up to you. In the corner of the dimly lit bar, I stared in exasperation at the man on the phone in front of me. Miles, if you don't drink that, it's going to evaporate. He quickly covered the mouthpiece and shushed me, then said into the phone, I'm not drinking. I'm having milk. I know, honey. I have to go. Bye. I gave him a teasing look. She keeps you on a tight leash, huh? He feigned a long-suffering sigh. The burdens of a happy marriage. Pick one, I said, pushing a tray of colorful shots toward him. Oh, stop it. You're grinning like an idiot. He touched the corner of his mouth. Is it that obvious? I just rolled my eyes. Kevin laughed. Ethan, you used to be even sappier than he is. Really? I asked. Kevin nodded. Miles leaned in, squinting at me. I can't even imagine you in a relationship with that screw-the-world attitude of yours. I took a sip of a creamy white liqueur. You're not wrong, but you could have phrased it a little more delicately. This is delicious. Coconut. You should slow down, Miles warned. That stuff has a kick. I just shook my head. I'm fine. I poured myself another. I can hold my liquor. I can drink 100 guys under the table. Miles just looked at me, exasperated. And he's drunk. Don't worry, I'm a great drunk. Miles looked skeptical and glanced at Kevin, who just gave him a look. Drink less, Miles said, handing me a pair of chopsticks. Try some of their food. I looked at them. You guys aren't drinking? Kevin took a sip of a wine spritzer. I can't have too much. I have to go to my grandfather's later. I can't drink much either, Miles said. Why not? Sienna's home. Ah, I said. Another whipped husband. I turned to him. So how did you and Sienna get together? A blissful look crossed his face at the mention of her name. She chased me. I was all ears. Sienna's such a tomboy. I can't even imagine her chasing a guy. But I was the one who seduced her, he said with a grin. Well, that's right in your wheelhouse, isn't it? My eyes lit up. Master, teach me your ways. He shot me a look. Who are you trying to seduce? Chloe, of course. Who else? Did you two have a fight? No. I wish we had. At least then we'd be talking. Did someone cheat? No, I said, taking a drink. But Chloe is so messed up about it. She's convinced I'm going to cheat on her eventually, so she won't talk to me. Did you give her some reason to think you would? He asked. I chose my words carefully. Maybe, but who knows what the future holds. Shouldn't we just enjoy the moment while we're in love? He clicked his tongue. Chloe's a businesswoman. She's always thinking long-term. A fleeting moment of happiness might just be cruel to her. I set my glass down. But who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? You idiot, he said, giving me a look. You love her right now, right? There's no one else. I nodded emphatically. He cleared his throat. Do you know how to make empty promises? Just tell her she's the only one for you, that she'll always be your #1 priority. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Anyway, I stared at him, incredulous. Wow, I never would have pegged you as such a cynic. Kevin was also surprised. Is that what you do with Sienna? For the first time all night, Miles actually blushed. We don't need to. Kevin and I just stared at him. He quickly changed the subject. So, what's going on with you and Chloe? I sighed, propping my head on my hand. I made her cry. Who cried? 2 incredulous voices asked in unison. Chloe, I said, holding up 2 fingers. Twice. Once when she was drunk, and once when she was sober. Miles just shook his head. Chloe Reed doesn't seem like the type to cry, right? I thought so too. Do you have a history of this? Miles asked suddenly. I drew in a sharp breath. As far as I know, no. I shook my head. Miles, stop spinning. You're making me dizzy. At a nearby table, Luna was swirling the wine in her glass. She glanced over and saw me, drunk and grinning like an idiot. She hummed non-committally. Do you know that guy on the far left, on the phone? Her friend asked, her eyes wide with admiration. He's a Vance. If you're not afraid of getting your heart broken, go for it. Luna slammed her glass down on the table. She looked away, a hint of regret in her voice. It's so rare to find one that's actually attractive. Her friend nudged her. What about the one in the middle? Luna thought about how cold I'd been to her all week, and a surge of irritation went through her. I don't know him. Her friend's eyes lit up. Well, if you don't know him. She picked up her glass and headed straight for our table. Her other friend watched her go, then turned to Luna. That guy looks familiar. Isn't he the one who used to be obsessed with you? Luna downed her drink in one gulp. I don't remember. What's so great about her? Anyway? I slurred, slamming my glass down on the table. If she thinks she can just ignore me, next time she comes crawling back, I won't even let her in the door. One move, and now I'm stuck being passive for the rest of my life. Just then, a woman's voice asked, "Is this seat taken?" I glared up at her, then my eyes lit up. "You look like someone I know." She laughed softly. "Well, I am a person." "No," I said, my expression turning serious. "You have to ask me who." She cleared her throat. "Who do I look like?" I gave her a bashful look. "Like the girl of my dreams." Kevin and Miles just stared at me, speechless. "A great drunk, huh?" The woman was taken aback for a second, then she flashed what she clearly thought was a dazzling smile. "You're more intoxicating than any drink." My smile vanished. That was so cheesy, and a little lame. Her own smile twitched. "Sorry. My apologies." "Hi," she said, recovering quickly. "I'm Jessica. I lost a bet with my friends. So, sorry to interrupt." I just snorted. I'm guessing the dare was more than just saying hello. "Busted." She looked a little embarrassed. "Well, yes." She pulled out her phone. "So, can I get your number?" I beckoned her closer. "Come here." A small smile played on her lips as she walked over. I gave her my best smoldering, drunken look, and I could see her composure start to crumble. She shot a subtle, triumphant look back at Luna's table. Luna's lips were pressed into a thin line, her knuckles white as she gripped her glass. Her friend let out an impressed whistle. That was easy. Just then, I grabbed the woman's head and, to the utter shock of Kevin and Miles, started shaking her back and forth. "Shake it out," I yelled. "Shake all the water out of your brain." The woman, caught completely off guard, stumbled back, dizzy. Kevin finally snapped out of his shock and pulled us apart. "Ethan," even as he pulled me away, I couldn't resist yelling, "Who taught you how to flirt? That was so lame, I think I'm gonna sprout roots and die right here." The woman just leaned against the table, completely bewildered. As her head cleared, she stumbled, and someone caught her. It was Luna. Miles's expression froze for a second, then he gave a slight nod. I squinted at her. "Luna?" I shook my head, trying to clear it, then turned to Kevin. "Kevin, am I seeing things?" I reached out and patted his cheek. "Hee, Kevin." Suddenly, I was pulled away and found myself hugging someone soft. I grumbled in protest, then looked down and saw who it was. A goofy grin spread across my face. "You look like someone too. You look like my future wife." I cupped her face in my hands and, to the shock of everyone watching, kissed her. I glared at her. "I'm gonna kiss you, and you won't let me touch you?" "I'm gonna touch you." My hands started to wander. The other woman, Jessica, leaned against her friend. "Wait, is this supposed to be happening?" Chloe helped me to my feet, gave a nod to Kevin and Miles, and then led me out of the bar. Sienna and Rachel had come in with her. Sienna glanced at the empty bottles on the table, her voice low and dangerous. "Miles." A chill went down his spine. "I didn't drink much," he said quickly. "It was all Ethan." Afraid she was angry, he quickly put an arm around her. "Really? I was going to come home as soon as we were done here." She just frowned. "No more drinking. Let's go home." He hugged her close. Okay, whatever you say." He knew she'd been terrified that time he'd drunk so much he'd ended up in the hospital. Sienna shot a subtle glance at Luna. Miles said his goodbyes to Kevin. Luna watched them leave, feeling strangely calm, until she saw me outside the window, still trying to kiss Chloe. A flicker of something unreadable passed through her eyes. "We should go," Kevin said. Rachel followed him out of the bar. He automatically reached for the back door of the car, but she stopped him. "Sit up front. Otherwise, my grandfather will ask questions." He hesitated for a second, then nodded. She pulled her hand back, a little reluctantly. They drove in silence. Chloe was trying to get me to the car, but I wasn't making it easy. I tugged on her sleeve. "Your lips look so kissable. Let me try." "My bed told me to tell you you're welcome anytime." She didn't react. I gave a cold smirk. "Still playing the Ice Queen, huh? Why so quiet?" The ice in her expression deepened. I grabbed her arm, my voice pleading. "A clingy little baby like me will be heartbroken if you're mean to me. You don't want to break my heart, do you? Please just sleep with me. I'm going to shatter." She opened the car door, bundled me inside, buckled my seatbelt, and then walked around to the driver's side. But of course, I wasn't going to just sit there quietly. I unbuckled my seatbelt and crawled over the center console. "Baby, I've been poisoned. The doctor said I need an antidote." "Ethan," she said, her voice low and warning. I knew when to quit. I silently crawled back to my seat and buckled up. I leaned against the window, and I could feel her glancing at me every so often. Are you feeling sick? She asked. Her only answer was a soft sob. Chloe, I whispered. She didn't respond. Her heart clenched and she pulled the car over. I stubbornly kept my face turned away, mumbling, "You're so mean, so mean." She pressed her lips together, her hand hovering in the air between us before she pulled it back. I'm sorry. Do you hate me? I asked between sobs. She looked at me. No. I whipped my head around to face her. Then why won't you let me touch you? Why won't you sleep with me? My heartbroken expression seemed to shatter her composure. She fought the urge to reach out to me. You would hate me, she whispered. You said you hated me. I never said that. You did, she said, her eyes turning red. You said you were disgusted every time you touched me. I didn't. I never said that. You just don't want me to touch you. You're already tired of me, and we just got together. You're a liar. I'm sorry, she whispered. If sorry fixed everything, we wouldn't need police, I shouted. The damage is already done. Then, a sly look came over my face. Unless, she waited, her lips pressed together. Unless you sleep with me. Her gaze was so intense it made my skin crawl. The alcohol had made me bold. You don't want to? A small, hesitant smile touched her lips. Can we do it at home? Seeing her looking like a shy, blushing bride, I couldn't help but grin triumphantly. When we got home, she thought I was asleep and gently helped me out of the car. I suddenly opened my eyes, a sly grin on my face like a fox that had just raided the henhouse. Inside, she was standing by the bed, holding a steaming bowl of hangover soup. Hurry up and drink this, she said. A muffled voice came from under the covers. Don't want to. If you drink it, I'll let you touch me, she said, her voice flat. The room was silent for a moment. Really? I asked, my voice still muffled. She just hummed in response. The covers flew back, and I crawled to the edge of the bed, downing the soup in one gulp. I immediately grimaced at the taste. I knelt obediently on the bed, giving her a pleading look. All done. My loose shirt hung open, revealing a hint of my abs. She swallowed hard. You should get some sleep. My expression changed. I pulled her onto the bed, my hands already working at the buttons of her shirt. As I undid the last button, the first rays of morning sun streamed into the room, illuminating the two figures asleep in each other's arms. I smacked my lips in my sleep, my hand brushing against something smooth and soft. I opened my eyes to a field of pale skin. Before I could process it, the long lashes in front of me fluttered, and a pair of eyes opened. Her eyes were still hazy with sleep, but the moment she saw me, she was wide awake. I knew I'd been drunk last night. I forced a weak smile and raised a hand. Morning. Chloe pressed her lips together and sat up. The blanket slipped down, revealing a series of red marks on her neck and collarbone. I knew this was not the time to play it cool. Chloe. She turned to look at me. I was drunk last night, I said, my voice weak. She just gave me a long, unreadable look, then picked up a shirt from the floor and left the room. I stared at the closed door. Well, that's it. There was no way I could convince her now that I wasn't just after her body. In the fancy restaurant, I ran my hands through my hair in frustration. Kevin, why didn't you stop me? He just laughed at my miserable expression and handed me a bowl of soup. How was I supposed to stop you? True, I admitted. When I got like that, there was no stopping me. You don't think she thinks I'm a total creep, do you? I asked, taking the soup from him with a gloomy expression. For some reason, I fumbled the bowl, and the hot soup spilled all over my lap. When it rains, it pours. I'm going to the restroom, I said, dabbing at the stain as I walked away. I was looking down and not paying attention. I'd only taken a few steps when I collided with someone who had just rounded the corner. I stumbled, catching myself against the wall. Sorry, I muttered. The person was dressed all in black, a hat pulled down low over their face, obscuring their eyes. The book they were holding fell to the floor. I bent to pick it up and saw that it was strangely thin, almost like it was just a cover. Before I could get a better look, the person snatched it from my hand. The back of their hand was covered in scars, like old burns. I was taken aback. Sorry about that, I said. The person just adjusted their hat and walked past me without a word. I watched them go. It was strange to be so covered up in the summer heat. When I got back to the table, Kevin had a fresh bowl of soup waiting for me. Careful, he said. I took a sip and nodded. Did you call Chloe last night? To be precise, he said. You called her. I just answered the phone. I dropped my chopsticks. It was over. There was no explaining this now. Explain what? Kevin asked. I just shook my head inside. Chloe already thinks I'm only with her for her body and her looks. Kevin scooped up some crab meat. Aren't you? I guess, I said, my voice lacking conviction. But I'm not that shallow. If she had no personality, I wouldn't have married her, no matter how hot she was. Though I did notice her face first. Maybe she just doesn't feel secure with you, Kevin suggested. So what do I do? I asked. How do I get her to let her guard down? Have you two talked about it? Kevin asked. I swallowed. Several times. He pushed the plate of crab toward me. This is good. Did you try what Miles suggested last night? I popped the crab meat in my mouth. Didn't get a chance. I blacked out last night. When I woke up, Chloe was naked in my bed. Kevin just clicked his tongue. That does sound like you. After lunch, I got a call from my mom. Hello, Mom. There was only silence on the other end. I put it on speaker, confused. Did she butt dial me? I was about to hang up when a tiny, sweet voice said, Daddy. I stared at the caller ID. It was definitely my mom's number. My heart started to pound. Lily? Is that you? The sweet little voice on the other end replied, It's me. Kevin looked as stunned as I felt. Are you at home? I asked carefully. At Grandma's house, she replied in her tiny voice. Kevin leaned closer to the phone. Lily, do you know who this is? Godfather, she said without a moment's hesitation. My mom's voice came on the line, thick with emotion. Ethan, bring Kevin over for dinner tonight. Your father will make you two your favorite crab and ribs. I almost burst into tears. Okay, Mom, we're on our way. I hung up the phone, and the tears I'd been holding back finally fell. Kevin was crying too, tears of joy. We got up to pay the bill. As we pushed through the revolving door, we nearly collided with a group of people. Kevin froze. Rachel Vance was also surprised to see him. My uncle is upstairs, she said. Do you have a minute? Her uncle had been living abroad for years. They had planned to meet that evening, but now they'd run into each other by chance. Rachel couldn't explain, even to herself, why she suddenly felt such a strong urge to introduce Kevin to her family. Just to say hello, she added. There's a welcome dinner for him at the estate this weekend. Kevin nodded, then turned to me. Ethan, can you wait for me in the car? He handed me his keys. Sure. I watched him disappear into the elevator and was about to head back inside to wait when a dark figure suddenly grabbed my arm. Ethan, Leo, I looked at the flamboyantly dressed young man in front of me. He took a deep breath. Where are you going? I stared at him, exasperated. Why are you everywhere? I just finished lunch. I'm going home. Where else would I be going? You can't leave, he said, suddenly blocking my path. I had planned to wait for Kevin inside, but now that Leo was blocking me, I decided to just wait outside. I'm not staying here. He got agitated, still blocking my way. You can't leave. I crossed my arms. And why not? Give me one good reason. He stammered, unable to come up with a reason. I don't care. You just can't. I threw my hands up in surrender. Fine. His face lit up. Really? No, I said, pushing past him. He seemed surprised that I'd actually left and ran after me. Ethan, the sun was blindingly bright, and I shielded my eyes. I was a little annoyed with myself. Why was I even bothering to argue with him? I reached the parking garage and heard a shout from behind me. Hey! Before I could react, I was being dragged into a van. Help! I'm being kidnapped. A man shoved me inside. He was in a hurry and wasn't careful, and I slammed my forehead against the roof of the van. I was dizzy and disoriented. Just as they were about to close the doors, a voice from outside shouted, Wait! The two men exchanged a look, then dragged Leo into the van with me. But Leo clung to the doorway, refusing to get in. Wait, listen to me. I know the guy who hired you. Let him go. Just listen to me. I'll talk to him later. Was this another plot twist? I was so stunned I forgot to struggle, just staring at Leo in disbelief. The two men exchanged a look over their masks. One of them tapped his temple. Look, I get it. It'll be hard to explain to your boss, right? So just take me too, Leo said, trying to climb into the van. The two men shared a look, nodded, and hauled Leo into the van with me. He didn't seem panicked at all, even trying to reassure me. It's okay. They won't hurt you. With an IQ like that, it was hard not to be worried. Leo poked one of the kidnappers in the back. Did someone pay you $500,000 to grab him? Look, I'll give you $600,000. Just let him go. Do me a favor, and we'll forget this ever happened. At that, one of the kidnappers' eyes lit up. The other one smacked him on the head. I told you we're not breaking the law. Extortion is a crime. You'll get a record, and all your son's hard work to get into college will be for nothing. Dude, I thought kidnapping is also a crime, you know? That'll get you a record too. Leo patted my shoulder reassuringly. Did he promise you a big payout to send you out of the country after this was all over? Look, I'll give you more. Just pull over at the next exit. One of the kidnappers was losing his patience. Are you Ms. Vance's boyfriend or what? She owes us our wages and we can't get a hold of her. We had no choice but to bring you in. Wait a minute, two voices shouted at once. Leo held out a hand dramatically. You weren't sent by Angela? No. The van was silent for 3 long seconds, then a piercing shriek filled the small space. Don't scream, one of the kidnappers warned. Scream again and I'll throw you out. Leo stared blankly at the passing scenery, finally falling silent and shrinking into the corner. Mister, he whimpered, I don't know any Luna Vance. Please let me go. I tried to get you to leave before, but you wouldn't go. I thought you were some kind of tough guy. Tears started streaming down Leo's face. Please don't kidnap me. I'll give you anything. I'm scared. No way. If we let you go now, you'll just call the cops. I won't. I promise I won't, he sobbed, shaking his head frantically. The kidnapper was getting a headache. He waved a knife in the air. Shut up. Not another word, or I'll use this. Terrified, Leo finally went quiet, curling into a ball in the corner. He'd never been in a situation like this before. I patted his arm reassuringly. Don't worry. It doesn't seem like they're going to kill us. My attempt at comfort seemed to work. He latched onto me, sniffling. Aren't you scared? I was a little scared before, I admitted, but not anymore. I was still in shock over Leo's bizarre attempt at heroism. Who willingly jumps into a kidnapping? Kevin emerged from the revolving door, a tall, elegant figure beside him. You don't have to walk me out. I drove, he said, his voice flat. The woman's almond-shaped eyes were unreadable. My grandfather asked me to see you to your car. I'm heading back to the office anyway. They walked in silence. Just as they reached the parking lot, Kevin spotted a set of keys and a phone lying on the ground. He hurried over and tried the door of his car. It was locked. Ethan, Rachel came up beside him. What's wrong? Ethan's gone, Kevin said, holding up the phone. His stuff is still here. You don't think he was kidnapped, do you? Rachel looked at the phone and keys in his hand and immediately understood. Don't panic. I'll have my people look for him right now. Kevin was on the verge of tears, grabbing her hand. Call Chloe. Rachel quickly made 2 calls. He was trembling. What did they say? Her assistant answered. Don't worry, she said, giving his hand a restrained pat. I'm here. She helped him toward her car. Let's get you home first. I'm shaking too much. I can't drive. What do we do? If only I'd been with him, he rambled, his hand trembling in hers. A wave of relief washed over her. It's okay. We'll go back and wait for news. We don't want to tip them off. He could barely hear her. The sun was beating down, but he felt like he was trapped in a block of ice. The luxury car pulled away. In the shadows nearby, a dark figure clutched a book and pulled out a phone. Hello, I'd like to report a crime. The van stopped on the outskirts of the city, and we were led into a dilapidated warehouse. Leo was shaking like a leaf, his hand clamped onto my arm. The large metal door slammed shut, plunging us into darkness and the smell of damp earth. Leo looked around wildly. Ethan, I'm scared. I'm scared too, I said, but the arm you're currently digging your nails into hurts more. Could you ease up a little? He was terrified. What are we going to do? I told my parents I was going to the hospital to visit my dad tonight. They're going to be worried sick. I patted his arm reassuringly. Don't worry. It doesn't seem like they're going to kill us. My attempt at comfort seemed to work. He latched onto me, sniffling. Aren't you scared? I was a little scared before, I admitted, but not anymore. I suddenly remembered what he'd said in the van. When you jumped in, who did you think had kidnapped me? And why were you so desperate to stop me from leaving the restaurant? Did you know something was going to happen? I narrowed my eyes. Think carefully before you answer. He started to stammer, and I pulled my arm away, scooting a few feet away from him. He scrambled after me. I'll talk. So talk. He grabbed my arm again. My mom wants me to get in with all those rich kids, but I know they all look down on me. And everyone knows I like Chloe. A few days ago, I was having coffee with them and they gave me this idea, to hire someone to kidnap you, hold you for a night, and then bribe some reporters to make it look bad. You wouldn't be able to explain your way out of it. He leaned a little closer. I agreed without thinking. Then why did you try to stop me from leaving? I asked. He looked confused himself. I don't even like these people. They're all such snobs. Sometimes I just go along with them, do what they want, but it's always just been small things. When I got home and really thought about it, it scared me. I was quiet for a moment. Do you really like Chloe? I don't know, he said, his eyes downcast. Sometimes I think I do, but other times, she seems so out of reach, like someone you can only admire from afar. Before all this, I never would have hurt an innocent person over a girl. I don't actually like this life, he said, staring at a spot on the floor where water was dripping from the ceiling. When I was a kid, we only got new clothes for Christmas. Now I have new clothes every day, but I'm not happy at all. They'd pretended to be helping him, but really they were just laughing at him behind his back. The poor kid trying to win the princess. Getting him to kidnap me was just another way for them to get a laugh at his expense. But I can't leave, he sighed. If I go, what about my dad's medical bills? Before I could say anything, he burst into tears. What are we going to do now? If they kill me, what will my parents do? What if my dad gets sicker when he hears I'm dead? It'll just be my mom and my little brother. His mood swings were giving me whiplash. The door banged open, and light flooded the dim warehouse. What are you crying about? One of the 3 kidnappers demanded, walking over to me. Are you Luna Vance's boyfriend? I straightened my back. Sir, you've got the wrong guy. I know her, but we're not close. The man just sneered and threw a stack of photos at my feet. The photos scattered on the floor. I'd seen them before on Chloe's phone. Leo peeked at them, then whispered to me, I thought you said you didn't like her. I was speechless. It's the angle. The kidnapper waved a large knife. I don't care what it is. You're going to call Luna Vance right now and tell her to pay what she owes or else. He didn't finish the threat. I took the phone he offered. I'd only pressed one number when he waved the knife in my face. No funny business. My hand was shaking as I dialed the number. It rang for a while before a voice answered. Hello, Ms. Reed is in a meeting. May I take a message? It's me, I said. Sir? The assistant said, surprised. One moment, please. The kidnapper hung up the phone and pressed the knife to my throat. I thought her name was Vance. Why did they say Reed? I looked up at him. Sir, that's the number for Luna Vance's company. Ms. Reed handles her business. He looked skeptical but also confused. Just then, the phone rang. I snatched it up. I need to speak to Luna Vance. There was a pause on the other end, then a quiet, okay. Are you insane? I yelled into the phone. You're not paying your workers? You're the worst kind of shameless, evil capitalist. You owe these people their hard-earned money. I was shouting, and the kidnapper gave me an approving look. You pay them right now, or you'll never see me again. No cops, the kidnapper shouted, waving the knife. Bring the money yourself to the warehouse on the outskirts of the city. I won't hurt him, but if you call the police. Chloe's voice was tight with fear. Don't hurt him. I'll give you whatever you want. The kidnapper sounded agitated. Just pay what you owe. I don't want a penny more. Her voice was trembling. I'll pay you. Can I say one more thing to him? Go ahead. Ethan, she said. Don't be scared. I'm coming. I felt a lump in my throat. I'll be waiting. The kidnapper's eyes flickered, and he hung up the phone. After the call, the kidnapper seemed to deflate, slumping to the ground beside us. Leo, terrified, tried to hide behind me. I didn't want to do this, he said, his eyes welling up with tears. We had no other choice. 3 years. To them, this money is nothing. But to us, it's everything. Our families are starving. We had no other choice. The door banged open again, and an older man stormed in. Frank, you fool. This is illegal. What were you thinking? The man was tan and weathered, his face a roadmap of wrinkles. The man called Frank dropped to the ground, holding his head in his hands. Uncle, I had no choice. I really didn't. My daughter, she worked so hard to get into college and I don't have the money to send her. What was I supposed to do? The older man sighed. Look at these 2 boys. They're the same age as your Penny. What if someone had kidnapped her? What would you do? Frank turned his head, and his eyes met mine and Leo's. I had a lump on my forehead, my hair was matted with sweat, and we were both staring at him with wide, terrified eyes. His uncle took the knife from his hand and tossed it aside. I know you're hurting, son, but how can you inflict that same pain on others? These boys have parents. Do they deserve to be hurt just because they know Luna Vance? It was like a switch had flipped in his head. He looked from me to his own hands, his voice trembling. Uncle, how could I have done this? My Penny, she wants to be a public servant. What if this gives her a record? Uncle, I've ruined her. I've ruined her whole life. I should just die. If I die now, will it all go away? The grown man was sobbing, his weathered face streaked with tears. His uncle just sighed. It's not too late yet. He walked over and knelt in front of me. Young man, I am so sorry. I know it's too late for apologies. You must have been terrified. Frank isn't usually like this. I don't know what got into him today. A few years ago, we took on a big construction project. I was supposed to retire after it was done, but the developer ran off with all the money. Most of our crew only took the job because they trusted us. So Frank and we pooled our own money to pay them. I've been doing odd jobs ever since, but I'm getting old. No one wants to hire me. He sighed. Frank went to the developer, but he just laughed in his face. He went to the corporate office, but they wouldn't even let him see the boss. They said the project wasn't a Vance Industries project, that both sides were just passing the buck. But the contract was signed by a Vance representative. We were at the end of our rope. Frank's daughter, she's worked so hard her whole life. She finally got into a good college, but now, because of the family's finances, she's refusing to go. The old man wiped his eyes. I'm not telling you this to make you feel sorry for us. I'm just so sorry. I don't know much about the law, but if we let you go now, maybe the sentence will be lighter. I'm so sorry. Frank, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, fell to his knees in front of me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I had no other choice. I don't know what came over me today. I'll do anything. I'll kill myself right now. Just please, don't ruin my daughter's future. I rushed to help him up. No, don't do that. I turned to his uncle. Don't worry. I won't call the police, and I'll help you get your money back. Frank looked up, his face streaked with tears. Really? I nodded. Really? Don't worry. The old man's eyes filled with tears. Young man, let me thank you properly. He started to kneel. I quickly stopped him. Please don't. Frank was too choked up to speak. The old man tremblingly pulled out his phone and handed it to me. You should call your family. They must be worried. I was about to take it when the other two kidnappers ran back in. Frank, uncle, someone's here. Already? Go see who it is. I stood up. Leo was still huddled in the corner, his eyes glazed over. Come on, what are you waiting for? He finally got to his feet and followed me. An SUV was parked in the clearing outside. Chloe was walking toward the warehouse, carrying a briefcase. The sight of her made my eyes burn. She stopped a short distance away and held up the case. Before she could say a word, I was running toward her. Her heart clenched, but seeing that the men weren't making a move, she braced herself and caught me in a hug. I buried my face in her neck, her familiar scent washing over me. Of course I had been scared. I just forced myself to stay calm. When I realized they weren't violent criminals, I was just relieved. She dropped the briefcase and hugged me tight. Don't be scared. I'm here. I clung to her. I was so scared. She let out a breath of relief. Are you hurt anywhere? Let me see. She cupped my face in her hands, her eyes scanning every inch. The lump on my forehead was hard to miss. She touched it gently. Does it hurt? I shook my head, then nodded. A dark look passed over her face. I'm not going to let them get away with this. I suddenly remembered and grabbed her arm, quickly explaining the whole situation. When I was done, she frowned. You want to help them? I nodded. I won't allow it, she said flatly. This was a complete misunderstanding, I said, shaking her arm. Chloe, something about this feels off. Can we just help them, for now? Before she could answer, I heard sirens. I looked and saw a police car pulling up, followed by a Maserati. The first person out of the car was Luna. She froze when she saw us embracing. Frank saw the police cars and stumbled backward. Uncle, he whispered. It's over. It's all over. His uncle looked at his ashen face and shook his head. Frank, even if that young man presses charges, you can't blame him. You were a fool. Frank covered his face, his already stooped shoulders slumping even further. He had worked his whole life to give his wife